Hello and welcome. Nice to be at your place, wherever you're watching right around the country or indeed the world. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, all that good stuff. Hello and welcome to race day. That's right, for the Bathurst 6 hours. And it's the AUSNZ Mega Esports round 1 of season number 3 as we take a look at the drivers in the practice session. And Maxi Naked Blade off to the side. We're looking at Simon Bishop circulating in the number 1 BMW car here on a very, very damp track, and a good opportunity for the drivers to get some wet weather running in prior to the 6 hours of the race this afternoon, kicking off at 12 noon. Around now even, 2 p.m. New Zealand time, 12 noon Eastern time. Earlier or later in the various other parts of the world where you might be watching from. But happy Bathurst race day. Like I said, a brand new season number 3, with thanks to our great partners Mega Esports and our other great sponsors. We are going to have a this is how today's going to run, so get ready and get excited, because we've got a 5-race pre-race timer, a 5-minute pre-race timer I should say, before we get in to the 6-hour race. There's all sorts of other boring rules and regulations which we'll touch on at some point in time as we continue to look at our drivers out on the circuit practicing here. And as Simon has a slight moment there at the top of the hill, he's straight back into the pit lane. We'll have a look and see who else we've got to take a look at, but it's time. My great pleasure, it is the time to welcome the rest of my commentary team this afternoon. I'm going to start with the voice of the New Zealand Speedways, and a man who's not going to be too happy to see rain in front of him here this afternoon. I know it's too soon, but of course I'm speaking of Mike Howe. Mike, good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us for another season. And like I said, it's too soon to talk rain, isn't it?
Say the guy can't make a mistake, because that's, you know, we're all human. He actually shows a human side, although a lot of the practice has been in the dry, Trev. So look, I'll tell you, I am eager as a beaver. I'm looking forward to this one like you wouldn't believe, and I can see there's a lot of people tuning in to see it. We had hundreds and hundreds of people yesterday looking at the practice qualifying, and I was not able to be there because of the aforementioned rained out jolly New Zealand title. But you know, today it's just how everyone I know has shared to everyone they know, and the Discord's going to go on fire today and to this afternoon, tonight, wherever you are around New Zealand, around Australia, around the Asia Pacific, and around the rest of the world. Welcome to you, and you're dead right, mate. Of course, I'm not the only one. Of course, yourself and there's another very, very vital link in the chain of the commentary team here at Mount Panorama today.
Certainly is. Thank you, Mike. And of course, we are speaking of a 2-time KRL, 2-time QRT Esports champion. Might have even been a GT3 Pro Tier Shakedown Sim Racing Championship in there as well. And a very familiar voice, the man from South Australia, Cameron Norris, is alongside us. Cam, good afternoon to you. Does it get much better than this? It's a rite of passage, isn't it? Starting our season off at Bathurst, 6 hours. We might go slightly crazy before the end of today, but good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, everyone in the chat, Trev and Mike. We're back. It's new season, new year, and obviously we started off very well with Bathurst. It's always such a good season opener, and hopefully this weather that we're seeing during practice doesn't show at the start of our 6 hours here, but hopefully we see it at some point during the day. So yeah, qualifying last night, I managed to watch a little bit of it at the end there, and it was definitely being shaken up the whole way through.
Absolutely. Great to have Cameron Norris alongside us, of course, and the voice of the New Zealand Speedway's Mike Howe as well. It is bucketing down. There's another technical term I like to use, but we won't go with that. We'll try and keep things civilised. But now, as we see the drivers head to the starting grid, like I said a little bit earlier on in our program, we've got a 5-minute pre-race timer and followed by a full formation lap, 80-minute stint times for the drivers, 3 hours and 45 max for them. Safety car will be on, and the drivers will have the safety car chat available to them at all times. Live stewarding for these incidents, and I love here, there's a little side note, no arguing back, just take the penalty and move on. And that's not a bad way to be in life. But so as we can see there, 6 hours and ahead of us here. And it is, yes, no doubt about that, Lewis 151 just subscribing on the channel. Boy, oh boy, great to have you with us. Oh, she's wet, baby. Thank you for supporting us, subbing once again at a Tier 1, a 21-month streak for him. And don't forget, we are going live across multiple platforms here this afternoon with thanks to Mega Esports, New Zealand Sim Racing TV, Mega Motorsport NZ, so across YouTube and Twitch. We'll be keeping an eye on the chat right throughout the course of the day. But gentlemen, not a short view back to the past, but we are going to have a look at this circuit. We're going to have a track preview for you now. Here we are with thanks to Mega Esports. Track overview here for Mount Panorama this afternoon. And let's take a look at this circuit. 6.2 kilometres, 23 corners as we're flying in. A big shout out to our graphics man, Andrelli, for making all of this possible. Like I said, 23 corners. No better place to start a championship than the famous circuit, of course. As we can see, Hell's Corner. And if they all get around there cleanly, it's there's more fun to be had, of course, down Mountain Straight, heading towards Griffin's Bend and starting the climb up this famous mountain through Griffin's Bend. And you can see there, beautiful work done by Andrelli to get this track preview to us today. We're starting to climb the mountain here through turns 3 and 4 at the cutting. Of course, this circuit, 174 metres from the lowest point to the highest point, and 862 metres above sea level. And we're expecting top speeds around the 300 km/h mark as we head through McPhillamy Park. And this is where things start to tighten up here as we descend down the mountain once again, 11, 12, 13, through the S's and through Skyline as well. And let me tell you, we're approaching Conrod Straight, 1.9 kilometres, 15, 16, 17 through Forest Elbow, the Dipper there for good measure, if you don't mind. And then we start the run down the 1.9 kilometre straight, Conrod Straight, one of the most famous straights in Australia, not only Australian motorsport, but world motorsport. And then heading to the chase. And so you can see there in the preview, always an opportunity to get through there if you can do so cleanly. And turns 21, 22, leading, of course, to Murray's Corner. But gentlemen, what better place, Cam, I'll go to you, what better place to start a brand new season of AUSNZ endurance racing than here at the famous Bathurst. As we've got another follower, Blue Battle Evans joined us. How good is that? But Cam, best place to start. And guess what? It's raining as well. It is wet here.
Yeah, it is very moist on the track. I did see it was flicking over to cloudy conditions in about 30 minutes. So might be a little bit less than that by the time we go green. But Bathurst it's always a spectacle, isn't it? It's one of those very much a drive to survive circuit. You know, the more patient you are, the better you are. As I currently see you flicking around on a couple of other things there, Trev. but yeah, it's very much a drive to survive circuit. The more patient you are, the better the race will be. Especially over the top of the mountain. It's struggle street for the first few laps.
Absolutely, Cam. You didn't see anything for your information there at home. Of course, there's a difference between sharing your window and sharing your entire screen, but we won't get into the technical side of it as the countdown continues. Mike, what are we expecting? We've got 27, 28 drivers there and teams out there here this afternoon, and what is going to be the key here for these drivers through the opening lap? You can't win a 6-hour race at the start at turn 1, Mike, but you certainly can lose it, as they say in motorsport.
Oh, you're dead right, Trevor. We are in the starter's hands, so to speak, mate. 5 seconds is becoming 3, 2. We're going to see this one off the first line, and it looks like the session has, well, I've got the session is kicking off, but it hasn't moved, which is all exciting. Look, they get out there. The track hopefully is going to squeegee. They're all sitting there having a think about it, a cup of tea and the lie down. But, you know, it's about the setup in the car now. A lot of the time in practice, Trev, it's been dry. I don't know what you can do to the cars, you know, between the last session and obviously the start of this very, very wet session. I dare say suspension, braking, and it's thinking about how the car's going to go. Are you going to put more front brake in because it's wet, or are you going to bring it a little bit more, you know, more neutral, and looking after the old girl as far as keeping that fuel going, because you want to be doing at least a 1 hour window, wouldn't you, before the driver change? And we've got such a variety of manufacturers. We've got what I've got on the screen of 31 cars. We've got 60 drivers, 7 manufacturers. You know, we're talking 10 Mustangs, which is phenomenal in itself. 6 Aston Martins, and I know all the Hooncourt boys are in Aston Martins, which is cool. They're all in the same type of car, so that makes a little bit of sense. They can all swap different, you know, setups and things like that. What worked for one hopefully works for the other. 5 BMWs, 5 Mercedes Benzes, 3 McLarens, 2 Nissans, and 1 Ferrari. And I'm a little bit, I'm a little bit surprised on so many Mustangs. I didn't know they were the car of the day. But you know, when teams like what we see here in front of us pick these cars, it's not because they just feel like it. They've gone out and done thousands and thousands of kilometres in testing. A lot of them do so much time back to back. So I think you know, we've got the pro guys in this, and we would think for a professional start, we'd think for a sensible start. But I will remind you guys, not that long ago, we actually saw a 30-minute practice race, and it was a complete Keystone Cops moment. It was a sight like, you know, the Prime Minister in Stilettos. No one wants to see it, but unfortunately it happened, and it was a concertina crash that just kept on going. Have they got all the cobwebs blown out? Is that the end of it? Well, I certainly hope so.
Absolutely.
But,
it's and the time.
Motorsport.
That's motorsport, that's for sure. Funny things can happen as we might take a look at the starting grid. We continue the formation lap. And it is Simon Bishop for BCG 1, outplayed in P2, starting off with Distinct Andrew. That is your row 1. Row 2 on the grid, 3rd and 4th, BCG 2, and Loose Rear Racing. And you can see they're moving along row 3, 5th and 6th. The first Nissan, in fact, first of 2 Nissans in the field there, Cloakade and Naked Blade there in the McLaren as we head along to row 4, 7th and 8th, Hooncorp Esports 1, followed by Kings Racing 2, 7th and 8th on your starting grid as we see the drivers coming on to Conrod Straight on their warm-up lap. Podium 1 Racing, Heat Stroke as well, 9th and 10th, then 11th and 12th outside your top 10, Trash Talk Racing Westside, BCG 5, 13th and 14th on the grid. Sideways Polka, Shawnee Fuller, starting for those respective squads there. 15th and 16th, AGT, BSR 1, and that'll be CP Greeny and Geesh. Now heading to row 9, Trash Talk East Side, PBR 17th, 18th, 19th and 20th for Cactus at the podium. And 21, 22, Hooncorp 2, OTR, Old Timer Racing there. And 23rd, 24th, BCG 4, FTSC 1. On your starting grid. BMW and Ford for 25th and 26th, Cactus 3 and AGT once again, Hooncorp 3, BCG 3, plenty of 3s here, 27th and 28th on your grid, row 15, 151 Motorsport, Dean and Allen of course behind the wheel of that car, Cactus 2 Racing, and then finally on the final row of the grid in P31 is Podium 2 in another Ford Mustang, but we are getting ready to go racing here, fellas. As you can see, not too far away from getting underway from the first round of a new season. And it's all about to kick off here, ladies and gentlemen. You can see the drivers getting into their lane here before the start of the big one. Hope you're ready at home. 31 cars, 60 drivers, 7 manufacturers, if you don't mind. And we're about to get underway now through Murray's Corner. We're about to go green here. The track very wet to start with. Who is going to be crowned the king of Bathurst, the king of the mountain here this afternoon? We're about to get ready to go racing. Let's hope you're ready at home. We're about to go green, 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 green. It is go. Andrew gets away well, but Simon Bishop, you've got to get up early to beat him into turn 1. Has Andrew done that? Not quite on this occasion. Up mountain straight for the first time. He has. Andrew leads this race. Hainsey there as well alongside Simon. It looks like everyone's got away cleanly there. Green flags being waved at the back as we start the charge. 31 cars charging up the mountain for the first time in this 6-hour race, the opening round of the AUSNZ Mega Esports PS5 Endurance Series. And Mike, they look so far so good. I've said that before, but they all look to have got away cleanly.
Yeah, dead right, Trevor. And well, you know, we're looking forward to seeing what happens at the end of the chase. As we come up into the cutting now, we're going through Griffin's Bend, and they'll start looking for that cutting. This is a really, really hairy moment here. Who's going to have what as they go through the corners? I'm actually jumped on board Diswood in the 22nd spot at the moment, sitting back there, just seeing how we can work our way through. Because normally what happens in front in Concertina, and we certainly saw that earlier on as we go over through McPhillamy down towards the dipper. And this is where the boys will, sorry, we'll actually jumped ahead a little bit too far there, but now we'll come up towards the 7 News over banner and going down into McPhillamy, down all towards the dipper as they start pulling through the gears and jumping on board. We're still seeing, you know, speeds close to the road speed in the wet conditions on these tricky dance and dash and all sorts of things for the cars. So will we get on to the straight without too many problems? So far so good right at the front of the field though. Side Dog, don't count him out at the moment though. He's certainly trying to get himself up there, and good start there from Andrew. Of course the best he can do is to get his nose in front. Now we start to pick up the speeds there, Trev, and well, so far so good, me old China, but we'll just have to wait and see how it all plays out at the chase.
Absolutely, still a long way to go. And how important is this, not just psychologically, Cam, but in terms of race strategy for Andrew to get ahead of Simon Bishop at the start? How important is that on the opening lap to just get your nose in front and get that track position early, especially in these conditions, given visibility is also going to be a factor in these wet conditions?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, trying to pave the way over the start with the rain, making sure that you've got a nice track position to either carry away a lead or pave your way forward is definitely ideal. And Andrew looked like he got a ripper start through T1, and he's managed to hold on to the lead provisionally with Sidewalk chasing him down. So looking all good so far. Touch wood, everyone seems to be finding their groove, knowing that the track is very wet. It'll come to them. We're going to see some early pit stops too, because the rain is going to start easing up a little bit in 10 minutes. So, you know, it's just going to be a matter of time before the track dries up enough, and we're going to start seeing people gamble. Is it time to come in for dry tyres? Are we going to stay out a couple laps longer? So yeah, it's definitely going to be shaken up in this first hour.
Absolutely. Clean start so far. We're looking at our leaders here at the moment. Hainsey is 1.2 seconds behind Simon Bishop in P2. So these two not quite checking out at the front, but they're doing very nicely indeed. And the rain will be easing off shortly. It's raining at the moment, and the rain is easing off. And then following that, we will have no rain. And I don't think Channel 7 News will be getting me to do their weather reports anytime soon, Mike. But we're only 4 minutes into this race here as we come onto Conrod Straight. I believe we saw a couple of guys coming into the pits, and I believe one of them was Water Arrow, who came to the pits a little bit earlier on. It seems as though everyone's got away cleanly here, and now Andrew, down Conrod Straight we go. And get your predictions in. Will we have a safety car in the first 30 minutes? Yeah, well, the predictions have come in, I can say, Mike. Yes, 76% think that we will. 24% not quite sure. The predictions are now closed. And we're hearing that car number 2 disconnected before the start of the race, Mike. So they are a lap down, but we've got 6 hours to come back. And that's still plenty of time in this race, but not the ideal start for car number 2 on this occasion, and not ideal at the start of a long afternoon.
Yeah, not ideal. No, you're right about that. But unfortunately, these technical gremlins happened, and the AGT Motorsport Mustang, well, those guys actually got caught up pretty hard in the practice race as well. So, you know, if it wasn't contact on the track, it can be a jolly technical gremlin. But, you know, like you said, Trev, 6 hours is a heck of a long time. And hopefully it plays into it that they can come up with a really good strategy and come back and make up for the earlier issues here. So Isaac Fogg and Water Arrow there, they'll be trying everything they possibly can. A long way to go. But just jumping on the front again and watching Distinct, Andrew is just doing a great job. He's been chased down by Side Dog though. Side Bishop, he's not one to be taken lightly, but you've hit the nail on the head. This is one of those things where in one breath you want to really get out there and nail your opponents. You want to show them who's boss. You want to pull out a blinder. We see this so often in the real-time racing with the Mount Panorama circuit, whether it's the GT3 team doing the 12-hour, which I've still yet to see the footage to be fair, or whether it's the good old V8 supercars. But most important thing, like as you said, is stay the heck out of the pits. Don't have any problems on the car. Keep it off the walls, and just watching the front guys going through and dancing their way down through the dipper, down towards the final turn as they come onto the mountain straight, onto the Conrod straight. It's just fantastic. Forestdale though, you get that right, you get a really good run down the strip, and if you get it wrong, oh goodness me, it's hold on tight. You're going to be weeping buckets by the end of it. But I'm quite interested in the gaps. We're starting to see a bit of a gap there from third to fourth place here. It looks like Clerk there is having a little bit of an up and down. He's actually lost the screen on how far he's dropped back from Hainsey, who's back in third place at the moment. The 33 car though, the Nissan, just again not quite making the pace, and I'm surprised at that. I thought they'd be a little bit better in the as a contender. However, the BMW with Side Dog, he's just keeping Distinct Andrew well and truly in check here, and that Mercedes-Benz, that AMG, we're seeing those cars go so very, very well. Now we start looking back through the field though, Hainsey, Clocaid, and then we go Norm for the top 5. Naked Blade though in the McLaren, up the first of the McLarens. We've got too many McLarens in the field, up into the 6th place, and only just in 6th because right on the backside of Norm and the BCG2 team. Then we go back to the Kings 2 Binger King car, which is it's the Nissan, and they're in 7th place at the moment, car 19. Go back to Morgan Nick in the 369 Mustang, and HC1 who got one Smitty there in the 37 car, another of the Astons. He's in 9th place, and the top 10 is the PRT1 of Metal Steel, and the Ferrari, and it's the only Ferrari we've got in the field. So top 10 car, you just wonder why more guys aren't in that Ferrari, and especially in these sort of conditions. They seem to do quite well in the wet, but here we are, we've got the hand, we're dealing with it, and we're playing with it, and we're thoroughly enjoying it there. Trev, and we're hoping, like you say, mate, for another 5 hours and 52 minutes of clean, flag to flag racing. Wouldn't that be great? The other thing too, just to remember, there is a mandatory 3 pit stops you have to do. I don't think there's a snowball's chance in Parliament that we're not going to get that. We're going to get at least probably, I think Cam was saying before, about sort of 5, 6, maybe even more if you have an issue during the course of the day, and it's one of those things you've just got to manage the car, don't you? So I think there's no problem from that. But interesting that 76% of the Doomsdayers think there's going to be a safety car. We've already seen the nonsense, mate, in the first 30-minute practice race. They're all going to be well behaved. I'm going to go with we're not going to see a safety car. I'll be one of the 24%.
Well, speaking of 76% said yes, 24% said no. Car number 76 now is under pressure here. Look at this, Norm, who we believe has dropped down the field in the last couple of laps here. He's side by side at the moment, and Binger is through for Kings 2 Racing there. He gets that job well and truly done before heading into the chase. And a few in the chat. 2 fastest laps, HC Hyper, hello to you. Cloud in 10 minutes, rain is stopping soon, and nothing like a bit of rain to kick the race off. And let me tell you, the rain will be easing up, but for the time being, the track's still very, very wet. We are taking a look at car number 76, and Cam, this midfield is very congested at the moment. These conditions not helping us. There's some contact between Binger, and who was that making contact with Binger? It looks like Maxi Naked Blade, and Binger might have had a little bit of a tussle there.
Yeah, it looked like Binger got a little bit of a better exit out of turn 1. Maxi he went out onto the slippery stuff a little bit too far out onto the curb, and thankfully he managed to catch the car and it didn't end up spearing off into the pit lane wall. So that could have spelled disaster there early on. But this battle, this is the front runners at the moment. It's a nice battle pack, and you look at your track map too, and likewise there's some big battle packs a little bit further down. Nobody's out of contention here so far, so with the rain easing up in under 10 minutes, I'd give or take about 8 minutes, rain will stop, track will start drying up. That's when we're going to start seeing people getting quicker and quicker and then that's going to be, the time to bite the bullet and go, right, are we at the crossover point? Is slicks going to be quicker now compared to the wets? And it's such a big risk around here, especially the mountain. You make one wrong call to come in too early for dries, and it could spell disaster for you and your team.
Absolutely, it's risk versus reward. We can see the track in some places getting not quite as wet as that's a very technical term in terms of the weather conditions around here, but we can see now Nick approaching Norm down Conrod Straight. There's some movers and shakers here in this midfield now, and Nick is lining up a move. Let's have a look and see. On this occasion, he's too far back. We're 11 minutes into this race here at the moment, and as you mentioned, Mike, minimum of 3 pit stops here this afternoon, as indicated on the timing graphic by that sort of narrow, thin orange line, as you can see on the right-hand side of the driver numbers. On that occasion, you can see 3, so each time they come in, that'll go down to 2 to 1, and that'll be their 3 mandatory stops. There's 37 people watching here on Twitch, and a big hello to everyone out there across both YouTube and Twitch here this afternoon. Of course, we are going live. I think we're going live to NZ Sim Racing and, of course, Mega Motorsport NZ over on YouTube. And bringing this to you on the Kid Byers Twitch channel. Great partners, of course, Respawn, Esports Centre, Mega Esports, Hoon Corp, Kings Racing, BCG, all great partners of this series. But fellas, it's getting very close. Mike, here at the front, what is going through Andrew's mind here on lap 5? These conditions slightly easing off somewhat, but the only problem for him is that Simon's not easing off behind him here.
No, not at all, although I see that Andrew's actually just gone and done the fastest lap, so Sidog did actually have that for the last 3 or 4 laps, and now that Andrew's actually come back and responded nicely, pulled that gap back out to almost a second, 0.9 last time through the traps. So look, he's not going to be intimidated. It's a great little German battle, isn't it? We've got Mercedes leading BMW, leading Mercedes, and the Japanese are a little bit behind the 8 ball on that one, in 4th and 5th place. But as you said, it's one of those things not to read too much into this one. We have got so much more motorsport to go. Can you believe it? We're almost 15 minutes into this race. It feels like we pushed the go button, only a fraction of a second to go. So Sidog moving down to 0.7 of a second behind Andrew now. So this looks like it might be, he'll be having a good crack at this for the fastest lap. And of course, as the track dries out, obviously the fastest lap is going to get faster and faster. It's going to be a better time by, some considerable amount of time. I wouldn't read too much into that, but for the here and the now guys, even the top 10, I mean, everyone's well and truly within a bit of a chance. In fact, as I say, that Sidog does shoot through, now has the fastest lap, no surprise in that, only 0.8 of a second behind Andrew. Hainsey and Cloquet there in 4th place, Binger King and in fact, Binger's up to 4th place now, having just made the pass on Cloquet. So there you go. It can all happen in a heartbeat here. But these guys just need to race hard. They need to race firm but fair, because it can all turn, up very, very quickly. And I'm watching the gaps unbelievably really starting to open up, and that's quite encouraging, because it might be that the drivers haven't got the greatest of wet weather setups. They're taking a bit of a gamble. I know of one team, I won't mention Hoon, that they didn't change the car at all for the wet, because they've completely gambled on the track coming back to them dry. Now that is a risky manoeuvre, because we've got a tangle up. In fact, Smitty in the 37 car has just had a go against the 369 car, I think it is. So they've had a bit of a moment going up around the cutting, and that's a real crying shame. In fact, I think it was more around Griffins, so I'm sorry about that for them, but unfortunately that's going to drop them back. And as Trev, you mentioned about the early stage of a safety car, well, I'll still say that they can self-clear. We've got a yellow there with Nick in the 369 car and the Mustang, and of course Smitty in the Aston, so hopefully nothing too much in that, mate.
Well, you can see here we've had an incident. There is Smitty, and he's just going through our screens now. That overly enthusiastic Marshall there might have been a little bit quick, Cam, to start waving the green flags. Smitty, how much damage will he have now to that car? And Nick and the McLaren making contact there. Smitty, we're hearing Cam had nowhere to go, and there's not much space there approaching the top of the hill.
Yeah, Griffin's Bend is a very tricky one when you think of it, especially if you're trying to go too wide. The outside line isn't too good. Or as Diswood looks like he's had a bit of a massive moment coming into McPhillamy Park there. It looks like quite a bit of damage on the front of his car too. So yeah, looks like the track is getting a little bit slippery now. Drivers are starting to get a bit more confident. They think they can push, and that's where mistakes are happening. And yeah, you get a little bit too far out onto the slippery stuff where there's just no grip, where it hasn't been dried out yet. That's where your confidence kind of goes out the window very quick. So hopefully for these drivers, not too much damage. They all look like they were very patient and making sure that it was safe to rejoin. But yeah, fingers crossed, not too much damage as we see the rear of Diswood's car. No, I've got a feeling this one's going to be an early pit stop for them.
Absolutely.
Sorry, can I just jump in there, guys? Sorry to jump in. There's also a little bit of an oopsie daisy for the PRT3 car, the 102 Mercedes AMG, going up over the top as well. He ended up facing the wrong way. I was on board with Smitty at the time, and he actually passed the Mercedes sitting around the wrong way, who is back underway under his own steam. But you will have a look at the 102 car as well and just see how badly knocked around he is. I didn't actually see the issue, but he has got some severe damage on the back end of that Total Energies machine. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's going to think, no, he's not going to come into the pits this time around back in 29th position. But I tell you, like an absolute butcher, he's going to be gutted. And hopefully that car isn't too bad. But it's just a sign of the times. Good news, though, the 76% are still looking pretty strong there, Trev, as far as the safety car coming out. But we are not incident-free at all, are we?
We certainly aren't, and that's putting it mildly as the conditions beginning to ease off here. You can see at the top of your screen, we've got rain currently, then 10 minutes time, the rain easing off, 30 minutes time as well. We should be clear of the rain, and I don't know much about the nuts and bolts of these cars, Cameron Norris, but that is not how a rear wing on the 102 Mercedes AMG car should look there, as we are 18 minutes into this race. We might take a look here at what's happening back at the front, because this is looking like we might have a safety. Do we have a safety car now? Virtual safety car being deployed here, Cam, for that incident, because we've got our drivers here. Distinct Andrew leading them around here, and Distinct Andrew, a Distinct Esports member, of course, multi-time OCE Nations Cup champion and OCE Manufacturers Series champion as well. So he's very handy at what he does, but I believe that we're not hearing from race control at the moment, because I think our live steward is busy doing other things here, Mike. I believe we've got a virtual safety car to just... We talked about the incident earlier on with the cars. They're able to get that lap back now, aren't they? And like we said, there's still a long way to go here, as we've got our first virtual safety car of the afternoon.
Well, I've got to go with the 76%, mate, and a closed mouth gathers no feet, so I was a little bit too soon on that one. But hey, look, unfortunately, they've made the call. I honestly don't know exactly why. I'm not going to jump into the yays and the nays on that one, because the track was actually clear. But you know, it's such a long track around here that you know, the time for the guys to get themselves going again. But rightly or wrongly, it's come out, and we're now putting around. Literally at 20 miles an hour, sort of watching these cars go around the track. We can have a bit of a breather though, because we have now well and truly passed the first 15 minutes. In fact, we're fast approaching 20 minutes. Now it'll be very interesting to see how the pit actually looks during this one. We have had, as you mentioned, some incidents. We've had some cars with some serious damage on there, and they'll be walking wounded. So now would be a great time for them, Trev, to come in. I don't know though, and Cam, you could probably correct me on this one, Cam, whether or not we would see any driver changes if cars were to come into the pits right now. Would they stay in the car, mate, or would they do a driver change?
Yeah, it's a very tough one at the end of the day, because you know, most of the time you'll put your most confident and quicker driver in the car straight away, in the hopes that you can kind of gain some track position and things like that. Or, you know, there's the other sides of things where you might have somebody who's more confident in the wet and quicker in the wet over the quicker driver in the dry. So yeah, there's so many different takes that you could have on this one, but I would dare say that most of our drivers that we've got in the car currently will stay in the car, as they've had the experience in the wet conditions so far. They'll come in for some dry tyres, give that a gamble and see how that goes. And then when the track is completely dry, then maybe that's where we might start seeing some driver swaps. But yeah, it's a very tricky one, I think, personally speaking. I would always put the more confident, quicker driver in the wet. I would make them drive. And then when the track starts drying up and they start sitting back going, all right, track's dry, we know it's going to be dry for a good half an hour at least at a minimum. Let's throw somebody else in while they're confident, just in case it rains again, because you don't want to take up all of your driving time that you've got allocated, which I believe is 3 hours 45 minutes per driver in this 6-hour race. So you don't want to be using up all your driver time too early.
I think you're bang on there, mate, and it's not really a question of who was going to come into the pits, but more the case of who didn't come into the pits. We had an absolute traffic jam in there, and if you have a look at the little yellow boxes there beside the car's number, you can see how many of them have got number 2 instead of number 3. So the cars that have come into the pits, it's like a who's who of out there doing motorsport, and everyone down to the top 9 positions have actually come in. In fact, only the top 9 position cars on the track at the moment have not come in. Everybody else, 22 cars, came in and traversed the pit lane. I think you're right there, Cam. You might have been right there. It wasn't about driver changes. In fact, I haven't seen many driver names change whatsoever. It's more about getting those dry tyres on. And they're starting to start, well, you can see now that rain is gone. And I wouldn't say there's a dry line by any stretch of the imagination. But the big one there was that Side Dog actually came in the BMW, stayed behind the wheel and put on those slick tyres. So, you know, you've hit it absolutely out of the park there. And now we can see the drivers. In fact, I'm just jumped on board the 137 car, obviously watching how Nismo's going, and he's weaving around and getting some heat in those tyres, because literally there's not much of a dry line there whatsoever. So this is, you know, look, the virtual safety car and the rain has thrown the cat amongst the pigeons on this one. So, you know, this is quite interesting. We still are safety car. I'm not sure if we're going to see when the lights are going to go out for this, but this has certainly made it an exciting time there, lads.
Certainly has. It's really set the scene, hasn't it? We are just inside the first half an hour of this 6-hour race. And alongside you, bringing you all the action, the voice of the New Zealand Speedway's Mike Howe, alongside Cameron Norris. And now we've got Andrew, Naked Blade, Sideways Polka, and Nick into the pit lane. And surely now they're going to be putting on dry tyres as we see those conditions. Gee, this makes it tricky, doesn't it? That crossover point in any race going from wet to dry, or vice versa from dry to wet. But we can see, you can see these drivers coming in. Sideways, Chipperton, Fly Sky. So basically, Cameron, the drivers that didn't come in last time around, well, guess what? They're coming in now.
Yeah, it was an interesting one, because I literally just saw a message from Wilco in the chat saying green flag this lap. So if in fact we have now gone green, then the drivers, they made a bad judgment in pitting, as we got confirmation that it is green flag now. So yeah, they made a poor judgment. They're going to lose so much time now, where they could have come in, you know, in the first lap or so of the virtual safety car here, and saved a chunk of time, still been right behind everybody. But you know, now they're going to be sacrificing a good 30-40 odd seconds, as I do see a yellow flag at the cutting. So can't quite see the driver number for that one, but it looks like they're struggling.
Is it EXO? I think 666. Is that the car? There is a yellow flag out. We're going to get to that in just a few moments' time. It looks like EXO there in the 666 car, who is stationary now, climbing the mountain. Whereabouts is he?
Sorry to jump in, Trevor. Virtual safety car graphic.
Yes.
Off.
Sorry. We can do that. Thank you. And we are racing once again. We'll get back to EXO in just a few moments' time. But Mike, we've got a new race leader, and disaster for the guys that waited. They waited too long, Mike. The track's drying out. Oh. Track conditions, absolutely. They're no longer wet, they're greasy, and disaster for those guys who left it too long, as we see Jish, our new race leader for BSR1.
Well, not only that though. Have a look at Psydog, who's in second place. He's behind Geesh. You're right, and he's on wet weather tyres, Geesh. So now he's just come into the pits, and so Psydog. I mean, Cam said, they left it too long, the other guys in that. But how did they know? I mean, how did they know what the right call was? It was still a treacherously wet track, and I know that we're going to see much faster lap times come as the track dries out and these these dry tyres, these slick tyres start to come in. But your heart goes out to them, doesn't it? I mean, at the time the safety car had come out, they're probably having discussions, all the team tactics are all saying, should we, shouldn't we? Oh look, let's run it, mate. Let's see what happens, and you can just imagine the communication. But how often do we see this where Psydog and Simon Bishop and his team, I mean, they've just done a cracking job, and you can't do any better than that at the moment. And Matt Simmons will be sitting there as well, and he would have been a big part in that, saying to what they would have agreed on the call, and others as well, because I mean, Metal Steel on the Ferrari up to third place now, which is a big effort there from them, and the only Ferrari in the field. I mean, Stone Harbour there in the AMG Mercedes and the 543 car up to fourth place, and of course Norm in the BMW. So we've got the 76 car there in the top five. Then we go back to the Skyline, of King's One team with Jimbo behind the wheel, just doing a cracking job in sixth place. So it's really set the cat amongst the pigeons. The rain, it caused crashes. They brought a safety car out, rightly or wrongly brought the safety car out, and the strategy with just that one safety car lap really giving these two safety car laps really giving these drivers the time to make a call. And unfortunately, Trevor, it just hasn't fallen in some favours, but it certainly has for others. Having said that, let's not take away from the fact that the drivers that were right at the front before, and the few of them there, they've still got their work cut out for them, but they're not out of this by any stretch of the imagination. It just means they've got a heck of a lot of work. They've got to really find those passing manoeuvres. But sitting on board the BMW at the moment, the race leader though, Trev, and sometimes you've got to be lucky and sometimes you've got to be good, and I think it's fair to say without any smoke up the backside here that the one car is just particularly good, and I don't really think luck was a big part of it at all. So they've done a cracking job. But look, now the time is just flying. We are getting older by the second here, because it's nearly half an hour gone. Can you believe that, guys? From the safety car coming out, and here we are traversing onto the front straight, going up Mountain Straight now with a lot of the field, and the gaps are close. That's the beautiful thing about this. It really has brought the field quite close together, the top 20, 25 cars. And there's others there, there's stragglers, there's cars with stories and wounds and that to tell. But it'll be interesting. In fact, I'll say this and do it at the same time. I haven't actually had a look and seen how our mates in the Mustang fared in the two car. Remember, they were dead last at the time with those with being a lap down. In fact, they've disappeared off the screen altogether by the looks of it. So trying to see where they are. I thought maybe they'd made a fantastic call and moved themselves up or got themselves within QE, but not the thing at the moment. So still plenty to write home about at the moment, and we are building it as we go. We're nearly half an hour into this one, Trev, and still at the front of the field there, that BMW with Simon Bishop, Psydog behind the wheel of it, and great strategy, great call, 11 laps completed. It's only a start of a huge amount of laps to come. Binger King in the 19 car there in the Skyline up to second place, and that's just amazing, because up until that safety car, the Nissan really wasn't anywhere near in the feature side of things, but we're certainly seeing that it is this time around. Metal Steel and the Ferrari there, in fact, right up on the back end of that Skyline, 0.3 of a second. So these guys need to play nicely together, because they need to start thinking, we can't let this BMW pull away as much as it is. It's 3 seconds plus into the distance. Everyone's tyres will be starting to come up. The track will be getting quicker and quicker. And Cy Bishop, another purple lap sector last lap through, and I've got a feeling that's going to get faster even again as he's got clear air, so he can do this as he wants. Binger King and Metal Steel, I say that the Ferrari's actually fallen back to a second behind the Skyline, back in third place there, and Norm another 1.5 seconds behind. Then we go back to King's One team there with Jimbo behind, who are further 2.5 seconds. So there's a little bit of gap between these drivers, and I think there's a fair chance we'll see some of the cars with a bit of room there is managing to really stretch their legs. It's going to be something exciting. I must have missed something at turn number 1 there, because maybe the 666 car had a bit of a moment. There was a green flag as they entered the Mountain Straight, and the 999 car's gone into the pits as well, so not quite sure what's going on with that one as well, team. But Trev, we've had a start. I won't say it was a sizzling start. I'm not going to mention the rain far too soon from my side, but first safety car out of the way, I've got to say, I'll take my head off to the 76%. They got it right.
They certainly did, and they've backed a winner, which is always good on a Sunday afternoon to back a winner. We've got a yellow flag out here once again. Mike, is it car number 237? And Cam, I believe we've got an incident there. No, nothing, just an incident, as Charles Leclerc would say. But that car number 237 has got going again. And boys, just like that, we are half an hour into this race. And Simon Bishop there, the man on your screen, and forming part of the Matthew Simmons-Simon Bishop duo. Always handy, as you said, Mike, to have the likes of Matthew Simmons, 2015 GT International Academy champion, and Simon Bishop as well, very, very experienced driver. And what he hasn't done isn't worth mentioning, but they have a handy lead. And now, Cameron, of course, if we have any other funny business in terms of weather, safety cars or anything like that, the one thing for BCG1 and Simon and Matt there in P1 at the moment, with that gap sitting at 4.6, they're going to have the call, aren't they, on pit stop strategy here, of course, in this first hour.
Yeah, absolutely. I think definitely BCG1, those guys, they've tested the crossover mark to see exactly when the ideal time to come in was, and it wouldn't surprise me if they've done a lot of practice running to see what the car was like and how it was going to handle on, you know, greasy conditions, how it was going to handle in the damp on dry tires too, just to get an idea of when are we going to be jumping over, when's our crossover point, what kind of lap times are we looking for. But they definitely pulled the rabbit out of the hat, so to speak, with the strategy there. And you know, it's one of those things that you slowly learn over your time doing, you know, whether it be your weekly races, your enduros and the likes. You start to figure things out a little bit more as time goes on, and you know, sometimes those little things you pick up on help your strategy out so much. And at the end of the day, strategy and staying alive during endurance races is what can secure your win and secure your podium and all that kind of stuff. So especially around Bathurst, it's such a tricky track. So making sure that you're picking the right time to make your strategy calls and all that kind of stuff, it's what's going to get you over the line in the end.
Sure, and then you know what? That's what makes it interesting for us up here in the commentary box as well. It builds the drama, builds the tension. 5 hours, 27 minutes and 20-something seconds remaining as we look at car number 100. Mike, approaching, fast approaching Kings 2 and Binger here. Not quite fast enough at this point in time, as we've got another yellow flag out. Is that Viper, car number 56? Mike facing the wrong way, in the worst possible position to be facing the wrong way around this circuit. That car, BCG5, is reversing back down the mountain, Mike. That's where do we begin to unpack this?
Yeah, it's a pretty smart thing though, because he's trying to get well out of the way to do a turnaround and get that car going, and that's a very easy thing to say, jolly hard to do. But back to 12th position at the moment, and you know, just look, you guys will see the replay. One of those things that can happen, and unfortunately, just when we're going down that part of the track, it gets very out of shape very quickly. How fast can he reverse? Still in 12th place.
He wants to get it done very quickly. He's giving it the Austin Powers here, Cameron, the old 3-point turn. I don't think, is he, oh my goodness me, he's just the steering lock on that car, Mike. Not ideal on the BMW. He's got going again, and more importantly, Mike, there doesn't appear to be too much damage on car number 56. He's got back going again, and some damage there at the front of that BMW. But more importantly, he managed to get the 3-point turn done, get it all pointing in the right direction without too much drama there in terms of other cars coming at him. But he's back on his way now.
Yeah, down to 26th place after all of the shenanigans. But, you know, just they'll be ruining that big time. I mean, they'll be ruining that like you wouldn't believe. But, again, the replay will tell us what happened on that one. But right here, right now, the car's moving, got himself going, hopefully avoided the nasty incident there as far as bringing out any more cautions around the track. And that's the most important thing, just staying on board with vaporizer, see if he is going to go and have a look in the pits and see what's wrong with the old BMW, but no, it looks like he's going to tough this one out, and I think that's the right call. Even if it's a walking wounded at the moment, keep the car going. At the moment, you're really better to be doing those circles, and even if you drop in a second or so a lap, or a couple of seconds a lap, for another good dozen or so laps, it'll bring you into contention for an actual proper pit stop. But he'll be working it out, just moving the car around and seeing how the machine is holding together at the moment. I'm quite impressed with a lot of the field though. Look, we've got a 31 car field, guys, you know, and I'm very impressed with the driving standard. We saw the practice earlier on, we saw it turn woeful, and I think that's a fair term of exactly what we had under us. But at the moment, in fact, I'm just seeing someone, who's that gone off just in front of Jimbo? Is that Norm? I think it might be Norm that's just gone and had a bit of a moment coming down into the final two, just after the oh dear, no, he's on the other side of the chase there, but could
have been
picking him up.
The car 666 car. We'll get that confirmed, but there definitely was an incident there. I think Jono Stan as well had a moment at the top of the hill, which is what distracted me. But I believe that Black Falcon in car number the 666 entry definitely had a moment there, didn't they, Mike? And you can see that car. With EXO, well, we know that's not EXO behind the wheel. Black Falcon there at the moment for Cactus 4 Racing. And so, interesting here, Mike. At the moment, we're seeing we had a clean start, maybe just when the conditions were at their worst. That's where the drivers were just tiptoeing around. But since the conditions have eased off, the track's dried out, we've seen more action in the last 20 or so minutes, haven't we? Once these drivers, now the pace is coming back to this circuit, the track is rubbering in. So now, more than ever, it's when the drivers need to focus, get their head down and concentrate around here.
Yeah, that's right. And that one really took me by surprise. Just I was on board at the time with Jimbo in the King's One car, and just seeing that Falcon, that black machine just flash off to the side. But yeah, unfortunately, one of those ones where sometimes you're trying to scramble to work out exactly who it jolly well was. But you're right, the 666 car. Yeah, not doing themselves any favours, a little bit low in the standings than they'd like to be, I'm sure. Some very capable drivers. There's no doubt we've got some talent out there, but unfortunately they're Exorcist and Black Falcon and they're another of the BMWs. And I think it's funny, not funny, haha, but interesting that we've got Norm in 4th place in his BMW, and of course the race leader is Side Dog in the BCG1 car in position number 1, and then we're seeing a few of the other ones there rearranging the body panels and having offs and all sorts of things. So it's very strange and a bit interesting. But guys, you know, Cam, I'll tell you what, mate. I know you're the man who's a seasoned pro here, but we are very, very quickly approaching, and we're about 20 minutes away from the first hour of this race. Now, you know, how, again, asking you, because I mean, you have, like you say, you're the 2-time nappy changing champion of all sorts of motorsport in God's world, but you know, how do you start approaching this now? Is your spotter starting to limber up, have a few fluids, and you know, go for a little bit of a nervous one, or is he well and truly, you know, already past that and ready to jump in the seat, you know, wanting to have a go, wanting to get the adrenaline on the track?
Yeah, so I think some of the strategy calls that might have happened, especially when we had the rain and it switched over to dry, is with a lot of the teams keeping that same driver in the car, they would have just taken full fuel, obviously taken dry tires, so that's going to extend their stints again. So, you know, some of these drivers might still be in the car for, you know, another good hour at a minimum, depending on obviously how long they can go on the fuel sides of things. But yeah, definitely stretching it out longer is going to be better. And, you know, even if you end up doing your first proper big bulk of a stint as an hour and a half, you know, that means that you can throw your next driver in. Maybe the rain comes back and that next driver has that same gauntlet that you had, where you had the wet for the first, you know, say 20-30 minutes, and then it dried up again. You know, maybe even a safety car comes out and you go, you know what, we've got rain approaching, let's just take an early stop, we'll take the wets and see what happens. Obviously that varies depending on the weather sides of things too, but the one thing I have noticed over the course of this lap, lads, is P18 OP with Twitchy in the 726 has got the purple lap. He managed to secure that one. So, you know, it just goes to show no matter where you are, no matter what's happened over the course of the race for you so far, you can still secure that purple lap.
Yeah, good call, mate. Good pickup on that one. And actually, yeah, spot on. And it's one of those things when you do have a little bit of a gap in the program between the car in front of you. And I think we're safe to say Twitchy was one of the ones that was caught out with that safety car call as well, and those ones that came in nice and early for tyres, you know, for that change. But no doubt at all have they got talent and ability in the 726 car, and this is a sign of the times. You know, you can't look at the results and say, hey, look, this is the person who's got, you know, the fastest guy at the front. But the fastest guy is well and truly at the front, no doubt about it at the moment. That doesn't mean to say we don't have faster guys out there, and that's distinct Andrew, of course, and Guy Barbara or Andrew Lee and Guy Barbara in that car. And of course, they were right up at the front before the can we say it nicely, the bad call on coming in for tyres. But they'll make up lost ground. Don't worry about that. I mean, they're on the same lap. That's the that's the positive thing to come out of it. But I'm watching Jimbo now, who's in fifth place at the moment in the mighty old Nissan GT3, and he's got some traffic there. He's got Norm in front of him, and in fact he's got Flying Kiwi in front of him there as well, and Kiwi is well off the pace at the moment, which is something I'm not used to seeing, to be fair, but after some earlier shenanigans which we called upon. And look at this, he's actually moved right out of the way coming on to Conrad to allow the fifth place car to come through, and I think that's what we need to see, the old sportsmanship there. He says, no, I'm not going to be part of the solution on this one for you, son, so I don't want to be part of your problem. And away goes Jimbo down the Conrad Straight, just watching him as he comes under the Pirelli Bridge, and we've seen the high 270s into the 280s, 281, 82, 83, just 84 there. So again, we are well and truly on pace, lads. The track has dried out to get him well and truly some top speed, and we are seeing that quite across the board there, Trev, too. These 284, 285 kilometre an hour laps down the straight there, and that's across the board of most of these cars. So there might be 3-4 kilometres in it between the fastest and the not so, but then those sort of few k's down, they're normally pretty good up over Skyline, aren't they, mate?
They certainly are, and you can see that we were close, according to Race Control, to calling a safety car for those incidents in the last couple of laps for car 56 and car 543. They just got moving in time, and you can see here Jimbo under all sorts of pressure from Kilroy, Jono, CP Greeny right behind him as we climb the hill here. Lap 18, 5 hours and 17 minutes remaining in this one. Let us know in the comments where you're watching from. NZ Sim Racing TV, Mega Motorsports NZ on YouTube, Twitch, on the Kid Byers channel. We are coming to you live across multiple platforms. I had to breathe in there, Mike, when I saw Jimbo there, so close to that wall. But Twitchy, we made a comment of him there at the back. Guy Barber as well. And Jimbo, we're hearing that he might have a slight issue. We're getting some inside information here, Mike. But look at this, Kilroy is right up behind him. Where can he find an opportunity to pass? It's not easy in this particular part of the circuit, but Jimbo is struggling at the moment here down the mountain.
Oh, that's not ideal, but I'll tell you, like blood in the water from a shark, you'll smell the opportunity, and you're dead right. Kilroy's got, in fact, Kilroy just got a tap up the bum from Jono's stand there in the BCG3 car, the 96 Mustang. So it's Mustang on Mustang action. In actual fact, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th place cars are all Mustangs. How about that? They're all swarming around like a bunch of mad horses, and meantime Kilroy, he's got some work to do there. He's only 0.3 of a second ahead of Jono's stand. He's 0.6 of a second ahead of Greeny, and then the 4.4 seconds back to the PR2 car there with TT behind the wheel, the 101. But meantime, Kilroy gets a nice run out of the chase, gets himself down into the little dash before the final turn here of Conrad coming into the left-hander. And great work on board here from the Mustang driver, who himself needs to keep his skates on there, because Greeny, just going back behind him, is doing a cracking job. Jono's stand doing a cracking job there. He's keeping well and truly eyes on, and Greeny himself. So it's a who's who of who's got the fastest Mustang at the moment. First one is in 6th, then we go 7th, 8th and 9th, just like that. And there's plenty more to come as far as the fans of the Blue Oval, because there's a lot of them out there on the track, so let's hope they're reliable. We've got 10 Ford Mustangs out there on the track, and the best they can do at the moment is 6th place. Doesn't mean to say that's the best they're going to do, though. They've made some great calls, and even a little bit of Mustang on Mustang action, if you're into that sort of thing, there from John O'Stan telling Kilroy, come on son, get past that skyline, we need to move these things into the top 5, which is not entirely a bad way to go about it. Just got to watch these cars. They're quite a delicate little piece of machinery. John O'Stan just gets himself a little bit of a whack over the wall there, coming through the cutting, and unfortunately for him, that's grazed the left-hand side of that car. Let's hope that tyre's okay though, Trev, because it can very quickly, things can come undone if we have got a little bit of a problem there for Jimbo, who looks relatively clean and tidy. You don't want to be going whacking the wall.
You certainly don't, and I've got a feel for Jimbo, Cam, as well, who woke up this morning. Waking up this morning, he probably wasn't expecting to have a murder of Mustangs behind him. Probably not the technical term to use there, fellas, but we'll go with that for now. But Jimbo, when he woke up this morning, Cam, I don't think he was expecting this. Kilroy, Jono, CP Greeny, TT's dropped a little bit further back here at the moment, and we're getting those comments in. But Jimbo under pressure. And Cam, is he going to be looking at his mirrors, or he needs to focus more on what's ahead of him? But what's going through Jimbo's mind at the moment? We're good friends with him, of course, but he must be just under all sorts of pressure. He might not want to look in those rearview mirrors at the moment here, how close it is.
Yeah, definitely not. You know, I think Jimbo's got the upper hand in a way. You know, he's leading the charge, and you know, equally the Nissans and the Mustangs, they're both excellent cars on the straights, especially the back stretch too. They're just great. They just love to open up and go for it, you know, where if it was a different car like a McLaren or something like that, probably just would have gotten swamped by all of the Mustangs with the power that they have. But yeah, look, if I was Jimbo, I'd just keep my eyes forward. I'd sit back and go, all right, I got the pace, I'm holding them there, we're not losing time, they're not gaining on me, so just no mistakes, just keep going forward and see how you go. But yeah, I've got to admit, Trev, over the last few months, we've had the privilege of watching Jimbo just constantly excel. As that looked like a massive moment for somebody, looks like they just grabbed the curb and speared off into the wall. We've lost one of our Mustangs. Oh, I see him in the background there, so hopefully not too much damage on that one. But yeah, as I was saying, we've had the privilege of watching Jimbo over the last few seasons, whether it be KRL and the Oz New Zealand Endurance Series, just constantly excelling. Every single race you'd see him do is just getting quicker and quicker, and he's just becoming more consistent. He's not the Jimbo that we used to fire out of the cannons anymore, Trev. I've got a feeling he's the Jimbo that's firing us out of the cannon soon.
He's a new Jimbo, that's for sure. We are going to see some fireworks, no doubt about that. Touching on the technical term for a group of Mustangs, gentlemen, is a band. And if you get multiple bands in an area, that forms a herd. So there you go. So thank you. I've been reliably informed about that. Always good to use the proper English language. As we see Kilroy here, Mike. He is one of the Mustangs. And, well, you might say that the band, they were together there for a short period of time, but the band's been broken up, and Kilroy is in the pits. He's got some damage to that car there.
That's a shame, isn't it? That really is. But look, he'll turn it around. One of the other cars that's jumped into the pits again is our mate 56 car, which is Matt Durnelli in the BCG5 BMW, currently in 30th position. Got a couple of things to worry about for them. Not so much they're in 30th. I mean, they've already done 2 pit stops, so they've only got one more to go to meet the mandatory time. In fact, the safety car board's just come out there, lads, so I think we might be picking that up very, very soon if we go right on the virtual safety car. But just quickly about the 56 car before we do slow down, is the BMW seems to still be on wet weather tyres. He's got the red flashing light on the back of the boot there, and I'm actually quite surprised that they've had to do repairs on the car, and it looks like they may have oversighted that they could have put the slicks on. I'm only guessing that by the red light still flashing on the back, which is the rain light. So I've got a feeling these boys are still on their wets. Are they saving their dries?
Sorry to jump in there to clarify for you, Mike. So The rain light on the back of the car, the drivers can access that through their MFD. So they can choose to either have it on or off, and you can run that whenever you want. The biggest indicator, it's harder, I believe, to see on the PlayStation sides of things, but you can look at the grooves of the tires and you can tell whether they're slicks or wets. That's really the only indicator that we can see as to what compound of tire they're on during the race trim. But yeah, like I say, it's so much harder on the console side of things because you can't zoom into the tires and have a sneaky peek. But yeah, the rain light, the drivers can choose to flick that on or off whenever they would like to.
Well, that's sort of interesting. I would have thought in the old supercar rules, and that's where I'm sort of going with on that one. So I liked my conspiracy theory a little bit better, Cam, to be fair. So I'll thank you not to be so practical and things in the future and give me facts, because commentator never lets the truth get in the way of a good story, mate. It's quite inconvenient. I'll go back to what I'm just kidding, mate. No, that's pracker. Hey, let's get back to the front of the field, that one, and leave all the conspiracies aside. But I'm seeing a couple of cars now, including Nemo there in the 36 car back in 25th position, and Kilroy in the 669, both in Mustangs, have also completed 2 pit stops, and we're still in the first hour, so that's one of those things. And we did talk about the pit stop strategy before the racing did kick off. One more note there too, lads, that the Twitchy car there now, still got the purple band, up to 14th place, so really starting to work their way through the traffic. Fastest car on the track by quite a decent margin by the looks of it there, and only 0.2 of a second behind the 667 car there, which is the Ardman Cactus 2 car, the McLaren. So watch for that position to change again. So Trev, it's one of those things. They certainly did pay the handicap price, but by golly, they storming through the field, and what better way to do it?
They certainly are, and if there's one thing I know about Twitchy, gentlemen, is that he doesn't like to be behind, especially when he's quicker on track in terms of pace. Cam, he does not like to be held up, does he, this man? We've seen a bit of him in the past, and he just needs to... There's not much this man does wrong when he's behind the wheel of a car, but you just sometimes need a little bit of patience, Cam, don't you, when it comes to getting by some of these guys that may not quite have the pace that you do.
Yeah, exactly. And, one of the hard things, especially myself, sometimes I find, I'm so much quicker and I just want to get past. And in the moment, you're like, I'm losing so much time. I just, let me go. And sometimes when you're in that mindset, you're in such a groove the whole way through that sometimes being held back a little bit, even if it's just over the top of the mountain, being held back that fraction of a bit can sometimes ruin that groove that you have, and you've got to get back into that a few laps later. But yeah, definitely one of the big things about Bathurst is always just be patient. Even if you've got somebody that's blue flagged over the top of the mountain, just be patient, give them the time to get to the back straight as they go down Conrod, and they'll let you go. There's so many safe places to get past, whether you're quicker or even if you're blue flagged, to let people go through. And over the top of the mountain's one of the scariest spots to do it.
You can see he's getting closer. He's getting very close indeed. As you can see there, 5 hours and 7 minutes remaining. Can you believe it, fellas? We're almost 1 hour into this race. 202.8 for Twitchy. Simon's best time at 2:03. So 5 hours remaining, Mike Howe, voice of the New Zealand Speedways, alongside us with Cameron Norris, multiple champion for QRT and KRL, and Shakedown as well for good measure. But he is all over the back of him here, Mike. It's not going to be a matter of if, but it's going to be when he can get this move done here, climbing the mountain.
Yeah, spot on. We saw him having a go at the chase before earlier on, and Adman, he quite rightly took the line that he deserved. He was paying respect to Twitch. He didn't block him, and it's just a fantastic sight to watch this one, because so often this can end in tears, and I certainly hope it doesn't. But one thing we know about Twitchy, as you say, and I don't know all the guys like you guys can live, eat and breathe these chaps. You know them all very, very well. But I've heard his name so much. I know he's such a very, very considerate driver too. He'll be thinking in the back of his head, I want to get past this guy, but I've got to look after the car, because I've got others to think about as well as myself, and that's the important thing, and that beside him there, old Distinct Andrew, Andrew Lee, he'll be sitting there saying, it's right, mate, just take it easy. Still got 5 hours to go. But, when you've got the pace that he's got at the moment, fastest car on the, he's not fastest car on the track, guys. We've just got a new fastest lap. Guess who it is? Trev, it's that dog in front again, that sly side dog. He's doing the business. I'll just stay on with Twitchy though, and Twitchy just made a blinding pass. In fact, I think he just got a little bit of a nod there from the 667 car, and he's just said, "Yep, son, you go past me this particular. You've had your one. Thank you very much." With a twiggle of the old rear end of the car to say cheers for that one. And I think Ardman said, "You know what? I'm just going to sit back and see that done." But again, going back to the breaking news. Good time, but Side Dog wants to go even faster there, Trev. So, in fact, just in front of Twitchy, we've got a bit of a moment there. Who's that? Is it the TT2 car, or just trying to pick him up as he goes past? It's Stone Harbour. So Harbour's been having a problem there some distance back. So it's not too early, guys. We're only an hour into this one, and these guys and girls, they just need to get themselves a little bit oriented, I suppose. That was the Loose Rare Racing, which is quite an apt name in the Mercedes, and the Stone Harbour there doing the driving and having a little bit of a moment at 10 number 1. But it's great for Twitch that he's moving himself up through the ranks the way he is at the moment. And but Side Dog, just getting that gap and getting it away and pulling it. I was just going to say before, it was like 7 or 8 seconds ahead of Binger King, but the 19 car now is nearly 10 seconds off the pace track. Can you believe it? Nearly 10 seconds away. And, so many times we've seen this field concertina up so jolly close, and yet somehow this BMW just keeps doing what it does, doesn't it, mate?
Absolutely. Simon Bishop behind the wheel of that car. Anything you can do, I can do better, says Simon. They've gone, they're P1 at the moment, as you said. Mike, being a King, 10 seconds further back to Kings too. But if there's anyone that can do it, it's this man. I know I talk about his hair fairly often, which sounds quite strange, or lack of, but boy, he is aerodynamic in every sense of the word, as we've seen now that the track has just gone to optimum prime time for these lap times now. Cameron Norris, we are going to see these lap times tumbling here. We might see a few different guys here exchanging that little purple square next to their name in the next few minutes here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for the next few laps, we're going to see the fastest lap, or, the purple lap of the race. It's going to be chopping and changing between a few drivers, I think, because the difference with the track conditions, fast track is a little bit slippery. It's not completely gripped up. You can't do your best. But optimum track, you can just go full send. Within reason, obviously. You don't want to end up in a wall. You still got 5 more hours to go, but you've got so much more grip. The car will just feel alive, and with that comes greater responsibilities of making sure you drive within your percentile. So you don't want to be pushing 100%. That's pretty much what you would do for quali. You want to make sure that you're about that 98-97%, and you keep a little bit of a margin there for error, so that obviously you don't end up going too quick, that you end up in the pit lane, because nobody ever wants to go through that. But we're back on board with Jimbo though. He's got the likes of Jono Stan and Greeny not far behind. He's been doing well actually to hold these Mustangs back. So well, I'm looking forward to seeing what Jimbo can do. We're coming into that closing first hour, just under 2 minutes away from the first hour, lads. Only a cheeky 5 to go. I'm looking forward to seeing what the weather's got in store for us.
And we'll wait and see, Mike. We've got as well with car 101 there, I believe, in the hands of TT. He's had a moment at coming through towards Conrod Straight here, Mike, and this is a disaster for PRT2 here with TT at the wheel of that car. They are dropping down the order now. We missed that initial incident. We saw the yellow flags out on the track map here on ACC, but what has happened there? They just getting it all wrong there, and will they come into the pits here straight away to get this damage fixed? They're just sitting inside that top 20 at the moment here.
How many times do you see Forest Elbow do exactly what it does, is you come onto Conrod like that and you can just get it all wrong. The sad news about the 101 car is the rear diffuser is very, very loose. Now that's certainly going to hurt the aero. Yes, they are going to come into the pits as well too. Smart move from them. It's going to cost them some time to get that fixed, but you know, that's the smart thing to do. And look, again, we are exactly 1 hour completed, so if they're ever going to have a bit of bad luck, if they've worked out the right time to do it, if that makes sense. And I was actually jumped on board the 137 car, seeing how Nismo and the team were going. They had just moved themselves into the top 10, but yeah, and all of a sudden, flash bang, there goes the 101 car. So a little bit surprised about that, and that is a shame for them, which has moved them quite down through the results, of course, and the now, what are they now? 21st place in the pit, so that's only going to get worse. Good time for a driver change though, Cam. I mean, now would be the perfect time. We're literally 7 seconds away from cracking over our first hour of racing of the Mega Esports Bathurst 6 hour here at Mount Panorama. So, you know, I think they can take a bit of a positive there, Cam, from this one. Quite probably they'll be chucking on a new set of whatever tyres they're running. We can come up with a brand name if you want, and you know, a bit of a drink in the bottle. Chuck a new driver in there for good measure. We can imagine that's what's happening as he's sitting there in the pits, and then get himself back out there. But Cam, it's not all over by any stretch of the imagination. I'm hoping, and they can get themselves out there as TT jumps in behind the wheel.
Yeah, exactly. You know, the race is never over until, you know, you start seeing that checkered flag and that final lap and all that kind of good stuff. I think that's the beauty of Mount Panorama in a nutshell, isn't it? You know, the real life races as well. You know, we had the real life 12 hour, and there were so many things that got shaken up during that one, and likewise it gets shaken up in the virtual world for us too. You know, you might have an unfortunate first opening lap, or, you know, whether it be an opening hour or something like that, you have a moment. It's never over. You stick it out and you see what you can do, and we've got safety cars for a reason. You know, if something happens, we bunch everybody back up. You've got the opportunity to get a lap back later on, and, you know, who knows, the rain might come back a few more times. That might just be what you're banking on. Or you've set the car up perfectly for the dry, and, you know, you just know that you're going to be blistering during that time. So making sure that you're driving within your percentile, you're making moves where it's safe and where it's able, and you just keep chipping away, because yeah, at the end of the day, we've got 3 different car classes that drivers are racing in, whether it be the Pro, the Pro-Am, or the Am. You've got an open position to take the win for your car class, your podium positions for your car class, and likewise the overall podium. So there's always something to fight for out here, and it's a long 5 hours to go for these drivers. They're going to be starting to get a bit stressed out and all that kind of stuff as the time starts to tick on. But I did see Wilco has redeemed a ride on board, Trev, with Simon, so we might have to do what Wilco says instead of what Simon says.
Well, Jason says rather, or Wilco says, we're going to ride on board, and what we might do, gentlemen, we might have a short break, a short intermission here, and we're going to leave you with the all-natural sounds of this beautiful BMW here, going across the top of the mountain with the more than capable hands, or in the more than capable hands of Simon Bishop, and he's up on this lap there, 202.245 last time around, and we might take a short break and just let you enjoy the sounds of this BMW across the top of Mount Panorama. It's the opening round of Season 3 of AUSNZ, the Endurance Series, with thanks to Omega Esports and our great partners. We will be back very, very shortly, and we are going to give you a bird's eye view of this man doing his thing, and you can see there the beautiful shot there, dash cam if you don't mind, with Simon Bishop in P1 here at the 6 hours of Bathurst. We're going to be back in a few minutes time. Stay tuned. That's how it's done. That's how a professional does it, and there's plenty of them out there as we have gone beyond the first hour of this race, which means we've still got 5 of them to go. 4 hours and 52 minutes remaining in this one. Hope you're enjoying it across both Twitch and YouTube, of course. Across the Tasman, across the world, in fact, here, round 1 of a brand new season, AUSNZ Mega Esports round 1, as we go to have a look at Being a King for Kings Racing 2. And there we have it, P2 there for this team. The number 19 car, of course, a famous number for Kings Racing, as you can see. And a special mention, Mike, to this man who, guess what, is doing this race, 6 hours of this race entirely solo. Hopefully he's got some water and some refreshments close by, because he's not going to have a chance to step outside of his sim rig for the next 4 hours and 51 minutes.
Well, I hope this is a family show, Trev, but I hope he's Brendan happy, because I don't know, a guy could do 6 hours, mate. I think that's a huge, huge effort. But, you know, you just got to take your head off to him and go, well done, son, and all good things for you, because that is exceptional. And the one thing about him, too, is that the car is virtually unmarked, and that's another sign of a very, very good driver and a well set up machine. But, you know, that is a phenomenal amount of concentration and effort. I mean, it's hard enough for 3 of us clowns and sit up here and talk words and just sit there and watch and admire, but imagine absolute commitment of doing 202s, 203s, lap after lap after lap, especially with the start of the racing that we had, you know, how wet it was, and the safety car thrown in for good measure to be up to second place, making a good call. Has he got someone in his ear for strategy? I mean, I don't know how he's doing that. I really, really don't. I'm a fumbling klutz when it comes to this sort of stuff, but I love watching it. I think I'm pretty good when I have a go, but my lap times tell me I'm an absolute amateur. And on that note too, one thing I don't think I've mentioned yet, and I do apologise, we've got 8 pro teams on the track. We've got 16 pro and am teams at the same time, pro-ams on the track, and we've also got 7 completely amateur teams here fighting it out. So as Cam was saying earlier on, you know, it doesn't matter where you come first, second and third on the podium. We've got 3 podiums there to decide the title champs, and that will be through the whole duration of the series for 2025. And I think that's something to remember with the AUSNZ, the way that it's going to work out for these drivers. You know, you can be the best of the best, you can be the guy or girl or team that wins in the pro, you can be really good with a pro driver and an AM driver, and then of course the AM drivers themselves duking it out, well and truly a podium. 3 to make a podium. We've got 8 pro, 16 pro am and 7 am. So I think it's very, very impressive to see these drivers front up and mix it. And you know, we don't have any muppets on the track at all. This is a sensational group of drivers. I'm not saying they're angels, I'm not saying they're the best there is, but sure as eggs, they're putting in a massive effort there at the moment. And you know, being a king in the 19 car in the Nissan Skyline in second place, he's about, I think he's about 12 or 13 seconds behind Cy Bishop at the moment in the BMW. But you know, you can forgive him for that, because he really has to endure. And if he can stay on the podium outright there, Trev, I think that is an absolute credit to this driver. And I don't know a thing about him, but I'm actually on board the car watching my little screen, and you know, his lines, he's just smashing them absolutely perfect every time. I haven't seen him rub a wall or even look like he's getting close to doing it. He's doing a cracking job. So 12.5 seconds coming up over the top of the hill at the moment. So as he starts going down towards the dipper, you know, he's just doing it dead right and making the car look ever so clean. Now, having said that, there is a thing called the commentator's curse, Trev. Now, if I've gone and completely hoodooed, I mean, he has a spin in the next half lap or something, there's nothing to do with me, okay? I'm only wishing good things for him. But we've got Cam back as well. He's come back after a bit of a break, and mate, we have had a cracking start to the day. How do you deem it there, Cam, as far as the way the drivers have behaved themselves, mate? I mean, give us a score out of 10. We haven't seen perfection, but we certainly haven't seen the Keystone Cops. So like we saw in that half-hour practice race, how would you rate the start of this 6-hour race?
Yeah, so far I reckon I'd give it a solid 7 out of 10 at the moment. We've had a couple of mistakes that have been made by some of the drivers, and you know, we had the virtual safety car as well to kind of ease people back in, and we've had some disconnects too, and I think that's just the nature of Bathurst in a nutshell, isn't it? You know, mistakes are bound to happen. It's the mountain. It loves to claim people, whether it's in the real life or whether it's in the virtual world too. So yeah, honestly, I've got to give props to a lot of the drivers out here today. There's been moments that we've seen, just looking at the track map quickly, the dipper, you know, where we've had drivers facing the wrong way, and likewise in Forest Elbow and stuff like that too. We've had moments all throughout the mountain, and everyone seems to be nice and sensible. They're finding a safer way through, they're slowing down, and that's what we love to see. You know, it's an endurance race at the end of the day. You've got to keep the car alive for not only you, your team, but all the other drivers too. So, you know, providing the weather kind of maybe holds back for a while longer, the drivers can all get into that groove. And, you know, if the rain comes back, then they're all going to be better prepared for it the next time round. So, yeah, I'd give it a solid 7 out of 10 at the moment.
I'll go with that, mate. I think that's absolutely stonking start so far in this one, not just in this particular race, but for this series. And I hope all the drivers that start today and get encouraged no matter where they finish, and come back and keep coming back for the rest of the season. And I don't know that it's impossible for others to come and join the series during the course of it. Trev, you might have a little bit of an update on that one. Of course, I think there's still room for more. But before you throw your comment in on that one, I just want to point you towards the direction of Twitchy there in the 726 car in the Mercedes, up to 9th place, storming through the field. Now, we know at one stage he was actually the purple sector racer, but at the moment he is working his way up there. He's 8 seconds back behind Jimbo in the Skyline, coming up over the top of Skyline as a matter of fact, going down towards the dipper section. So I'm well pleased with him. But Trev, as far as the drivers and the teams and everything that are in part of the series, is this our closed lot, or is there more that can join through the course of the year?
I believe, as far as I know, Mike, I think there is always room. We've got 31 cars, 60 drivers, I believe. I'm not sure how long, of course, the entries are open for before each event, but there's always room for more. What is the capacity, Cam? I don't want to put you on the spot there in terms of each of the lobbies, but as we see in the chat, the Twitch chat that is, if you want to be a part of this series, please get involved, follow the link in the Discord, and but I believe there is room for a few more, Mike. So like we said, if you do want to get involved,
sorry mate, I'll just jump in there. The 77 car there, Markle, the QTR car, has just had a nightmare over Skyline just before Forest Elbow, and has got himself going again, but is wearing a fairly decent amount of damage, was whacked into the wall. In fact, I see the 666 car is not too far before Forest Elbow as well, also in the same position, sitting still, and hopefully, in fact, he's just trying to back him out with S-assist behind the wheel, trying to back himself out to the other end of the dipper, and hopefully there's no one going to clout him. Well, there is a car roaring down to him at walk factor 9 as we speak, and hopefully gets a clean pass. So that's a scary moment. 2 cars there caught up. So I don't think they were together, but yeah, sorry about that, mate, to jump in. But yeah, no, it's one of those things. And again, just before the end of those dipper sections there and into Forest Elbow, also with rear diffuser damage. In fact, he's just gone off the track, the Exorcist, in the 666 car. The old thing's acting like a bit of a beast, so he's obviously got some decent damage on there after that clout, so hopefully he'll get back into the pits okay. Sorry, mate, what were you saying?
I don't know, I can't remember, but I can tell you one thing. Virtual safety car, my short-term memory is not great. I can tell you that we have a virtual safety car. So our second safety car event of the afternoon. And we are 1 hour and 17 minutes into this race. There is our race leader. There's EXO just behind him. And if any 2 or more, I believe, get involved in some trouble, and we've seen it there at the top of the mountain here this afternoon, the virtual safety car will come out. Thank you, Andrelli, for confirming that as well in the chat. So second safety car of the afternoon, Chuck. And boy, this is going to, once again, we've been throwing many cats amongst many pigeons, but once again, this is going to mix things up here right throughout the field.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be... Oh, sorry.
Go on, mate.
Sorry, yeah, it's definitely going to shake things up. I only saw the tail end of that incident, but yeah, safety cars breed safety cars, as they say.
No
Yeah, it
doubt.
sure does. Looks like we've got Porsche in there for a bit of a quick chat there as well, too, there, guys. So good to see you join the chat, Porsche. How's your guys' campaign going?
Yeah, it was quite annoying with the rain starting. Obviously, we didn't expect it to happen. As per usual, when you start a race, you don't expect it to start raining, obviously. So it was a bit of a shock to us, Cactus drivers in the team. But yeah, the BMW when the first safety car happened, we're coming out on exit in a out of Hell corner, and the car just lost all grip on the rear. So bit disappointing, and then the car wasn't turnable to go to the right, so we had to go to the back to the pits. We had to wait 2 minutes 30. It was been a rough start for us, but yeah, hopefully we can make a comeback to the end of this one.
Yeah, it's certainly one of those things that unfortunately the old BMW was seen it leading the race at the moment, and yourself and McGazza, you know, you're struggling, and it's fair to say. But mate, you're not going to give up after a little bit of a nonsense like this, are you? If it doesn't kill you, it's just going to make you stronger. Is that the way you're going to attack this?
Yeah, we're not giving up. We've come here, and we're not gonna DNF. It's not yeah. We got 4 hours and 40 minutes left for this race. Anything can happen. The leaders could bin it. You know, you never know.
You're dead right about that, and of course you're not dead last either, mate. By quite some considerable margin. There's been some woeful tales out there on the track so far today. What was it like with the start for the car? Did you guys stay with your dry setup, or did you adapt the car for the wet?
Well, we we're talking about it before the race about setups and all that. And we thought we'd run with our dry setup. And we put the wet tires on. And because we only had about 2 or 3 minutes to talk about it. So we thought we'd just stay with the same setup, saving us having to spend trying to rush the setup in. Because we've already practiced with the setup, so we thought we'd just chuck the wet tires on and see how it performed. But yeah, no, not the best start we wanted. The highest position we got up to was P14, and then yeah, and then we've done a few spins in here and there. So yeah, not best start. But I'm just about jumping to the car on the next lap or two after the safety car that we're having here. Yeah.
Okay, so you're not too far from jumping in behind the wheel.
No, just about to hop in. Got Twitchy and Nemo in front of us, and looks like we're coming into pits now for us.
Yeah, we better leave you, mate. Hey, good luck, go well, and we'll catch up. Can we have a talk to you in a little while and just see how you get on after your stint?
Yeah, I'll put a radio call in after my stint, boys, and you guys can talk about me.
Go, bro. Go. Thank you very much, and that's great. That's Porsche there, of course, in the Cactus Racing 4 car, their car number 999. Not too evil after all. He's upside down there. He's going to jump in behind the wheel as Mikiazu jumps in into the pits and does. Look, you know, it's one of those things, isn't it, Trev? I mean, I'm not the pro racer. Cam's the pro racer. You're a good racer. So we actually make a pretty good little motley crew, to be fair. And then we see what can actually happen to the drivers during the course of that one. But I really like their attitude. You know, we're not going to give up over this one, mate. It's going to make us. It's not going to break us. And I think that's what's the beautiful thing about these 6-hour endurances. You know, with can you believe it? Just over 4.5 hours to go. So there's plenty of time for these lads to get back out there and really start to make some impressions.
It's you're spot on, and just the access there. A big shout out to Porsche GT as well. He's just about to jump into the car. Can you believe it? And he's just as he's about. We've just grabbed him in the pit lane. We've door stopped him and had a chat with him. Big shout out, thank you to Porsche GT for jumping in at short notice. We will have interviews, driver interviews, as we see 18, I think, Mike, out of the first 19 cars coming in or came into the pits there during the second virtual safety car. But Mike, what about the access we get to these drivers? It's incredible access we get. There's not many workplaces, is there, where you can just sort of come up and have a chat before you're in the heat of the moment. But the drivers, always a pleasure to talk to them, and it's good of them to make themselves available, isn't it, to have a chat with us right at the most intense times of races like these. So it is good to get that access as well, isn't it?
Yeah, that's amazing. He was as cool as a cucumber. I mean, my teammates coming into the pits, I would not be saying a word to these Muppet commentators. Sorry, bud, see you later. I'm gone. But he's like, oh yeah, no, I better go, mate, because I'm like, man, what a polite guy. So he must be a Kiwi. We don't get polite Aussies like that, surely. But no, look, that's fantastic from them, and I wish them well as well. Of course, not that it makes any difference on on how they go on the track. They've had, is it possible they've had all their bad luck, and hopefully it only works in their favour, or is it just just the start of one of those days, and we'll have to find out how it goes. But golly, it's a who's who of of who's been into the pits. I think the only car that hasn't been into the pits, guys, is the race leader at the moment, the 11 car there, the Mustang, with Aaron Thomas behind the wheel in the TTR East car, and another one too, which I completely missed this one. I'm going blind in here. Oh no, it's because we had a driver change. I was going to say now Matt has actually jumped in there, but we've got a stopper up over the hill there, the 137 car. I was just following them. Nate's jumped out, and Dub True's jumped in behind the wheel. And I think the 101 car is just sitting there behind him there, so obviously some positions down. So just a few problems up over the top of the mountain, still presenting themselves. And what a time for these drivers to make use of that safety car, Trev. And it was absolutely academic. It was going to be a driver change time, wasn't it, mate?
It certainly was, and you can see there that was bits of missing as well, wasn't it? I believe he was just letting some other drivers by, and some collateral damage there, Cam. The innocent polystyrene Volkswagen Amarok signs the sponsorship on the side of the track. The second one of them's gone now. It's the sort of strange things that us commentators hyper-focus on throughout the course of the 6 hours, but it was always going to be a time, as you said, Mike, to come in and change. We've got Gaz, Ikatosh and Diswood coming in as well, and we'll have to got hit under the safety car there, so there's some other stuff going on. It might be something to bring up with the stewards, but virtual safety car still out here at the moment. Chuck, how long are we expecting this virtual safety car to be in play for here? I believe we've just got a few guys coming down Conrod Straight. We might be almost ready to go at the end of this lap.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we go green towards the end of this lap here, because the stragglers that are coming down Conrod into the chase now, they'll definitely be on the back of this pack partway through the mountain. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we go green at the end of this one. I'll keep an eye on it and see if I can let you know early.
Absolutely. And
sorry, can I just jump in there? Sorry, mate, I'm so rude, but I've just realised we've had a change for first position, who's actually done both pit stops, and someone just got flying past the leaders too, which is a little bit interesting. He's off and out of here, but we've actually had the 1 car being beaten, is now being led by the 5 car, but has actually also done a driver change and pitted earlier on as well. So we've literally had a virtual change for the lead, unless I'm mistaken here. The 5 car, which is the Aston Martin, is now technically the new race leader, with the Mustang, who's the lead car, is still got a pit stop to be done for a driver change. But I don't think I'm wrong here. Buckyson Racing with Josh Stewart and Aidan Hilton behind the wheel in the Aston. We've actually got Aidan behind the wheel down as driver 2, so they have had the driver change done, and yet they've catapulted themselves in front of the BMW. So what went on in the pits there for the BMW to lose a spot?
Well, that is a very good question, first of all, but what has happened there? We'll get to that. Hello. Thank you, DJ Danes. Big shout out following the channel. We've had plenty of followers so far this afternoon. Hello, everybody. Great to be here. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, DJ, for following. But wow, what happened there in the pit stop strategy? The pits there. Something interesting has gone on there, because there's some movers and shakers now in the field, and we won't talk about Mike and what the next 4.5 hours are going to do for Australian-Kiwi relations. Mike, we'll leave that for another day. Getting a little bit cheeky there in the box. He's done that in the past, but Cam, I think we're about to go green here. Most of them are in this pack we're watching on our screens here.
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to be going green at the end of this one. So looks like the 11 car. They've still got one pit stop to do on top of most of the drivers behind, so they'll provisionally be leading the race. But yeah, as Mike did point out earlier, I was kind of, you know, baffled in my own head for a minute, because I'm like, the one car, they were leading for quite a bit, and you know, maybe they made a bit of a bad strategy call when they came into the pit lane. You know, everyone loses the same amount of time for a driver swap and, you know, tire changes and all those kinds of things. So yeah, looks like Matt's gonna have a nice battle here with Captain Muffin, but the 11 car, we've got an AM car provisionally leading this race, as looks like we're about to go green.
We're about to go green.
Short fuel. Maybe it's a short fuel strategy in the Aston. Maybe they've put on less fuel than the BMW has, guys. Maybe they're running better on gas, and they thought, you know what, we can jump in front if we take 10 litres less as we do go green again. Sorry to jump over on that one, but it was a thought. While I have a thought, it doesn't happen very often. I've got to get it out, otherwise my brain will explode as we go into turn number one there with Aidan Holton, Captain Muffin in the Aston, sitting right up the rear bumper of the 11 car there, the mighty old Mustang, and that's Aaron Thomas driving that one. And the TTR East side, Chipperton was just done a great job there from him earlier on and brought them right up into contention. Having said that, they are still needing to get that pit stop done for the driver change, put some gas in the tank and some new tyres on, and Captain Muffin, the BSR1 driver there, or as we like to call him in his English name, Aidan Holton, he's doing a great job. He's doing an absolutely outstanding job. Whatever their strategy is, it's worked well for them. They're 0.6 of a second ahead of the BMW, who's now moved past quickly the Mustang with pretty worn tyres and not much gas, I would think it's fair to say. And we'll see this battle go on now. Can the Aston Martin pull away from the BMW, guys, with 4.5 hours to go? I think they've made a bit of a strategy call here. Whatever they've done, it's worked. I'm not saying they're going to win. I'm not saying they're going to be the fastest car on the track, but a little bit of an unassuming situation here, because I didn't see them feature going into that last round of pit stops, and I think this is absolutely fantastic. It's literally the Aston David against the BMW Goliath at the moment. We know who's behind the wheel of that BMW, but boy, this little bit of English engineering, if you want to call it that, is doing a cracking job there, Trev, and you know, I'm looking forward to seeing how this one plays out.
Well, you can see we are green now. We are racing once again. David versus Goliath. Sometimes the outsider can get up here. Captain Muffin, BSR1, as we can see in the chat. Crazy One saying BSR1 pitting just before the virtual safety car. Thank you, Crazy One. First time chatter. If you're out there watching, hope you're following the channel. Hope you're enjoying the coverage across Twitch and YouTube. Chuck Norris, 3 separate platforms, 2 platforms, 3 channels here for your coverage here this afternoon, as we've got 4 hours and 29 minutes of racing action. There is Matthew Simmons, and let me just get a penny for the thoughts of Captain Muffin. What is the Muffin man thinking with Matthew Simmons behind him at the moment? Surely, Chuck, he's getting nervous. And not for the first time I've called you Chuck, but Cam will stick with that. He will be very, very nervous with this man behind him.
Yeah, definitely will be. You know, it's such a tricky one, you know, so Matt, we know, has definitely got the same pace as, you know, Simon. So it's going to be tooth and nail here, Mr. Muffin man. He's going to be trying. He's going to hold off as long as he can. And as long as he puts the car in the right places at the right time, he'll be able to hold Matt behind. And, you know, that's all Binger needs as well. Binger's probably sitting back going, you know what? I wouldn't mind those guys fighting it out a little bit more. It'll bring us a little bit closer, and obviously you got Noodles trying to claw away to Binger too. So yeah, it's going to be a tense sprint during this stint, I think, for a lot of these drivers.
As we see Noodles as well there, it looked for the BCG2 car, number 76, another BMW, 2 of them in the top 4 here at the moment, but it looked as though Noodles in the McDonald's livery car there had a bit of a moment at the top of the hill. That's going to put him back into the clutches of Sparky and Aaron Thomas as well, dropping through the field there. Matty Simmons, fastest lap of the race, down Conrod Straight here, right behind BSR1 in the hands of Captain Muffin. As you can see here, lap 39 on this in this race. 39 laps completed, however many we can get done in the next 4 hours, 27 minutes and 55 seconds. That is the questions, plenty of questions still to be answered here this afternoon. But Binger in third, Noodles fourth, Distinct Andrew. My goodness me. And Mike, this team, we cannot rule them out. They're only, well, the second safety car we had, of course, the second virtual safety car. But this team now, P5, only a couple of seconds off the lead. Who would have thought not too long ago that they'd be sitting pretty up there in P5?
Well, they're in P5. I wouldn't say they're pretty, but they're certainly sitting in fifth place at the moment. I've just asked a cheeky question to a couple of drivers I know, and they're scratching their heads. And they're saying fuel. Everyone's come back. I've just sent some cheeky messages away to some of them. Won't say who, but and it's not just the Hooncourt boys, but they're saying fuel. I'm saying, how come some of these guys have catapulted? And all they've come back is saying fuel. But the ones that I've spoken to, they all say they've put full fuel in. And I noticed that during the driver change, they did actually drop some positions back. So again, the same thing, guys, fuel. So Captain Muffin, if that's what they've done, and it's going to work for them for an hour and a half or an hour plus anyway, because top of the hour is where everyone was saying, I mean, we said, you know, at least 5 pit stops, which means every hour you're going to be stopping the car. But, you know, for an actual service, I mean, apart from changing the wets to the dries, and that's the other thing too, Trevor, it's starting to look a little bit murky over there as far as the cloud cover. So I wouldn't say that we're all going to be home on slick tyres, and I've got no insight on this at all, of course. But, you know, apart from changing those tyres, guys, that was the first real service of the cars, and they lasted an hour and a half. Now, I know for a fact that most of them just took tyres, no gas, because time was of the essence. Everyone wanted to springboard the guy in front. So this, you know, this really does come down to a fuel race. I think they've all done the best they possibly can. They're short shifting as much as they possibly can up over the top of Skyline, you know, through the areas when they can. They'll be rolling off the gas, and this is exactly what some of these drivers do in practice and quali. You know, they know the absolute limits these cars will go to. So it's quite an extraordinary situation to see them last that long. And it has to be. That's why we've seen so much movers and shakers in the field. And to tell you what, to them as well, because that's a big call. That's a risky call. And I think from what I hear is a lot of people were absolutely sweating bricks hoping for a safety car, and it fell in their lap, because I think not long after that there was a few that were going to go in and they would be well and truly crippled by that call. So that one makes me wonder whether they started with full tanks of fuel in the first place. Surely they would have. But fuel is the call as to why some cars have springboarded. Now that might be why Muffin has done that, Captain Muffin, the lead car that we see on at the moment. But you know, having said that, the gap between himself and Matt in the second place car number 1, with the lap record so far, not lap record, fastest lap so far, it's gone from 0.6 at the start of it to 0.5 to 0.4, and now look at us, Trev. Now we're at 0.3 of a second, and I'm actually watching Muffin, and he is another amazing drive here, just smashing the apexes, hitting the ripple strips perfectly. So, you know, it's their race at the moment, and we'll see if they can hold on to it, or do they throw it away.
Well, I tell you what, you can see, talking about pressure there and fuel loads, it is getting murky out there. We're taking a look at the 30-minute forecast, and it is a funny place when it comes to weather. Diswood there almost having a moment, looking further down the field. Diswood, Stone Tower, Hainsey right behind Diswood there as well, just waiting to pounce on him. But still Stone Tower there. He is F1 Sniper, Mighty Murph behind the wheel of the number 151 car there, the Aston Martin, Dean McKinnon, and of course Alan and Mighty Murph behind the wheel of that car. But heading back to the front, Captain Muffin. You've been keeping an eye on him, Mike, and let me tell you, he is absorbing this pressure here at the moment, right at the front of the field. Matt Simmons behind him, no less, and then it's Binger, Noodles, Distinct Andrew. There's nothing, that's not intimidating, is it, by any stretch, to have those sort of names behind you here in the sim racing world. But Captain Muffin still leading the way. 42 laps completed in this race, and you can see here climbing up the mountain there, our cameraman doing beautifully there behind the lens. But 4 hours and 23 to go. Respawn Esports Centre, Hooncourt, Mega Esports, all these great partners, and all of the work that goes in behind the scenes to make us go racing. It's quite incredible, isn't it? The first round of a new season Season number 3, of course, of this AUSNZ Mega Esports Championship, and he's getting very close. Matthew Simmons is getting awfully close to the Muffin Man here at the top of the mountain here, Chuck. Can he get this done somewhere? And he's dropped a couple of tenths on this occasion, but as much as Matt's got to look at what's ahead of him, he's also got to worry about Binger, who's not too far behind him either.
Yeah, the Muffin Man is doing well. Like you said, Trev, he lost a couple of tenths. Maybe, he couldn't quite get the car rotated as much as what he wanted. Maybe he just couldn't get onto the throttle when he wanted either. But Binger King has definitely been opening up those legs behind Matt too. Likewise, the pressure for P1 battle at the moment. Well, we've got 4 drivers, obviously, after a virtual safety car, but 4 drivers, within the 1.5 to 2 seconds mark, which you love to see it, Trev. We love to see these battles, whether the safety cars brought them in together again or not. This is what we want to see, and hopefully we've got these battles continuing for the next 4 hours.
Let's wait and see. I've got a feeling that we are going to see these continue, but Mike, look at this. The Muffin Man, Captain Muffin, as he's called. I'm so sorry to call him the Muffin Man. It just sort of comes out. This is live sport, Mike. You can't get the words back. They come out of your mouth. You can't get them back. But Muffin Man now in second. Binger King now applying pressure here to Captain Muffin in P2. And this will give Matthew Simmons the chance to just get a bit of breathing space at the front here, Mike. And if that's not enough for you to handle on a Sunday afternoon, Distinct Andrew's not too far behind either from this chasing pack.
Oh, you can call him whatever you like if he wins the race. I think he won't give a rat's backside. But look at this pass for second place, and just like that, the Muffin Man is bunged. He's banged. He's binged. He's had the job done to him. What a brilliant drive there from Binger King, who, remember, is a solo act and now in second place. And the Muffin Man, Captain Muffin, Aidan Holton, call him what you will, he's done a cracking job nonetheless, and he's still right up there, and hopefully will stay within within contention here as Noodles will start to fast close up on the back end of him and another BMW there taking on the Aston. But I am just in awe of Binger King. You gotta take your head off. Now, you were saying, Trev, before, there's actually more than one driver out there doing the full 6 hours by themselves, but and I'm sure you know who that is. But Binger, look at the job he's doing in second place up against Matt Simmons. Mint Matters, he's here on the screen in the BCG1 team. BMW versus Nissan, and now I think we're going to see, and no disrespect to Binger, but he's an hour and a half plus tired, and he's got a lot of work to do. He's got to keep that concentration level up. He's probably taken a bit of a sip of the old Powerade at the moment. Hopefully that nappy is well absorbent, and as he gets himself down the long straight, coming down into the right hand of the chase here at another 282 kilometres an hour there, as he hits the old centre pedal for the, the 40-something time, 43 laps completed. This will complete 44, with Matt Simmons right there in front of him, and 0.7 of a second is the Muffin Man, as you want to call him. He's dropped back. So, the pace is just electric. Noodles has got to do a job there. And now Distinct Andrew is starting to catch right up to the back end of Noodles as well, who's moved up to 5th place overall from a disastrous pit strategy they had earlier on after the wet call there when the safety car came out with the rain. So this is just phenomenal stuff there. I'll tell you what, I'm well in awe of the quality of drivers that we've seen. Of course, let's not forget Sparky there in the PRT1. He's the first of the Ferraris back in 6th place. John O'Stan in the Mustang, first of the Fords in 7th place there, only 3.5 seconds behind Sparky. Then we go back to Clockade. Anyway, he's doing a great job in the King's 133 car there, the Nissan. Am I seeing rain coming down, Trev? Is that my eyes deceiving me? Are we seeing rain coming down?
Well, is that rain coming down? My eyes used to deceive me, Mike, and then I went to Medineck Laser Clinic and got that fixed up 12 months ago. But very sharp indeed, and I can just see a few. Is that a few drops of rain? Oh my goodness! There, you couldn't put a credit card between Nick and the wall there in the 369 car. Gee whiz. 6 hours at Bathurst, gentlemen. Sounds like a long time, but when you're travelling at close to 300 clicks, every second really counts, doesn't it? But are we seeing rain? No rain coming down, we can confirm from Cameron Norris. We're going to go with Chuck on this one, Mike. He's a two-time KRL, two-time QRT champion and shakedown champion as well. 5 championships amongst the three of us in the commentary box today. But, well, those that can do as they say, and those that can't talk about it, and that's our job this afternoon. But Nick, almost having a moment, I should say, but it's not nothing to worry about for him. And those wet spots triggered Dan, causing havoc there, he says. But Mustangs, we've seen them line astern for most of the afternoon in these positions, 9th, 10th and 11th. And I've got to say now that the rain, no rain so far we're hearing, Mike, so we're all good for the time being, but it is getting murky as Hainsey down the inside. He launched himself into the chase and gets the move done there, Mike, on Darsk. Wow, I don't think Darsk even saw that one coming.
No, I tell you what, he's a very, very quick driver, Hainsey. He can pick the moment, and sometimes with Darsk, you've got to make a very, very assertive move, because given half a chance, he'll make that thing as wide as he possibly can, and who can blame him? That's the job, is to defend position sometimes, and Darsk, well, he's had his ups and downs in the last season or so. But Hainsey, good job there in the mighty old Mercedes-Benz 543, and he's moved himself up to 11th spot at the moment, about a second behind the Spawn Racing heatstroke car there as well, and another of the Mustangs. So you're asking his Muzzy, he's doing a good job of it though, to be fair. The car's looking fairly clean and tidy. Hasn't been too much in the wars, I hope, from the hour and nearly hour and 3/4 that we've already circumnavigated Mount Panorama, Bathurst there, of course, in the mighty mighty metropolis, I should say, the thriving metropolis of Mount Panorama there in good old Sydney, doing the job. So let's hope he can keep that one nice and clean as he goes a little bit wide towards BP over the cutting, coming up over the top of the mountain at the moment now. So, it's all plenty on. Just having a bit of a look at the guys at the tail of the field as Darsk just clips the wall going over the grate. And I've seen that there was actually a few spots of rain. I swear I saw a few dribbles coming down, but it's ceased anyway, and I'm happy that we will stay dry for the interim anyway. But there are some great battles going on there, Trev. That's what's really neat about it. There's a few cars there, like the Heatstroke Spawn Racing 669 car, 11 seconds back to position, but in front there's 0.7, 1.5 seconds, 1 second in the 7th spot there, back to the 6th car. 6 seconds, half a second, 0.3, 1.2 for the Muffin Man, as you like to call him, back to Binger in the Skyline, who is actually 0.8 of a second away from the leader, Matt Simmons, or Mint Matt, in the BCG1 BMW. So, there is so much to lose and so much to gain here. We are certainly hoping that we see the quality of racing carry on for just over 4 hours that we've seen for coming up very quickly, coming up to an hour and 3/4, getting close to 2 hours already, guys. But, now we start to think again about strategies on this one. We've had driver changes, I think, all but but one thing too, to bring up about that, Trev, is I asked you about another solo driver. Is there more solo drivers out there doing that apart from Binger, who is up in 2nd place at the moment? I mean, how are we going for that? We've got at least one more solo driver, haven't we?
We certainly did. We will get that. We'll confirm that as Hainsey action replay there on that lap, making another move at the chase, and we might get our man on the spot there, Cameron, to get back to us with that, as we're seeing some drive-through penalties being handed out. Car number 37 for an unsafe rejoin. Yes, we're getting to that point of time, of course, where they have already served their drive-through penalty, as we see Hainsey continuing on. And some of these cars have made their third 3 mandatory pit stops. Nemo for BCG4, there he is, climbing the mountain once again. Matt Dinetti there, also doing the same. And a man who you know quite well, Mike for Hoon Corp 2. Nismo Nath here, sitting in P25, but more importantly, in class, he's sitting in P3 at the moment, AM class style, and he's looking good so far. We haven't called his name too often, and please, just try and stay unbiased if you can here.
Oh, I've got to try and be a little bit unbiased about him. I've actually purposely not mentioned him. That's I'm leaving that up to your good self and Cam to do that, mate, because the young fella, I know they did the driver change a while ago, but the car's since come back in, and obviously they picked up some damage unsighted by me, and they've had to come in and get that repaired. But they're literally in a room next door. I'll just leave that well alone. I was actually going to get him to come over and have a talk on the microphone rather than do a full interview, but Yeah, after seeing they went back into the pits, I thought, oh, I'll just leave that one alone there, son. And I didn't pick up on it until they were driving out of it, so I don't want to make a story, even though there probably was one. But no, we'll let them play this one out. The Hooncourt boys can be absolutely fantastic, or they can fall on their bums. They haven't exactly set the world on fire at the moment, but we'll look forward to seeing how it all plays out for them in 4 hours and 12 minutes time, of course. But yeah, just I'm absolutely in awe of the way these drivers can perform, even the ones that have the mare. And again, the 999 car, we had to talk to our mate Porsche there before, who was jumping in behind the wheel of the car, you know, and having a look there. Cactus 4 is actually in 26th position, right behind the mighty old Nissan. So, you know, they certainly got plenty to play for in this one, and there's plenty of guys and teams behind them there. In fact, 3 of the Cactus guys, 2 of the other Cactus guys are behind him as well. The Exorcist car 666 is 4 laps plus behind them, and then the 667 car another 4 laps back. So, you know, they're having not a great time, Cactus, but that team is certainly not a bunch of quitters. They may not be the fastest group on the field, but I'm guessing they're maybe the M-class drivers doing a cracking job at the moment. Unfortunately, the list I've got doesn't tell me who's M, who's Pro-Am and who's Pro, but bringing up that whole 3-tier system, it's cracking that all of these drivers get a good crack at it and get a chance to, you know, shine in their respective. And as you mentioned, even though the Hooncourt car is so far down the line in 25th outright, still 3rd on their particular class of Pro-Am, and you know, it just gives everyone a good chance to have a fight. And you know, we've got the 8 Pro teams, but we've got 16 Pro-Am teams, and then of course the 7 AM teams as well. And maybe in another hour or so, or whenever we get that information, we can start rattling through the podiums of those respective teams, guys. I think that'll be something that'll be quite interesting for the people to listen to as well. And again, unfortunately, the technology I've got, I know the screen's there, but I'm a dumb old dinosaur, and I don't want to interrupt the fellas over there doing their racing because they're not having the best of it. But you know, again, hats off to all the drivers. The quality of the field that we've got here today just reeks absolute success, you know, and let's hope if they can keep their wits about them, not have any tantrums and drive sensibly, I think we're in for an absolutely awesome 4 hours and 10 minutes, Trev, and hopefully you keep your voice as well, son, and we can get to the end of it with a smile.
We certainly will, don't you worry about that. Because 4 hours and 10 minutes, like you said, Mike, still plenty of time, plenty of storylines to play out, like a very delicately poised game of chess, just travelling at 300 kilometres an hour, if you don't mind. So we're taking a look at Inkotosh. There is Matt. We might recap on our race leaders as we approach that 4 hour mark and 1/3 race distance. Boy, are we getting a show and a half on our Sunday afternoons. Big hello everyone out there watching. 40 people going to Twitch, and we're also going to YouTube, NZ Sim Racing TV, Mega Motorsports NZ, right across Australia, New Zealand and the world. And boy, we are watching a show in front of our very eyes here at the moment. I've got to say that it doesn't matter about trophies, it doesn't matter about experience, championships, Cameron Norris, guess what? The mountain doesn't care, does it, about all those things?
Yeah, the mountain doesn't care, you know, what walk of life you come from or how quick you are. You know, if you try and go too quick around here, it will decide to jump out and, you know, nibble on those leggies. But yeah, you know, that's the beauty of Mount Panorama, isn't it? You know, who was it? Was it Valentino Rossi, the Bathurst 12 hour this year? He said, I hold my breath every time I go up, and then every time I come down, I have a little bit of a break, and then I'm just, you know, straight back into it again. And he's like, there's almost no break in between, you know, because you're getting ready on that climb, and you know, if you attack a corner wrong, if you turn in too early or too late, that could be your race done right there, right then. And then as you're coming down the mountain again, you stress because you're like, oh, the brake's going to work. I need to make sure I hit this mark. And then just as you get that deep breath in, you're straight back into it again. You know, it's 2 minutes of just non-stop holding your breath and hoping that you live that next lap. And, you know, likewise, it's lap after lap, you're the same gauntlet.
And I've got to say that if you can say exactly what you just said and how you just said it as Valentino Rossi, that would be even better. But no, I'm putting you on the spot there. The great Valentino Rossi. What a race it was to the Bathurst 12 hours a couple of weeks ago, but we are approaching the 4-hour mark. Like I said, 1/3 race distance here, almost having been completed, and the drivers have settled into a rhythm. And you can see there, 2 hours gone here, still 4 remaining in this one. And it's going to be a full 6 hours here. The heart rates are going to be up. Heart rates are up, like you said. Take a breath. Fuel tanks are low at the end of this one. No margin for error, though, it's got to be said. As what do we reckon here? BCG 4 on your screen with Nemo and Speedy tyres here at the moment. They are sitting pretty there in the pro class, as not too pretty there. I said there's no room for the credit card there between the wall and that number 36 Mustang, and there's some damage on the front of car number 36 now. How much is this going to affect them, Mike, here? As you can see, 2.3 seconds off the car in front. And as we might go back and continue looking at Mighty Murph here in car number 151 here, the 151 Aston Martin entry in the hands of HSV and Mighty Murph there for 151 Motorsport. And they have got a job on their hands here, but it looks as though that Mighty Murph has made a move on Saint Sim. And also, there's a move done there, Mike, so they have gone up a position now inside the top 20 overall. Doing very nicely indeed there in the 151 Aston Martin.
Yeah, certainly a good old scrap going on between those two. There's no doubt about it. I see the damage you're talking about, but you know, there's a lot of cars as you get down the field starting to be a little bit of the walking wounded. Mighty Murph, the back end of the Aston Martin, certainly looking a little bit the worse for wear, and so too Saint Sim there in the mighty old Mustang. That thing's more beaten up than a prize fighter, unfortunately for him. But the car looks like it's tracking well and he's going well. He's actually very, very close to Murph. They both just outbraked themselves going down Murray's Corner, coming onto the main straight. But these are things that can happen. And one thing I hadn't noticed either earlier on, I don't know if I missed any action here, but at my age, I can happily, get away with that. Is the back end of Distinct Andrew now, the fourth place car, 726. He's only 1.5 seconds behind Noodles, but I'm noticing the back of that AMG Mercedes is actually quite beaten up, and I don't remember that being like that a little while ago. So hopefully it's nothing recent, nothing too dramatic, and the car's still pulling up okay. But he's not storming towards Noodles. Mind you, Noodles in himself is actually quite a good peddler in that BMW, part of the BCG2 team, of course, with BCG1 sort of kind of the guy leading the race at the moment, Matt Simmons. But I don't remember seeing the back end of that Merc damage. And again, I'll stand corrected, guys, but let's hope that the Merc holds together there for them and they can get themselves up to position to really have a serious challenge at this. But again, being a king is the skyline. He'll be looking for a little bit of a reprieve as we start to approach 2 hours completed, with 4 hours and 4 minutes still to go. And he'll be starting to think, I wouldn't mind a bit of a rest now. I wouldn't mind a bit of a safety car. Maybe he can't drive a change, but he can obviously do some service to the car, and it's probably a good half an hour away. So a safety car would certainly probably help him have a bit of a drink and a relax, and getting himself back into position. But as we start to look again at the top 5 of Mint Matt and the BCG1 car, with 51 laps completed, good number that, 51. The Kings 2, being a King Nissan Skyline, they're 2 seconds behind in the 19 car there, the Nissan Skyline. BCG2 with Noodles in the 76 car there in the BMW in 3rd place. And then, of course, on board with the AMG Mercedes of Distinct Andrew and car 726 in the 4th place. Top 5 is the BSR1 car with the Muffin Man, as Trev likes to call him, in the 05 car, 05 car in actual fact, in the first of the Aston Martins. But guys, considering we've got 10 Mustangs in this one, I'm actually still a little bit wanting to see them come through here. The best Mustang we've got is the BCG3 car, with Jono stand behind the wheel, car number 96 back in 6th place. And that's the numbers said that they were going to be a very, very big force to be reckoned with, and there's nothing wrong with 6th place, but I thought they'd be having a good old-fashioned challenge on us there in this particular circumstance. But we'll take whatever we can get, I suppose.
We certainly will. One of 10 Mustangs that we started with from 31 cars, 6 Astons, 5 BMWs, 5 Mercs, 3 McLarens, 2 Nissans, 1 Ferrari, And also, we've got a very good race on our hands, don't we? Bringing it to you live here. How good is the commentary team? Stop it, guys. What is going on there? Big shout out to you, Lewis. Fantastic commentary. Been listening on the drive back from Turanga. Ooh, okay. I'll stay away from the Kiwi place names. Mike, I'll leave that one to you. Really telling a story with your words. I've done it. Oh, well, if it's the mountain that's not waiting for its next victim or waiting to murder somebody, it's me with the Kiwi names. I've done it now, Cam. I tell you what, boy, not good for Kiwi-Australian relations. Finally getting to watch a bit of it on the Macca's stop. If it's anything like the drive-through at McDonald's we've got here, he might be in there for the next 4 hours able to listen to this, but there we have it. Drive safe. Thank you, Lewis. Thank you to everybody now as we are looking at Jono, Cloquet, and I've got to say that's 6 hours, a very long time. But the way it's going, Mike, and the way we're enjoying this as though we're approaching the 4-hour mark, it's felt like 6 minutes, hasn't it? It's going quick and we're having fun here this afternoon.
Yeah, we certainly are, mate. And talking about having fun, I was just mocking not mocking. I wasn't mocking. I was wondering where the Mustangs are, and I see that we've actually got a Mustang driver jumped in the chat there to have a bit of a conversation there with us, and it's Isaac Frog. Isaac Frog, are you there, mate? Can you hear us?
Yes. Hello, boys. Hello. Thanks for having me.
We didn't have you, mate. Your mum did that. She went through quite a few hours of trauma. Hey, look, good to have you here in the mighty old Mustang on board. Now, tell us what's going on with you lot. 10 of you fellas started the race here today. We've seen the fastest one in 6th position. I mean, didn't you guys have a bit of a Mustang meeting before? We've actually got a word on what the group of Mustangs is, and I can't remember what it was. Trevor will tell you later. But what was the story with that one, mate? I mean, we thought you guys would be up the top of the field, knock out the top 5.
Look, yeah, I think there's been a bit of conjecture here and there in the lead up with the ballast from a few Mustang drivers, but we've been having a good time. We've been having a bit of fun. We had a bit of an unfortunate disconnect in the number 2 car right as we were about to start the race, so we were a lap down from the outset. So we're back fighting up in 22nd now, which is quite good. And then the sister Mustang for AGT is, I don't know where it is actually at the moment. I lost track of that earlier, but yeah, I think we all sort of knew that the Mustang was going to be a bit of a handful around here, and it's proved that today so far, especially in the wet. It was a bit of a challenge. I think that put all the Mustang drivers on the back foot, but we're starting to see it come into its own now, and we've got some really good pace on board our car, and I know a few of the other guys are starting to find that the car's starting to come to us as the track grips up more, so hopefully towards the end of this race you're going to see a few more Mustangs at pointy end.
So we obviously, with media being the way it is, we make our own rumours up. We never let the truth get in the way. Is it true that you guys are actually owned by Triple Eight? Is that true, or is you?
No, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Jamie Winkup and Winkup and I are quite close. So yeah, good mates. Definitely owned by Triple Eight. They've got a hand in this.
Well, I can see by your profile you're the guy sporting the decent moustache there, whereas Jamie's a little bit hairless. But overall, I mean, you guys turned it up in the AGT. Just tell us a little bit about yourself quickly, and about Water Arrow, the man who's driving the car at the moment.
Yeah, so we're fairly new to the team sort of space. We've been a racing league across GT7 and ACC for about 12 months now, and we followed AUSNZ quite closely last year, and we had the opportunity this year to sort of start a team. So for myself, I'm not the most experienced sim racer. I've been doing sim racing for a fair few years now, but just here and there with leagues, I'm fairly new to the league space. But Water Arrow's fairly experienced driver. He's done a lot of driving in street to track, and he's done some AUSNZ stuff last year as well. So this is his second season having a crack in the AUSNZ cars. So we're just out here. We're just having a bit of fun, and just trying to enjoy ourselves. And it's all a learning experience, which has been really good for us. And yeah, it's been great.
And the big thing about you, mate, was that you had an absolute nightmare of a start. The car was was uglier than me in a high heel, but you didn't give up. And we've seen this with a few of the guys who had problems earlier on. They could just push the old reset button, go and have a tantrum and start drinking. But you guys have said no, that's all right. We can take the good with the bad, and you're keeping at it. What's a realistic expectation for the next 4 hours, there, mate?
Look, I just love for us to stay out of trouble. We're just we're remaining positive, and you know, as you said, we had a bit of trouble at the start. We were a whole lap down, and I just said, look, we've got safety car opportunities to get the lap back, and you don't know what can happen in 4 hours or 6 hours, and we've got 4 hours to go now. You'll never know what's going to happen. So we're just sort of keeping expectations, level at the moment. I think inside the top 20 would be absolutely awesome, but realistically, anything in the top 25, just anything above where we were supposed to start, which was 26 for us, anything above that would be awesome. So it's, as I said, it's my first race for AUSNZ, and Water Arrow's first real lengthy stint in a Mustang on this game. He's never done a massive race in a Mustang before, so we're sort of just we're just sort of managing expectations between the two of us and just having a bit of fun while we go around.
Okay, we've got a real bit a good moment for you to plug your own league there, mate. Apparently you're you've done a little bit of the old commentator. You've got a nice clear voice, unlike the three musketeers here. But just tell us a little bit about your own league, mate. Tell us quickly about how that all plays out.
Yeah, so Adrenaline GT, we started the ACC League back in June last year, and we are currently in the middle of our Season 1. So I stepped away from racing for Season 1 to take over the commentary full-time, which has been a lot of fun. I have a lot of passion for commentary and being in the comm box, as I'm sure you boys do as well. You guys have been watching the stream. You guys are very good, and certainly learning a few things from you guys as I watch along. But yeah, we've got a few guys that you might recognise, like Matt Simmons and Psydog and stuff. They're all in having a go in our league, which is really good to see. It's quite competitive. And yeah, we were talking about this earlier, actually, that quite a number of blokes that are in this race actually cross over into the AGT League, which is meant that, we're all sort of a little community and everyone's sort of got around each other for this event, which has been really nice to see. But yeah, so Friday nights, next round is the 28th, if anyone's interested in tuning in for the stream, just a little plug there. But yeah, we have a bit of fun, and we've got some fast guys, but it's all, we've got a 32 car grid for the season, which is really good. We've had a really good, strong set of numbers, which has been nice.
We've got a 31 car grid, so you had up the numbers, didn't you, mate? You just had to give yourself that little bit of an extra plug, How many Mustangs in your field there, buddy? Yeah, calm down. Hey, no, that's awesome, mate. Well done. And what you're saying is there's a lot of sim racer cross-pollination, or that we've got just complete motorsport hussies. They're just complete sluts, and they'll just race with any league that they can get out there and do some mileage. And I think that's a sign of the times that we can all work together and have a lot of fun. And look, mate, it's been great to have you part of the Mega Esports experience with the Oscar and the team that we've got here today. And I want to go. Hopefully, you guys go particularly well. The AUSNZ round 1 here at Mount Panorama. Is it your last one of the season? Is it the first one of your season? Are we going to see you for the whole season, or what's the story?
You'll be seeing us for the whole season. Don't worry about that. There's plenty more of the AGT boys to come this season. So keep an eye out, because we're sticking around.
Oh, good, awesome, mate. Hey, look, thanks for popping in there for a quick chat, and you've had your moment. Bugger off, and it's nice to see you. And we'll watch with interest how car number 2 goes. Maybe we'll catch up either with a sort of late in the last hour. See how you're playing.
Yeah, no worries. Sounds good. Thanks very much, fellas. Appreciate it.
Good on you, mate. Hey, what a cracking interview there, Trev. And unlike most Aussies, I could actually understand what he was saying. I'm not quite sure what's going on there.
I told you, don't start just yet, because we've still got 3 hours and 54 minutes. But thank you to Isaac there.
You're in the wrong chat. I'll fix you up.
Yes. We turned this microphone off because it was such a
Yeah,
of saying foul on that. And it was actually heavens above. You won't be welcome to any speeches at Waitangi Day next year, I can tell you. But anyway, guys, look, I think it's time we probably have a little bit of a break. It's 3 hours, 54 minutes still to go. Every hour I have a cup of tea and the lie down and a nice fresh scone. So without further ado, if you boys are okay with that, I think we can have a little bit of a break. Let's jump on board a cool car. Watch it do the big laps around here. I think last time we were on the VCG1 car there, which was Matt Simmons driving it. I think we'd pick another car. Hey, let's pick someone else and see how they go around the around for a couple of laps. So we'll go and have a cup of tea and the lie down. And boys, I'll leave that up to you. And I'm looking forward to catching up with you afterwards.
Great work. Sounds good. Don't go anywhere. Still a long, long way to go in this one. Let's listen to this BMW chasing being a king. It's less than a second, that gap. Opening round AUSNZ Endurance Series with thanks to Mega Esports. Don't go anywhere. We'll be be back in just a few moments' time. Stay with us. Welcome back. Well, death, taxes, and something happening in a race, an endurance race no less. So when we go off and make a cup of tea, and Mike, well, we went to a break and there has been some action. And big shout out, thank you G House for following. But boy, oh boy, like I said, guaranteed if you step away, something will happen. And we've got a virtual safety car out the third time this afternoon in the 6 hours here at Bathurst. And once again, the mountain has claimed another victim. as we can, we'll get back to Mike in a moment, but you can see there we've
sorry,
picked
mate.
up,
Yep,
no,
just jumped in
we've
there.
picked up our leader. I was about to say, guaranteed something will happen if you step away. We're going to see some action here, and yes, the Mountain's done it again as we see them forming up behind Matt here in the lead.
Yeah, a couple of cars jumping in the pits as a result of that as well, and the Hainsey in 543, and quite rightly so in the 27 car there as well. So, you know, you again, is it all just repairs strategy, whatever? I know there's been some decent repairs going on. The FTSC car there with Fly Sky and Willstar behind the wheel, and the Aston Martin, and of course the 543 car there with loose rear racing. You just got to love some of the names, don't you? With Hainsey there and Stone Harbour and the Mercedes AMG Evo edition, no less. So yeah, the virtual safety car doing what it does, and telling us all about it, ready to go as well as these drivers. I mean, 3 hours 47 minutes to go, gentlemen. You know, driver changes, not really, maybe, not quite sure what's going on through their minds at the moment. But Mint Man at the moment, here we go, he's coming in. He's coming in as the race leader, so this is a little bit of exciting times there for us, Trev. So he's starting to really roll the dice on this one. It's going to be fuel, going to be tyres. Is it going to be a driver change? Is he going to do a double stint? What do you reckon the play's going to be here, lads?
Well, it could be all of the above as we see them coming in. Not just Matt, he's got some company in there, doesn't he? Binger King behind him as well. 1, 2, 3, all into the pits. Distinct Andrew as well. Third virtual safety car we've had here throughout the course of the afternoon. Jono in the pits as well. Who's staying out? That's who's coming in. Let's have a look at who's staying out here. We've got Captain Muffin staying out now, as you can see, out onto the circuit. Let's have a look. Captain Muffin out onto the circuit. Naked Blade as well. So some of the drivers, what have we got here? We've got 13, 14, 16 cars coming into the pits, 19 in fact, counting the drivers lower down the order. And it's going to be interesting to see the state of play here in terms of strategy. As you can see, some of the teams have completed their mandatory 3 pit stops, while some still have the 1 to go. The top 3 now, everybody in that top 3 completing those stops, as we see Matt Simmons still behind the wheel of that car, Mike. So there we go. No driver change there. Matt Simmons staying with it, not giving that car back to Simon Bishop just yet for BSR1.
Well, the funny thing, I'm on board Captain Muffin at the moment, just having a little bit of a cheeky look, and he just had a flyby on him from one of the Mustangs. I didn't actually pick what number it was either, but so there's either a release of the field to go and do an extra lap or what, I'm not sure, but there's a bunch of cars ahead of the race leader, and it looks like they're going gangbusters at the moment to try and get away. So just go and have a little bit of a quiet hunt here and see if these guys are going to be putting around. No, in actual fact, I just jumped on the 36 car there, a Speedy Tide. He's going like there's a lap record on the offering here. So I think him and a few of the cars in front of him have said, you know what, it's a chance for us to unlap ourselves. And I don't know how that's all played out. Have they had the call from the COC to say, all right, you guys are on a flyby, you can go and try and unlap yourselves? Not sure what the story is here, but the 56 car, the 36 car, 232 and 666 going gangbusters down there at the moment, trying to give themselves a bit of a gain on this one, lads. So that's a little bit interesting there. Not sure how it's going to play out. Still the 27 car there in the pits. And Cam, I don't know if you got any word on that one there, mate, on what the story is, if these guys have actually or are allowed to unlap them, or not unlap themselves so much, but to catch up to the back of the freight train. But they did actually pass cars to do this. So I'm a little bit perplexed.
Yeah, so what we do is if you're a lap down, we allow you to get a lap back. So Wilco heads the safety car team with Andrelli as well, I believe, at the helm of one of the safety cars too. So those guys will call through a driver number, that being the car number. So for instance, we're riding on board with Exorcist for Cactus 3. So they just call through 666 and they just make their safe way through, and then they can go forward and unlap themselves. That way, at least, you know, safety cars come out. It gives you an opportunity to get a lap back, and you're not constantly stuck in that same rut of not being able to gain anything back out of the race. So, yeah, we allow them to go through. We find it's it's better that way. That way, you're not sitting 3 laps down for hours and hours. You've got the opportunity to, get 2 laps down, 1 lap down, and then maybe even back onto the lead lap eventually as well. So yeah, we like the format that we run for the safety cars. It just seems to work good for all the drivers.
Well and truly, mate. Look, that makes a lot of sense. So it's one of those things that's nice to see it in action when it is made available for these drivers, and you can't be upset about it, I suppose, if that's if it's fair for them and it gives them a little bit of a chance, and instead of being 3 laps down, there might be 2, and hopefully they can improve as the racing goes on in the afternoon. Trev, we've got 3 hours and 40 minutes ahead, mate. I mean, we're going to be 40 odd minutes and we're half race distance. I don't know about you. It literally feels like we pushed the old green flag about 20 minutes ago. This is just going so jolly quickly here at Mount Panorama, Bathurst. I mean, the drivers, have been through a huge amount at the moment. I'm actually just jumped on board the one car who's currently in 9th position, and yet again, we've actually seen cars getting in front of car number 1. And car number 1 is not the lead car, having done all 3 mandatory pit stops now. There's actually Binger King in front, Noodles is in front, and Heatstroke in the 669 car is actually in front, and the Mustang, can you believe it? And everyone else in front of them have actually got one more pit stop to do. So obviously they've stayed out there where these drivers have come in. So I don't know that these guys are slow in their pit stops, Trev, but maybe it's just a case of they're just taking a full belly full of meat, and others aren't, as we watch Fly Sky just doing exactly a flyby at the moment, trying to get the pass on that safety car chance to unlap themselves.
Looking at these positions of the cars on the track map in the bottom right hand corner of your screen, I think we might be looking, there's 3 cars, 101, 77 and 137. They're still just working their way down the mountain. I heard a great quote not too long ago about, I can't remember who said it, Mike, but they talked about you never quite conquer the mountain, you just survive it. And it's caught a few out this afternoon. But I believe, Cam, you might be able to confirm whether we are going green this lap, or are we giving it one more lap just to be sure that these 6 or 7 cars can get right back to the back of the main pack. But of course, we are running a brand new safety car process for this championship, aren't we, Cam? So we'll wait and see whether we are going green this lap or whether we might have one more. Having said that, I'm sure these drivers, Cam, will want to get racing sooner rather than later here to get those tyre temperatures up and get them back in the groove.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of going off of what we've been doing for the last few safety cars, I got a feeling we might be going green at the end of this one, because the last car in the chain to catch back up is, coming down into Murray's corner now. So, by the time they hold the pace that they are now, we might be all good. But as I say that, I did see another car being unlapped and waved through. So possibly one more at the most, and then we'll be going green again.
Yep, there goes EXO, right on cue there for Cactus 3. Just flashing by, and he'll be looking to, he's going to have to get on it, isn't he, Mike? We might see the quickest lap of the day coming up from Cactus 3 here in the hands of EXO. We'll give him some time on the stream, give Cactus 3 some air time. As you can see, the 666 car there being driven by, of course, EXO. And that answers our question from a few minutes ago, Mike. This man going solo today. And the 666, well, he might need to summon the Prince of Darkness if he's going to get through the rest of this, the next 3 hours and 39 minutes here this afternoon. Solo, if you don't mind.
Yeah, that's a huge effort, isn't it? And part of the Cactus Racing team. And this is Cactus 3, so good on him. Cactus 2 right behind him, although 3 laps behind as Gaz behind the wheel of that car and a McLaren. So, those boys, as we heard earlier on, have been through the ringer, but they're not a bunch of quitters. They may not be on the top step of the podiums just yet, but I'm very, very heartened by the amount of pure sweat and determination from these drivers, and they're obviously batting each other as well. So, mate, don't worry about it. Let's just move forward, eyes forward. Let's get to the checkered flag, and I think that's motorsport 101, isn't it? It's not about necessarily the lap record. It's not about the top step, but it's about getting that checkered flag under your belt, and that's what denotes a race. And boy, we've got some races out there today, guys. So we go to the pros, we go to the pro-ams, and we go to the AM teams. And what a great event to be part of, to be watching these drivers really stonking through the field. And everyone's got a fair chance. What do we got going on? What do I miss?
Well, we've got green flag action here. Captain Muffin not leaving anything on the table there. Mike Howe, voice of the New Zealand Speedways, with us here in the commentary box with a multiple sim racing champion in Cameron Norris. Oh boy, Cam, that was very, very close there. And well, they talk about around Bathurst, you don't hit the walls hit you, and Captain Muffin was very close on that occasion.
Yeah, very much so. There's such a fine line that you tread around here. You get so close to the walls on so many occasions over the top of the mountain, and Captain Muffin, like a lot of other drivers out here today, are treading lightly. One small mistake and you can find yourself into that concrete wall. And thankfully ACC's quite lenient in terms of the damage sides of things, but even just the lightest tap on a concrete wall around here is about 3 to 4 seconds of repairs. And you add that up over a lap if you bang a couple of walls, and before you know it, you're going to be down on a bit of top speed, car's not going to be feeling too good, and you're going to want to be coming into pit lane to fix it up. But yeah, green flag racing, we love to see it. Different front pack leaders this time round. I see BCG1 with Matt in car 1. They're down in P9 at the moment. So yeah, everyone's opting to do some different strategies this time around for the safety car.
Absolutely, and it couldn't have picked a worse time there, Mike, for PRT TT further down the field for PRT2 Racing, just coming out of the pit lane at the worst possible time as the main pack comes around. But anyway, you can see there Captain Muffin lives to fight another day. Almost, the mountain almost taking another soul. You could say another donation, I should say, to the concrete collection around here. But you can see this pack forming now. TT is right in the middle of that one. Blue flags being waved by the marshals here, and not an ideal time to be where he is on that particular part of the circuit. But 21 cars, Mike, on the lead lap. A few cars not pitting, not electing to come into the pit lane. So we've had a massive changes in our order here with 3 hours and 35 minutes to go. It's been 2.5 hours. It's felt like 2.5 minutes as Jono. Was that Jono there having a big moment? I know we've got a team called Loose Rear Racing, but it was the Mustang with the loose rear on that occasion there, Mike. Number 96 having a big moment.
I'll tell you what, if anyone's solo drivers need nappies just to get through the 6 hours, Jono's going to need nappies for the nappy rash. And going by what I'm seeing, another solo driver, Jono, in the BCG3 car. I could be wrong, but Jono's down 96 showing up as just being a solo driver. You can almost forgive him in his 3 hours and 30 minutes yet to go, 2 hours and 25 minutes completed. The last of the late breakers coming down through the chase into the last little straight here before we go into Murray's corner onto the front straight, and he's got traffic all around them in that 96 car, I should say, 13th place car, and right up the ring piece of matching there in the TTR West car there in front of him as well. So he's absolutely pinpoint and precise, and if he's doing it by himself, I take my hat off to him. He's doing an outstanding job as well. We've got the drivers out there that normally have someone in their ear giving them a little bit of a helping hand, and we've got the Muffin Man, as you like to call him, Trev, Captain Muffin, in the 5 car there. The Aston Martin doing a cracking job at the front, although a pit stop yet to go to catch up to everybody else. So everyone else behind him, in fact, it's Heat Stroke Kilroy. Believe it or not, Kilroy was actually the lead car, having done all 3 pit stops so far, as we see the blue flag coming out for for the car in front of Jono's stand. But, you know, that just hasn't shown that the pit stops again have yielded a new race leader, and not necessarily the fastest car on the track or the one that we've seen leading all this way. Although fourth on the track at the moment, the green bar beside the 669 says he's done all 3 pit stops, and that means position ahead again of Noodles, who's also done 3 stops, in 76 in position number 7 in the BMW. Then we go back to Binga King. I'm not ignoring the others out there, rightfully so, but they are a different pit strategy going on. Let's talk about those that have done the same amount of pit strategy and spent that time in the pits. That's a long traverse of the pit lane, plus work and fuel on the cars and or driver changes. And the interesting thing here too, Trevor, is that a lot of the drivers during that pit stop stayed in the car. We're talking double stints. I mean, that is a big commitment there from these drivers, and boy oh boy, it's going to be a bit of a sign. They would have done that one with a lot of knowledge that they can last the distance well and truly. But it's an interesting fact, isn't it? We saw the first driver, pit stop coming properly, and we saw them all change drivers. This time around though, Trev, we've seen the same drivers mostly stay behind the wheel.
We certainly have. We did see that last virtual safety car, as you said, Mike. Most drivers elected to come in and sticking with their current driver arrangement. Jono making moves, dicing there with Matchin. We saw him almost join the long line of Heartbreak, another victim of the mountain, but not quite on that occasion. Jono moves up. Distinct Andrew as well, right behind Chipperton in leading the AM class drivers there, very close there. Distinct Andrew on this occasion, part of the Distinct Esports team, of course, and very successful driver. There is Chipperton in a beautiful Ford Mustang, number 11. Purple and gold there. Andrew very close to him. It's not going to be too long before he's going to have a go there. Was that a mistake from Chipperton? Across the top of the mountain we go. 64 laps completed, 3.5 hours remaining. AUSNZ Mega Esports round 1 of a new season. Season number 3, 6 hours of Bathurst race day. Hope you're enjoying it across Twitch, YouTube, wherever you're watching, right around the world, as Andrew getting close once again. But Chipperton here for the time being is doing very nicely indeed. If you want to get involved in this, don't forget future events, racing on PS5, GT7 and ACC, but he's popped out Andrew. And look at this, side by side, Chipperton onto the grass here. Cameron, take a breath. Which way is Andrew going to go here, coming down into the chase?
Oh, it's a tough one. Chipperton managed to get past, but Andrew's right on that bumper. We might have to hold our breath here. There could be a bit of a lunge down the inside as we see Andrew going for it. You've got to trust those brakes. Oh, a little bit of curve there. Managed to keep the car planted, but that was a great move by both of the drivers over the course of that backstretch to the final corner there.
And you can see getting that move done. Andrew is through. And, there is a battle about to, you can see Matt, BCG1, right on the back of Binga King. But, Mike, I've got to say, in the not too distant future, we've got Andrew and Matt, and watching those two battle it out is going to be well worth the price of admission alone here, isn't it? These two coming up, or Andrew, I should say, he's coming up to the back of this pack very quickly, and he's got Matt right in front of him there, and boy, we are going to see something very special happening very shortly here.
Yeah, we sure are, mate. I mean, this was the battle we were watching with interest earlier on after the tragic problems of a bad pit stop call, and it's fair to say that with Distinct and Andrew and Twitchy. But it just goes to show how deep this team is. Where Twitchy Guy Barber, he's actually let not let, but he's they've decided that Andrew's okay to go for another full stint to take on the challenge of Psydog and Mint Matt, and what a brilliant decision that is as well. It's one thing to come into the pits and service the car. It's another thing to make a call and keep that same driver behind the wheel. I mean, we're talking sim wheel. We're not talking about actually having to take off harnesses and get the driver out of the car, and that literally it's a push of the button and the driver changes. And I think that's amazing, thoughts and how seriously they take this. As we see Distinct Andrew just make a pass on the lap marker there going down Conrod, and now the gap to Mint Matt is only 1 second. It wasn't that long ago, Trevor, it was actually 2.5 seconds. In fact, it was a lap before, and it just goes to show the amount of trouble that Andrew's actually having at the moment, working his way through the same amount of traffic that Mint Matt is having to work through the same traffic as we're seeing Distinct Andrew's going to have to do as he catches up to the back of the Ikatosh and one of the Hooncorp cars coming out of Murray's Corner, down the long start, finish straight. This is going to be literally, like you said, the price of admission in itself, because these guys are quick drivers. They're not exactly Kumara farmers. These guys really have picked up the pace, but unfortunately they were a lap down, and now we're going to have to see the Mercedes-Benz take on these very, very quick cars as if they're actually rightful position, and they are having a crack, and there goes the challenge. In actual fact, that is right at the front of the field action going on there. That is brilliant drive, and Ika gets right out of the way and makes it relatively simple there for him, and that's the sensible thing. I actually thought he was down, but he wasn't. That was full position, so some great driving. Now there is Ika in the 37 car. So they're starting to move around a little bit there, Trev. They're certainly showing respect, but they're making everyone have a fight for it. But who would believe we've got 3.5 hours to go on this? And the scrap, the pace, the way that these drivers are committing themselves. Distinct Andrew, back in 8th place at the moment, has actually just made the pass on Mint Matt in the BMW. That was the pass that we saw. Now that's the car, the one car that for so long in this race has actually, can I say the word, dominated this race. Not every sector, but certainly for a big duration of the 2.5 hours that we've been running. We've seen that BMW right at the pointy end, and you know what? They won't sweat one bead of sweat. They'll just take it in their stride. They'll just keep that car within QE. And they know damn well that they're in with a good chance. And next pit stop, and a good fresh set of boots and a full tank of gas, they'll all be same on, the same job being done, which is absolutely fantastic. This is a scrap in itself. And Distinct Andrew having a go up the inside of the 37 car, pulls out a nice little manoeuvre. It just makes it look so jolly easy. It's too easy for some of these guys, Trev. I just keep taking my head off so much, I think I've gone bald. But this is a great sight to behold. And out of Murray's again, down the long start, finish straight here for the mighty old Mercedes. But jumping back to the Muffin Man, as you like to call him, and the mighty old Aston Martin. What I hadn't actually picked up on was that Naked Blade, even though the pit strategy is different, let's not take away from the fact that Naked Blade and the Cactus 1 car, the 407 machine, and Lost Boys, the F1 sniper team driver in the 555, is actually McLaren's second and third. So we've got Aston Martin, 2 McLarens, a BMW and a Nissan, and I completely lost sight of those drivers, dismissing them, and I shouldn't have done that, dismissing them because of the fact that the pit strategy is a little bit different. But you know what, Trev, sometimes these cars can actually cross the line with completely different pit strategies, and for them it's working for them, and we're fast approaching half race distance of the 6-hour Bathurst race.
It's unbelievable when you think about it. As you said, there's so many different stories, so many different strategies, and everyone's journey is different, I suppose, isn't it, throughout the course of the 6 hours. But if you finish the 6 hours and you're there in P1 and you've managed to conquer the mountain or survive the mountain, like I said a few moments ago, that's all that matters. But you can see one mandatory stop remaining for Captain Muffin. Naked Blade there for Cactus 1, Lost Boys there, 1, 2 and 3, still with one mandatory pit stop remaining. And the prediction is up as well. Will we see another safety car at the halfway mark? Yes or no? 5 minutes remaining. Prediction is by the halfway mark. We're just clarifying that, so make sure to get your predictions in. Gamble responsibly. Sniper has been a king for company here through the chase. Nissan versus McLaren, and look at this. It's incredible, isn't it? 4 different manufacturers in the top 5. It gives you a great idea of the diversity of these cars and how they perform around this Mount Panorama circuit. And we've almost reached half race distance here, 24 minutes shy of half the race gone. Half still to go, as a great commentator used to say back in the day. But, well, we haven't even gone anywhere near Australia, New Zealand banter, Mike, which is a great start. I've got to
Oh.
say we won't go any. I think you've just tempted us a couple of times there and got a bit cheeky. But the battle is as old as time itself, isn't it, when you think about it? But AUSNZ, that's what this series is all about, and not for the first time in world history. We're working together here this afternoon to bring this big race to everybody around the world.
Yeah, calm down, mate. There's no need to sound like we're too friendly. ANZAC keeps us together, but other than that, we'll just cut the cable and let you float away. But you're dead right there. And we are seeing some great Aussie drivers out there. We're seeing some pretty good Kiwi ones as well. Dare I say SVG. But no, it's good. It's good to see them, and good to see the makes and manufacturers and models doing a cracking job here. I have to say it. You know, if you've just joined us and you haven't been listening too much, we'll just run through what we've got out there on the track. 31 cars, 60 drivers, 7 manufacturers. We've got 10 Mustangs, 6 Aston Martins, 5 BMWs, 5 Mercedes-Benz, 3 McLarens, 2 Nissans, 1 Ferrari. We've got 8 of the teams are ranked as pro teams. We've got 16 teams are pro-am. That means one's a pro, one's an amateur. And we've got 7 am teams out there, complete amateurs. So it is just welcome to have them along. Great to have this fantastic field of cars and drivers out there doing the business. And look at this. All the ones that we've even had people had technical glitches, completely got booted out. They've lost the laps. They got themselves, by the skin of their teeth back onto into the media, and they've got themselves hooked up again and said, you know what, we've lost the lap. It's not our fault. We're still going to damn well race. And that's the it should be. So well done there to those teams, as well as the ones that have had mechanical gremlins, the ones that have had hits and bumps and scrapes and things like that. Australia, New Zealand and around the world, welcome to you. You've just tuned into the AUSNZ Mega Esports series here, brought to you by the very, very capable dulcet sounds of Big Trevor and of course Cam and myself, and we're loving it. Hopefully you're loving it as well, because we've got 3 hours and 22 minutes and we want to hear from you as well. Shoot in your messages, chase up those predictions there that we like to have on the Discord, and other than that, you're certainly welcome to be part of this little venture, this broadcast. And if you are an up-and-coming sim racer and you want to join, I'm told there's more room. There's more room for some more cars for the next race in the not-too-distant future. In the meantime, here we are at Mount Panorama, Bathurst, in the land of Sidney. If you're going to mispronounce Tauranga, I'm going to really completely balls up Sydney. And we are getting ourselves all set and locked and loaded with another 3 hours, 21 minutes to go in this one. I don't know if you can predict who's going to win it. Not even half race distance. Boy, we've seen everything. And I've got to say, good news, because I've just realised how much the sun is starting to come through those clouds, and the worry about the rain earlier on, hopefully for the short time anyway, and hopefully for a lot longer, has completely been dissipated. It looks like we're going to have some smooth sailing there. So the only problems we're going to have is mad drivers making silly mistakes, and God knows it's an honest thing to have happen. But here we are on to the Conrod Strait. It's a beautiful sight here at Mount Panorama, Bathurst, and hopefully, Trev, we've got the McLaren at the front. Obviously the Lost Boys have dropped a few spots there at the moment, and was in second place. Noodles in second place in the BMW, and Binger King, the solo driver in the Skyline, he's been podium or thereabouts all afternoon, and with 2 hours and 40 minutes elapsed, 3 hours and 20 minutes to go. This is an absolutely incredible drive from him, and I hope that we don't put the commentator's curse on him. I hope that he has a cracking race. But I'll tell you what, Cam, I think we'll bring you into this one, mate, because Trevor and I do have a tendency to waffle on. What are your thoughts as we start to come up towards half race distance, mate? I know you're doing a lot behind the scenes, but what are your thoughts on this one? What would a team start to be doing? What are they starting to get ready for?
Yeah, so obviously, we're coming into the half race distance. A lot of teams have probably, ran the strategy book and gone, the last safety car, we know we can probably get upwards of 80 minutes of fuel out of the tank, as I was just seeing Trevor almost making
moving
a
along,
report on
Cam.
that. Moving along. I didn't see anything. I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, most of these drivers and teams could probably get about 80 minutes or so out of the tank, and with that last safety car, that brought everybody almost into a two-stint strategy to the end, or a two-stop strategy, I should say. So theoretically, that means most of these teams can come in 2 more times. Some drivers and teams might come in 3 more times. If another safety car comes out, that's going to shake up the strategy even more. But yeah, as we're coming closer and closer to this halfway point, you've really got to start crunching those numbers and go, right, what are we going to do on the next safety car if it appears? Are we going to come in? Are we going to change our fuel limits? Are we going to gamble on it happening, you know, a second time? Because, you know, when you start getting down to that, you know, final 2 hours, final hour, as we see Mint Matt and a bit of carnage here.
Sorry, mate. Can I just jump in there? Sorry, guys. The
incident.
one car has just been spun
Yep.
at Forest Elbow. Just
Big-
been spun, punted up the backside.
Big moment here, Mike, isn't it? Mint Matt is facing
Sorry, Ken.
the wrong way.
you're
Sorry
right.
to cut across you there, Cam. I nearly dropped my cup of tea. As you can see, Matt Simmons, and he is back around. So BCG1 now, and did they get some contact from behind
yeah.
them? I reckon something's gone on there. And that is a big moment, Mike, in the scheme of things overall here at the race as we approach half race distance. Matthew Simmons, BCG1.
I'm pretty sure, mate, it was... Sorry to jump over you, mate. I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure it was Jono Stan in the Mustang that actually gave Matt a good smack around the rear, because he was right up on the back of Ikatosh going towards Forest Elbow, coming down. I stand corrected, of course. I'll let the officials do their job, but he's got damage, and just like that, the BMW is coming into the pits there now, guys. This is an absolute breaking news moment, and it's no fault of the one car. Absolutely innocent. I happened to be on board just looking around and just seeing how they were going. I had the rear view, and all of a sudden, out of the blue, doing the right thing behind Nicker and got a fair smack up the backside. So pretty sure it's the Muzzy. Hopefully I was wrong. Ikatosh is coming too, so that's whether that's his... I didn't see that he did get any contact on him. Maybe he did. But yeah, again, sorry, Cam, to jump in on that one, mate. But that's a pretty significant moment.
Yeah, no, that's okay. You know, we were kind of watching that as we were going through a couple of things, and yeah, it just looked like you know, there was a bit of a train there going into Forest Elbow, and you know, you just gamble that brake a little bit later, we can do it. But sometimes you don't factor in how much extra speed you've got. Even if you've only got, you know, an extra, you know, 3-4 kilometers an hour, you still need to brake that extra little bit more to accommodate for that. And especially when you come round the sweepers of the dipper and you're braking down a hill, you know, everyone's going to have a different line. Some drivers might feel completely comfortable for lap after lap going into Forest Elbow, and then out of nowhere you have one lap where you're like, oh, I've gone a little bit too quick, or car feels like it's going to step out. You know, there's so many different things that happen. So yeah, unfortunately for the one car, that's, you know, resulted in them being spun around, and I think they're going to take an early pit stop, maybe gamble on a safety car and see if they can two-stop it from here. I got a feeling that's going to be their strategy call.
Yeah, I'd say you're right about that one, mate, and it's certainly one of those things that we saw a decent amount of time behind the wheel from the one car, and I don't know if Matt's going to stay behind them. In fact, it looks like Sidog's jumped in the BMW now. He's taken the reins, and so we'll see him drive with certainly a lot of charge in the back of his mind, and that is a very, very out of the box sort of thing to happen. And again, we'll let the officials sort that one out. I've got a feeling, guys, there's going to be some ramifications for that one, not just because of who it was how they got hit. It just obviously didn't need to happen. But you know, this is one of those things in Bathurst, isn't it? Anything can happen. It's like Mickey Mouse Surprise Day. Anything can happen, and it usually does. But the one thing I've noticed as well, it's completely purified. Not just that incident, but we've now got a purified top 10, where every car in the top 10 has done their mandatory 3, which means our race leader outright, rightly or wrongly, is the BCG2 Noodles BMW. What I mean by that is it means that whether it's by good luck, good management, or good fortune, they're right up there, and well and truly they're 2.8 seconds ahead of Distinct Andrew in the Mercedes. Then we've got Mr. Podium himself, Binger King in the Nissan Skyline, a further 2 seconds back in third place in the 19 car. Fourth place is the PRT3 car, which is John behind the wheel in car 102, the mighty old Mercedes AMG, 10 seconds further back. Let's go to the top 5 with John O'Stan in the Mustang, possibly under review, but I stand corrected, I'm happy to be wrong, in the BCG3 Mustang. So the Mustang pops its nose up to be in the top 5, and that's great to see for the Ford fans. TTR West with Machin behind the wheel in car number 369 is in the 5th place position. In fact, moved up to 5th place now. In fact, just jumped ahead of John O'Stan in the Mustang. And then we go back to the 36 car there of Speedy Tyre in the BCG4. group, and they're a further 2.7 seconds further back. Jimbo and the Kings 1 team there in the Nissan Skyline, second of the Skylines, up to 8th place with 1.27 seconds back behind Speedy Tyre. Vaporise in the BCG5 BMW car number 56, a further 5 seconds back, and the top 10 rounded out there by the PBR team there with the Stone Towel. The Stoned Towel. I've never heard that before, bless them. But anyway, the Stone Towel there in car number 8, a further, looks like a lap back at the moment, going across the strip. Guys, that's what can happen here at Bathurst, and we can see it looks like there's been a penalty given out there, Cam, as a regard of that contact.
Yeah, so the 369 is currently serving a drive-through penalty for the contact with the one car in Forest Elbow, and looks like we've just seen the tail end of Machin coming out of pit lane as well. But I did see Jono for BCG3 car 96, and quite some hefty damage on the front of that car. I know last time round they didn't have any damage on the front of their car, as we saw them having a bit of a battle and a bit of a tussle. I believe it might have been John and Jono stand in T1. Almost looked like a pit maneuver was about to happen. Just some good hard racing through the opening start of a lap, and then yeah, obviously something happened over the course of that lap in the top of the mountain, and yeah, there's a bit of damage on the front of the 96, so they opted to not come into pit lane, but see how much the damage is impacting them. We might see them come in at the end of this lap. It wouldn't surprise me.
Are we starting to see the wheels come off some of the fantastically formed racing we've seen for the better part of 3 hours here out Mount Panorama, Bathurst, the AUSNZ Mega Esports 6 hour here at Sydney. I'll tell you what, Trev, I think we hope that we've just seen a couple of minor indiscretions. We started off with the rain this earlier on today, and now we're starting to see the sun really blaze out there. Whether that changes the dynamics of the car, does it make them squish around on those tyres a little bit more, or are we starting to lose the controlled composure of these drivers? And I did see a Mustang into the back of the one car, wrongly called Jono Stan. Apologies for that. Obviously it was Machin, and one of those situations that's happened. But Trev, you know, it's very, very early in the piece when we say that, because we haven't even yet gone halfway. But by crikey, the wheels are anything but coming off this race meet here at Mount Panorama, Bathurst, mate. I'll tell you what, I'm looking forward to how the second half of this race meet's going to go.
And well, we're approaching the 3 hour mark, gentlemen, and I'm wondering whether we are seeing fatigue beginning to play a factor here. So I wonder, we talk about the walls here at Mount Panorama, and I'm sure if they can talk about how many drivers' hearts they've broken over the years. But Jono into the pits. Now he is into the pits, and I am trying to get control back of this stream here. As you can see, we are looking at Jono in the pits.
Oh, one of those things you don't want to have happen with the 96 car, but hopefully it's nothing too dramatic there for him. Meantime, I just jumped on board with Machin to see how he's driving after that drive-through situation. Unfortunately for him, you know, obviously setting the car back into 9th place at the moment, and this is a great sign that he's actually come out quite composed and he's driving very, very well. So he'll be looking to chase down the 8th place car, which is car number 8, and that is the Stoned Towel. Although he's got a lap car in front of him there, looks like it's Waterman, I think, in the Mighty Mustang, a lap or so down behind the field. But we'll get the blue flag there for Machin trying to come through, and I think a nice bit of driving there from the 2 car. And in actual fact, it was our man before that had a bit of a chat. It's the team, it's his car there doing the job, and great driving there from the 2 team. And away goes Machin, yeah, but 96 coming in. It looks like he's got the car all repaired and back out on the track there, Jono. So hopefully it's not too badly knocked around. I'm just watching the difference there for the one car of Sidog, who was 11.5 seconds back to the next positioned car, which was Kilroy in the Mustang. He's just now made that 9.5 seconds back. So Sidog, Simon Bishop, is certainly a man on a mission here today. So they've got every incentive to do the job. Now, remember earlier on when the rain came in, that we actually saw a big gap for Distinct Entry, who was in the top 3 well and truly, and they managed to wrestle their way back through in the next last 2.5 hours up to be second place overall, 1.5 seconds behind the race leader Noodles in the BMW. Now we've got another fight on our hands, Trev. I think it's fair to say, hopefully you're all connected, son. I think it's fair to say that Psydog in the 1 car, and of course his mate Mighty Matt there doing a good job, Matt, who got rear-ended at Forest Elbow. I think we've got a fairly good fight in our hands for car number 1. It'll be an interesting little sight to watch, won't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to be something to keep an eye on. I am connected back up, thank goodness for that.
Good boy.
And there we go, 8.5 behind Kilroy, so it's going to be interesting. That's the first battle. The first target, I should say, that number 669 Mustang being driven by Kilroy. Big shout out to everybody on Twitch this afternoon or this evening, right around the world. Australia New Zealand Endurance Series, 43 people going to Twitch and YouTube as well across multiple platforms in this Mega Esports Series. Great stuff. Season 3 of this championship. We'll keep an eye, like you said, Mike, on that battle between Simon and that battle. It's not a battle at the moment, but if he keeps up the pace he's doing, I'm sure it will be. Here's B. John, very impressive in qualifying on Friday night. It might have even been Saturday night as well for qualifying, of course, having the qualifying on the Saturday, race on Sunday. And he's doing very nicely there. 1.7 seconds behind this man for BSR1 in Distinct G, Chipperton. We saw him having a moment a few laps ago, but TTR East there with 1 mandatory pit stop remaining, and we're seeing that this live stewarding, Cameron, is working so far, and the viewers are liking this at the moment. The live stewarding has been a hit so far in this one.
Yeah, I've always been a big fan of live stewarding, and obviously it's a bit more difficult on the console sides of things. I know on the PC, you know, you've got admins and stewards behind the scenes that can dish out a penalty. So typically when we see a penalty, you'll see either a stop-go 30 or a drive-through, and it'll come up in a red box next to the timing charts next to the teams. And on the PC side of things, we can mandatorily give out those penalties, you know, whether it be a time-based penalty, a drive-through, things like that. On the console, we can't quite do that. So this season we've adapted in a new strategy, you know, still issue live stewarding, but it just means that our stewards have to sit there and, you know, tell the car and the team, look, you've got a drive-through penalty for said mistake, and then they'll come in and they'll serve that penalty. It's gonna definitely help, I think, in the long run, with the post-race penalties that we were doing last season. It's still not going to wipe them away. We're obviously still going to have post-race penalties if need be, but the live race stewarding is definitely a better outcome, and hopefully the drivers are enjoying it too, because, you know, it's the way that we wish we could have it. So hopefully this is going to set a good standard for the rest of the season, and we can run with it.
Absolutely, it's working well so far, there's no doubt about that. Where are some close battles on the circuit? Well, let's have a look. I'm asking the question, I'm going to answer it myself. It's Nismo there for Hoon Corp 2. We'll keep Mike out of this one. It's one of his favourite drivers there, of course, naturally, as he's right behind PRT2. 3 hours in, half the race gone. 3 hours in, and the mountain is still deciding who's worthy here. Half gone, half still to go. And it's just when you think you've got this track, Bathurst figured out, that's when it can come and bite you. But we see Nismo now in a very close battle behind TT for PRT2. And we saw him come out of the lane, didn't we, on that last safety car restart at the worst possible time. As we talked about this man, Chipperton, having 1 mandatory pit stop remaining. And he is now serving that, serving it. It sounds like it's a penalty, but he is in the pits now. Are we going to see a driver change here, Mike, at half race distance, or is Chipperton going to stay in that car, get some new boots on, and get the damage fixed and head straight back out there?
Well, it'll be interesting to find out, wouldn't it, mate? I mean, they've only done two stops so far. This is the 3rd one, and I mean, working on whatever their strategy is to make it 3 hours on 2 stops, and now coming for the car was out there for 3 hours. they're doing a sterling job keeping this thing going. I was actually wondering when they were going to come in, and I'm well impressed that they've lasted so well. The last car to come through and do it with the strategy. So yeah, Chipperton at the moment, obviously we'll wait and see how what their strategy is, whether they will change drive. It must have been a long stint there for them though in the TTR East car there, the 11 car. Now dropping down through the ranks a little bit, as you'd imagine, but this is a very, very smart little decision from them. Good process. The only thing that hasn't worked in their favour, unfortunately, is that obviously they haven't been able to do it under a safety car. I think that's probably what they were hanging out for there, Trev, and you've got to back them, and it looks like Chipperton's staying behind the wheel of the car. I haven't seen the driver change little board come up, and it looks like the car is out on the track, so that's a big call. Another big stint there from him in the TTR East 11 car, but good on them, and cracking job for the team. But I'll tell you what, at the front of the field, it's really starting to heat up there now. Distinct Andrew in second spot is just about glued to the bumper of BCG2's Noodles driving the 76 BMW. And this, oh mate, you talked about it before, the worth the price of admission. Not only is Andrew trying to get onto the back end of this BMW and the Mercedes, he's chasing them down, but there's lap traffic getting in the way. And I've got to say, there's been some very, very good officialdom and good enforcement there, but the drivers are seeing these blue flags. They're well aware of who's behind them, and it's Stone Harbour there who's Stone Barber. He's the one who's actually saying, look, I've seen the blue flag, son, let me get out of the way, I'll give you some room. And that's exactly what he does onto Conrod Straight, gets the Mercedes quite out of the way. And you know, that's one of the things that all you can ask for from a driver who's actually a faster class car, is that the cars that are going to get lapped, and inevitably someone's going to get lapped, is that they will get out of the way. So we're looking forward to that one. Trev, we're 78 laps into this one. In another couple of minutes, we're going to click over 3 hours to go. So we're looking the better part of 80 laps in 3 hours. I mean, is it going to be that we're going to get 160 laps in this? The magic number for Bathurst, of course, is the Bathurst 1000, 161 laps. If we could do 160 laps, we'll be the sparrow close to 1,000 Ks. That is a huge amount of effort. And again, I'll stop doing it, mate. I'll stop going on about it. But you just got to take your hat off to Binga King in the Skyline, still in third place at the moment, and approaching it. So he's the better part of 500 kilometres of race pace, Trev, and he's 6.5 seconds off second place. I think that is a gold medal moment by itself, surely.
Well, we are getting to that point. There's 3 hours down, like we keep saying, 3 to go. And if you've made it this far, well, congratulations. Now you can do it all over again. But that's endurance racing, isn't it, for you? And wow, I've got to say, we're probably getting to the point now, Mike, where the drivers are thinking to themselves, why did I sign up for this? But 3 hours remaining. Stone Harbour, to be fair to Stone Harbour as well, it wasn't an ideal position on this circuit, was it, to have Andrew and Noodles come up behind you. So, but he did very well there to get out of the way. And we're hearing that Will Starr has joined. We'll be doing the last 2 hours and 25 minutes at car 27. Watch out for them if there's a few more safety cars. And car 137 has served a drive-through penalty as well. And for contact with 77 back on lap 62. But the magical, mythical landmark, I don't know, surely how fitting would that be if we could get to 160 laps around this beautiful motor racing circuit. At the start, it was all about pace. At the end, it's all about survival. And right now, Mike, it's about not losing your mind. Not just for the drivers, but for us up here in the commentary box as well. We haven't turned on each other yet, as we are approaching the half race distance here, which is always a good sign. And you can see there, 3, 2, 1, we're almost there. And there we go, half. Keep pushing, says Race Control, and the half-race Gale getting a moment there on screen. But 80 laps here, Cameron, and still we are getting close to the 1,000 kilometre mark, halfway there, as they say. But Noodles, what can Noodles do here? Driver's perspective time, Chuck. 5-time champion across multiple formats, and you can see here, Noodles. Is it worth does he hang back? Does he save some some fuel, some tyres? That's a silly question. These guys are racers. He won't be doing that, will he?
Yeah, no, definitely not. You know, obviously, depending on how he's feeling, you know, how the car is set up is such a big thing. You know, if the car is set up that it likes to just destroy the tires, then, you know, you've got to be a bit more conservative and just play the patient and easy game. You know, obviously, you know, you're halfway, you're over half distance now, so you don't want to be doing anything that's going to possibly cost you, you know, a podium position, let alone a win at the halfway distance mark at the moment. But at the same time, Noodles has got to sit back and be like, am I quicker than the 726? Am I about the same pace? Or, you know, where are the advantages do they have versus me? You know, and some cars are better suited for over the top of the mountain. Other cars are better suited for, you know, the downsides of the mountain, you know, whether it's the descent or the climb up. So it's always going to be a bit of a tick for tack. But look, if I was Noodles, I'd sit back, just enjoy it for a little bit more, because the strategy game will really start to take effect in that next hour. When you got 2 hours to go, that's really when we're going to be starting to see people coming into pit lane, and we're going to know exactly what strategies people are doing. But that can all be turned on its head real quick, especially with safety cars.
And the flying Kiwi there, flying over the grass for Hoon Corp 3. I think he was getting out of the way there. Simon Bishop goes through. Metal Steel also does that. The flying Kiwi there, living up to his name on that occasion there, just going across the grass. I'll be careful, Mike, with what I say, but Simon Bishop, speaking of Kiwis, he's doing very nice indeed, as we've got another yellow flag. It's car 151. What has happened here? Mike, I believe, there goes Simon, there goes Metal Steel, but I think we've got an Aston Martin stuck at the top of the hill. It looks like the mountain's claimed another scalp here by the looks of it.
Yeah, it giveth and it taketh away, doesn't it? And the car's just sitting there, so it's mortally wounded by the looks of it. He's got the Aston going, and unfortunately HSVDT in the 151 car is trying to, you know what, the steering lock is on these cars, and he's trying to work himself a little bit of a gap. He's got the track map there to sort of see. Here comes the 101 car. Let's hope it's not too bad. Oh, looks like he's grinding the wall there, so he's broken the steering. And this is unfortunate, the way that this game is very accurate. Like, he's gone back to the pits, just like that. He's had to put the car straight back to the pits, and that is an absolute travesty. That's going to cost a huge amount of time in the pits for that to happen there, Trev, and that's not what anyone wanted to see happen. I mean, those guys, for all their goods and bads, had put in the big effort, and now the car is unfortunately gone back to the pits, and I'm hoping he hasn't disappeared completely off the screen, but I can't see him at the moment trying to pick up the 151 car. Nonetheless, that is the way sometimes the proverbial cookie crumbles. But we've jumped back on board. We just jumped on with Sidog there, Simon Bishop, who was working his way through after some unfair disadvantage given to them, I think it's fair to say, earlier on, and they've clawed their way back up to 15th place at the moment, 6 seconds behind Kilroy there in the heat stroke team of the 669 Mustang, and that BMW is just going, as I tell you, he's already got the fastest lap anyway. I don't know if they've improved it in the last few laps. I haven't got that screen up, but by crikey, that car is on a mission, and I think we haven't seen all we're going to see from car number one for the time being. And the interesting part, almost a sad part too, Trev, was that when the one car was smacked up the bum, it was actually being quite courteous itself and trying to work a passing manoeuvre. It wasn't a lap pass, it was a passing manoeuvre outright, but just taking time and being patient because it's an endurance race. But that was then, this is now, and we're dealing with that car. But let's also sing out a very, very big whack of praise to another car that missed out on a earlier situation with the rain, and that is the race leader, Distinct Andrew, there in the 726 Mercedes-Benz, doing a stonking job. It's like the gorilla in the mist, that little car, and he's just driving the wheels off the Mercedes-Benz doing it, and here he comes down through the dipper, just watching on board at the moment, and starting to pick up some of the lap cars around. And Trev, this is, sorry, I'll jump the cam on this one, because we are past half race distance, and mate, I think we've got to we've got to think about how these drivers who are leading the field, the better cars at the moment, better position. How do you start approaching other tired drivers who are a lap down? Are you treated nicely about it, or are you treated like they don't want you to get past? I think I'll answer my own question on that one. I think we'll just take a short break and...
I could jump in. I could jump in for you if you like, but I was about to say that...
You put a stupid picture on the screen, mate. I'm trying to concentrate here.
And, yes, our first retirement, though, in all seriousness, Mike, our first retirement of the afternoon. So that's terrible luck for car 151. And, well, let us know in the chat, putting the request out, what predictions would you like to vote on for the next hour? Another safety car? Maybe we're going to get some weather? Or would you like to see something else? Let us know in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from as well. We don't care whether you're from Melbourne or from Auckland. We're all going to get along here in the next 2 hours and 53 minutes. But distinct Andrew now, Mike. The man, as he goes through our picture here, 1.8 seconds is that gap back to Noodles. He's passed Mick Yozza, who left some beautiful comments about my voice in the chat the other night, which was terrific. So Mick Yozza, who's just discovered this channel, fair play to him. He's getting out of the way there, blue flags out, but Andrew is absolutely on it. And you can see 1.5 that gap now. He's leaving nothing on the table here. But yeah, thinking of that first retirement, I should say, as we've got another follower to the channel. Struggle Carp is now following. And I always have a little bit of a giggle. I'm secretly 12 years old in my mind, Mike. Some of the names that we see here are just fantastic. But thank you to Struggle Carp for joining the channel, part of the community. And Chuck there, we lost you there, Chuck. He says he's watching from my basement. And the most disturbing part, Cam, is I don't have one. Anyway, so we've locked him in, and he wants to be saved. But can anybody catch this? And my goodness, the chat is coming through. Watching from North Carolina in the USA. Thank you, Struggle Carp. Michael Jordan territory there. And Summer, and you know what, Mike? I'm going to leave the New Zealand names to you. We've got them. They're coming through in the chat. I'm not even going to attempt that, as with 2 hours and 52 minutes remaining. 83 laps gone. 6 hours race day for Bathurst AUSNZ Mega Esports Series. And Mike, this particular series on the console, it's something that has taken off in recent times. Endurance racing on the console is really going from strength to strength, isn't it? It's getting bigger every single year.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be, and I think a lot of people, realistically can't afford a $450,000 car, but they can afford a $4,500 setup or thereabouts, and probably a lot less than that, and probably some with a lot more. This is what it's all about, getting out there and having a go. We're all sharing time together. We've got 60 drivers. We've got a whole broadcasting team here behind us. We're covering New Zealand. We're covering Australia. We're covering North Carolina. We're covering the world. And, I want to be part of this sort of thing. I like seeing people out there treating each other with respect, but having fun and pushing hard. And it's a very fine balance. Everyone's welcome into this broadcast. Everyone's welcome to come along and have a bit of fun. And as long as they've got the right attitude, and they certainly want to learn and themselves, and and do it in a relaxed and controlled relaxed but controlled environment, then this is why this is such a tremendous success. And AUSNZ Mega Esports, it's what it's all about, guys. And you guys, I got to say, you are the goats as far as sim racing goes. You're sim racing like the back of your hand. I'm a silly old dirt track speedway circuit racing commentator. I love this whole idea. I'm sitting on the back of Noodles' car at the moment watching it, and I've got more technology than I've ever had in my life, and I only know how to run probably 10% of it. So of course we want to be part of it, and so it should grow. This is a very, very inclusive group, and that's what we need to have. We've got a very diverse field of cars. We've got European cars, we've got American cars, we've got Japanese cars, we've got everyone out there. We tick all the boxes. We're saving the environment, and we're doing 280 kilometres an hour. I can't understand why we don't have more, and I think we're all the way we're going and the way it's growing. So everyone listening in from wherever you're listening in from, you're a bunch of champions. Thank you very much for being part of our little event. Thanks for investing your heartbeats in us, and to all the track and all the group and all the sponsors, and to Mega paying the bills and supporting us to actually do this, and other sponsors that I understand are going to be coming in during going to be coming in during the course of 2025. I hear from the team that they're actually seeking some people and paying some bills to get some better gear and better broadcasting, not broadcasters, we're doing a reasonable job, and I'm having a lot of fun with it. But Trev, you know what? We are past half race distance, mate. Nothing personal, but I need a cup of tea and the lie down for a couple of seconds, and I reckon we jump on board a car we haven't jumped on board with. And why don't we do another couple of laps while we go and have a little bit of fun?
Let's just do that. Beautifully summed up there, Mike. Fantastic to be a part of this. And it's only going to get bigger, isn't it? Our glass is half full. It's more than half full. It's completely full. That's how happy we are as we take a look at Simon Bishop. Let us know. Redeem those coins. Car number 726. We've taken a look at Simon Bishop and what he can do for BCG1 behind the wheel of that BMW. We are going to get behind the wheel of this car number 726. And in fact, we're going to do that right now as we see Nismo into the pits. Geesh continuing on here as we're going to get to our P1 man. It's a pretty big field. It takes a while. And here we go. Here he is. And we're going to ride with Distinct Andrew here. And we're going to have a look at this car now. Look at this beautiful view here coming from the 726 Mercedes-Benz. We're going to give, we're going to take this opportunity. We're going to get these overlays off the screen for the time being, and give you an opportunity then to watch the pure sound and see this man conquer the mountain there. And there you have it. So a nice clear view of the dash of the Mercedes AMG car coming down to the final corner. We are going to take a short break here on the broadcast and let you listen to this, but stay tuned. We'll be back in a couple of minutes' time. It is the opening round of AUSNZ Mega Esports Season 3, Round 1, coming to you live from Mount Panorama. Back in a few moments' time. Welcome back, wherever you're watching right around the world. 2 hours and 43 minutes left in this one. 48 people are on Twitch at the moment watching this on our Sunday, on your Sunday afternoons, and we're looking at our race leader now. And I've got to say, Mike, I feel slightly uncomfortable going into that many lounge rooms on a Sunday evening.
But to be fair, if you just use a little bit more hair product, actually if you put a hat on, to be fair, probably a mask. Anyway, the point is it's really great to have those people on board with us here today and watching the AUSNZ and Mega Esports at Bathurst, a 6-hour here at Mount Panorama. It's been absolutely brilliant. And look, I'll tell you what, we're watching Distinct Andrew doing the laps. He just keeps doing what he does. I travelled a long way during that break. I went to a long destination. I went into the room next door and asked the boys in 137, I said, what happened? Why are you guys in the pits? Well, there's some pretty long faces in there because the game completely crashed on them, and that's why they sat out there with their, you know what's up there, you know what's, wondering what was going on, and the game had completely stopped. They both had a crash as well. The car's not exactly in pristine condition for them, but the walking wounded happen, and these things happen. They've had so many races in the past where they haven't had any issues, but no excuses. One of these things, and we've seen other people have some uncomfortable things happen too. But what has been very comfortable is watching the fight back from the one car, the BMW, during the break there. Trev, we shot away, and I think the BMW was in 13th place. Well, look at this. It's in 11th place now, 7.5 seconds behind the Lost Boys there with Shawnee Fuller and the 555 McLaren, and up to 11th place there, just not giving up. And I'll tell you, we both know that's a thing that's foundational for Cy Bishop and Matt, whatever he is. So we'll look forward to seeing how the boys play out for the next 2 hours, 40 minutes here at Mount Panorama Bathurst, because it really does give us that hope that even if you do have things turn to custard on you, you can still just keep putting those wheels, make them turn the steering wheel, push the brake pedal, and get the job done. And what a cracking way there for them to prove to us, that they're not number one on the side of the car for just a little bit of a ghost reason, that they're deserving it. And at the moment, they're 7 seconds back behind the McLaren. The McLaren's 5.5 seconds back to Iker in the 37 car and the Aston. The Aston's got some distance back to the next McLaren there, the 407 car, who's 5.3 seconds back behind Geesh and the another of the Astons. Then we go back 22 seconds to the Skyline, which is a further second back, car number 36. Sorry, the 33's car, there's a Skyline there of Jimbo and the Kings 1 team, I should get it right. Then we go up the board to 5th place there, which is Speedy Tyre and the Mustangs. A bit of a roundabout way to sort of do a wrap-up, really. I've never done this one before, but we'll do it anyway. Speedy Tyre and the Mustang, their car 36 in the pits at the moment there with the Mustang. Not quite sure what's going on there. Bit of a strange time for a pit stop. Hopefully their game hasn't crashed. Then we go up to Jimbo in the 33 car into 5th place. Now as a result of that, of course, the PRT3 Mercedes 102 car in 4th place. The 19 car, Mr. Podium himself, Binger King, in the 19 Nissan Skyline, 15 seconds back to the 76 car of Noodles and the BCG2 team with the man himself, Distinct Andrew, in the 726 Mercedes-Benz leading the field, and 3.5, nearly 4 second gap on the BMW at the moment. So Trev, a lot to play for in this one. 2 hours and 39 minutes yet to go. There's so many more stories to tell. There's so many more things to have happen. A lot of lap markers out there, a lot of walking wounded cars, a lot of people that have dropped laps, dropped out, had accidents, been accidents into, been spun, crashed, bashed and smashed. It's all what happens at Mount Panorama, isn't it? It giveth and it can taketh away. But again, the whole battle of the brands, I'm still waiting to see where those Mustangs are. And in fact, the top 10 with Speedy Tyre is the first Mustang to go across the strip. And that's something I wasn't expecting, mate, to be fair. I thought we'd be seeing it a little bit stronger, but here we are. And what we've got is what we've got.
Absolutely, and let me tell you, all in a day's work here at Mount Panorama. And what have I missed, says Skyline? I was away for a couple of hours. I'm sure Cameron will be more than happy, Skyline, to give you a full recap of the race so far in the time you've been away. Thanks, Cam, for chucking me under the bus. It's not going to work. As Gordo, first-time chatter, 49 people watching. Oh, boy, it's just messing with me. Can we get it to 50, please? get Grandma to sign up, but Simon Bishop down Conrod Straight, right behind Speedy Tyres here. The comeback is continuing. He pulls out from behind him along the 1.9 kilometre run down Conrod Straight here, and he's got that move done. And Speedy Tyres jumping out of the way, not quite jumping out of the way there, Mike, but if I saw Simon Bishop coming up behind me, I'd be very, very concerned. And loving your work, guys, says Gordo, tuning into the coverage in between prepping my car for the Roos Sunday night league race. Great to have you with us here. And we're hearing that half the field, 17 out of 35 cars have done a 202.9 or better in this race in car 726. No surprises there. The Mercedes-Benz of Distinct Andrew sitting on a 201.832. So consistency, more than half the field sitting on a 202.9 or better, Mike. And that shows you the level is very, very consistent, and amongst the entire field then, very even here this afternoon.
That's not too bad, because I had to go last night or yesterday afternoon before I shot away, and I was managing to do 209.2s. Yeah, 209.2, so I was doing them quite regularly and quite consistently. I was crashing about every third or fourth lap. So I totally understand where you're coming from on that one, mate. And quite a genius driver, which is why I'm behind the microphone, not being trusted to the keys to the car. But speaking of the keys to the car, one of the teams we saw, we've actually just had a talk to one of the drivers of this one. We've spoken to Isaac Fogg before. Now I think we've got Water Arrow there, which is Mikyoza from in the Mustang. Mikyoza, are you there, mate?
Hello. We aren't actually in the Mustang. We're in the 999 BMW, but race has been going well. Just did a very nice stint.
Well, that's awesome, mate. I've been told that a bit of a setup there from Cameron, but that's okay, mate. We'll jump in there. We had a talk to Porsche before, and in the BMW, the GT4, the GT3, the M4. We'll get it right eventually, mate. How's the afternoon going for you? How are you feeling after your stints?
Well, the start didn't go to plan, like Porsche said. That last stint felt really good. We are, I think, third in class right now. Porsche's just trundling along at his pace, and we will. I'll hop back in and I'll finish.
It's the Porsche was going on about. He's pretty brilliant driver, and he reckons you're sort of dragging him along. Is that true, or are you the better driver and he was just talking out of turn? You can tell us. We won't tell anybody.
He does what he needs to. He's really helpful. He got the qualifying set up for me.
Oh, okay.
From a friend of his. He works. He works well.
Yeah, no, I'm just
what
pulling
I
your
need
chain, mate.
as a teammate.
I'm pulling your chain. Look, mate, you guys have done a good job there. In fact, I think you're in the top 20 now as well, outright, which is only 23rd in the Porsche. And the setup you've got there at the moment, is there anything during the pit stops that you're changing other than tyres and gases, or anything in the car that you are actually changing, or are you just sticking with the old?
Oh, it's just bent it.
Yeah.
No, we don't change much. It's a pretty stable setup.
Yeah.
Porsche
we've got sorry, mate, we've got 2.5 hours to go. Trevor want to have a word to you as well, because he can speak Australian. Yeah. I'm a Kiwi, mate. So Trev, just tell this young man how in Australian how well he's going, because I'm quite impressed the way these guys are still trugging along.
Yes, and just to give you a bit of background on that one, Mikyoza, yes, the Oz-Kiwi relations there. We are trying to translate what's coming from each of our mouths, but no, mate, look, I'll tell you in a very Australian way, mate, how's it all going? And do you reckon she'll be right for the next 2.5 hours, mate? How do you think we're going to go for the next part of the race?
We're aiming for a podium, and I think we'll be fine. We just need to be consistent and cautious. Try not to get in too many accidents. No. We've been fairly clean so far. We haven't been involved in anything. It's just incidents of our own that have set us back.
Well, great work, mate. We do appreciate your time as well. We were saying earlier on that the drivers coming in and giving us their time, it's never easy, but thank you, Mick Yoz, and we'll let you get back to it and keep an eye on your team. I think you might have had a brief moment there just before as we were talking to you, mate, but all the best. Thanks for joining us, and best of luck for the next 2.5 hours, Mike.
Just before we leave you there, Mick Yoz, how old are you, mate?
15, almost 16.
And
Pretty
what
young.
about Porsche? How old's Porsche?
Not too sure. I think he's 16 or 17 because he just got his.
So you're 15. He's 15 or 16, maybe a little bit older, and I think that would qualify you guys as probably one of our youngest drivers. Is that a real thing to say, or that's pretty impressive?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah. Oh, well done, mate. Like, I didn't realise. I'm just a silly old Kiwi that shoots his mouth off. But look, mate, I think well done to you guys, because you're a lap or two down, but you're not giving up by any stretch of the imagination, are you? You're out there doing the business.
Yeah.
And mighty old BMW, and look, go well for the podium, mate. Keep it up, and you've got what, 2 hours and 30 minutes to go. How are you feeling? Are you feeling all right?
I'm feeling pretty good. I think we got
Yeah.
pace for a podium. Just need that consistency and safety cars.
Yeah, that's the big thing, isn't it? You guys have a strategy how you want the race to play, but if the safety car comes out, obviously it always comes out unannounced. Are you flexible in your strategy? Do you guys make a quick call about whether you should stay out or whether you should come in and do a tyre swap or driver change or gas or whatever?
We generally follow what other people do. So if we see like the leaders pit or they drive a change, we'll do that. Because this is like both of our first long endurance race in this game.
Oh, is that right?
What a way to start it.
Wow, so this is your first, what's the longest race you guys have done up until now?
Oh, I've done 2 hours by myself. I don't know what Porsche's done before, but yeah, I always wanted to get into these really long driver swap races, and these guys came up and they fit perfectly.
Oh, mate, so are you actually feeling like a race car driver? Are you feeling like part of the racing team at the moment?
Yeah, it's quite cool. It's a very different atmosphere than what I'm used to.
That's awesome, mate. That is absolutely brilliant. Look, I tell you what, you're the epitome of what this is all about, mate. We love seeing young people. We love seeing not so young people. You're out there doing it. And I'll tell you what, mate, you guys can hold your head up high because you're up against some really good competition and you're not looking like a muppet or anything like that. Hey, well done to you. And thanks for the interview, mate. And we'll watch how you get on later on and go well for the rest of the afternoon, eh?
All right, thank you.
Great work there.
Good on you, mate.
Great stuff. Isn't it great to see? Love hearing their experiences. First endurance races. And Mike, the beginning of something that they'll love for a very, very long time. Here's Simon Bishop again. It feels like an action replay every time we jump on board with this man, Mike. He seems to be passing someone every single time we jump on board with him. And guess what? Inside the top 10, P9 now as he goes past Shorty Fuller. Unbelievable, 2.7 seconds now to Diswood. And great stuff, Porsche there and McYoza. Combined age, 15 and 16. Combined age still nowhere near where I'm at. No comment for you, Mike, but Simon Bishop there coming on to the start-finish straight now. He's made up another position as 52 people are watching this stream. We are going live across Australia, everywhere. It's not just Australia, it's a big wide world out there. New Zealand as well, everywhere else in between. But look at this. Diswood now is going to have Simon Bishop for company very, very shortly. Down Skyline we go. 2 hours and 29 minutes remaining. Love hearing from those drivers as they join us in the chat right throughout the course of the afternoon. If we felt creepy for being in that many lounge rooms before, we're in even more of them now, Mike. 52 people watching. Wow, how good is this? And 2 hours 28 remaining.
I'm just glad the picture of the scary gorilla has disappeared off the screen, mate. But one thing too is we've got a bit of a change of the lead at the moment. Obviously a driver change we missed. Twitchy's jumped back behind the wheel of 726 and Binger King in the Skyline the man who's a solo act in car number 19 is now the race leader. That is absolutely phenomenal. And you know, in actual fact, he's just gone into the pits. He's just pitted. So there you go. The 19 car has just come in for, can't do a driver swap. All he can do is change tyres and put gas in the car. So he's run that thing down to fumes. And now was the race leader. So we'll see him pick up who that is going to be, how that's going to be. But the 726 car has actually pitted and is now in second spot, but I'm guessing it's going to make a pass very soon on the 19 car who is in the pits there. Well done to Twitchy, and well done of course to Binger, who's cracking it along at a frantic pace. One thing too, I'm just trying to pick up where our fastest lap is. Can you believe it, Trev? Our fastest lap is the car in 28th position, the 27 car, the Aston Martin of Willstar. I was just trying to work out, I've lost my bearings because car number 1 doesn't have fastest lap anymore.
No, and not only does car number 1 not have the fastest lap, but it's car number 27 in 28th position, which is incredible, isn't it? Willstar, maybe a new set of boots on that Aston Martin. Car number 27, predictions have been paid out. When will car 726, currently P1 pit? Answer before 2 hours and 25 minutes remaining. 52 people watching this. This is the opening round of a brand new season for AUSNZ on the console for the PS5. Mega Esports, proud partners along with the proud partners along the bottom of your screen. Respawn Esports Centre, Hoon Corp Esports, Mega BCG, Kings Racing, and many, many more on your Sunday afternoon or evening. If you're watching from North Carolina, which I know we've had a few check-in from right around the world, and you can see Willstar then. He's got the fastest lap, Mike, and he's got some clear air as well. He's having a good old Sunday drive here, isn't he? He's enjoying himself down there in P28. He's got Stone Harbour having a bit of a moment there through turn 1. Twitchy just ahead of him. He's got a couple of Mercs ahead of him. But we'll get back to this battle here. Shawnee Fuller, Speedy Tyres, Ikatosh there amongst the action as well. And Speedy Tyres, there he is, right behind Shawnee Fuller down Conrod Straight. And you can see the advertising boards there.
Fastest lap too.
Copping it somewhat on Conrad Straight as the voice of Jason Wilkinson rings in my ears. There's no escaping him, is there? And I know exactly what he's trying to do as well. But Speedy Tyres here, Cam, right behind Shawnee Fuller, and he's going to be making some moves very, very shortly with Diswood not far ahead of them here.
Yeah, it definitely looks like he's got his Speedy Tyres on. You know, the Mustang, it's so quick down Conrod, and even up Mountain Straight, it is blistering. And you know, you put that against the likes of the McLaren, where the McLaren is nimble and quick over the top of the mountain, but does struggle in comparison to the Mustang. You know, on the big long straights that we experience around Mount Panorama here. So yeah, Speedy seems to be closing that gap ever so slowly here. Did lose a couple, maybe give or take about a fraction of a tenth over the course of that last sector, but Shawnee Fuller for the moment looks like he's trying to put a bit of pressure on Diswood here. So Lost Boys and PRT3 having a good crack for P9. Speedy Tyres, sorry, BCG4 not too far behind that. But yeah, loving to see these gaps still nice and close, you know, under 2.5 hours remaining of the race. 11.9 seconds if I can spit my words out, Trevor and Mike, separating P1 and P2. But you never know, the rain might decide to make an appearance later on towards the tail end, or you know, we might be privileged to nice sunny skies. As Shawnee Fuller's made a bit of a mistake going down Skyline, thankfully managed to keep the car planted and pointing in the right direction. That would have been a bit of a pucker moment for sure.
You can see it's a long race and a brutal track with, as we've been going on about all afternoon, with walls that don't quite forgive you. This is Bathurst, of course, and just when you think you've got it mastered, they can catch you out. But I've got to ask you, Cam, a quick question about when are these drivers starting to feel the pinch? Is it just any time in particular, or when do you start to get a little bit crazy and start to be chasing shadows here as a sim driver in these longer races? Is there a particular time, or can it happen any old how? Matter of fact, I've got it now. That's me craving a beer. But when does it kick in? When does the fatigue become a factor here, Chuck?
Yeah, I dare say, you know, especially for the solo drivers that we have out here today, the fatigue would have set in probably 2 hours into the race. You know, you're not really feeling your best. You're not as sharp as what you would normally be. But, you know, for our 2 driver teams out here today, you know, as long as you separate it amongst each other, you're not, you know, going maximum of, you know, the 2 hours in one long haul. Typically you can keep a bit refreshed, but yeah, you know, the mental fatigue of Mount Panorama on its own is quite huge. You know, if you look at some other circuits, you know, let's just say, you know, Daytona or the 24-hour Le Mans, for instance, you know, you've got bits of track there that you can have a bit of a breath and, you know, recoup yourself before you get into the technical sections, where Mount Panorama, you've got no time to have those breaks. You've got to be switched on the whole way through, and even the small breaks you do get, you can't switch off completely. And you know, the fatigue around here definitely settles in a lot earlier. You know, even just doing a 1 hour stint around here is heaps. And you get out of the car and you're stressed, your heart rate's high, you're buzzing, and you just can't wait to get back in the car, but you know you've got to take that break to be able to, you know, be at your maximum potential every single stint. So yeah, definitely feeling for a lot of these drivers as they're creeping into that final 2 hours.
It's all about being able to just adopt a strategy, mental and physical, to be able to stay sharp right throughout this race. Oh boy, Simon Bishop, we've been following this man's progress. I've been guilty, Mike, in the past of watching this man far too much on streams. But I've got to say I'm not one bit sorry, because he is up into P6 at the moment. He's just gone past Cloquet for Kings 1. And you can see there, he's making his way around now. Lap 98, Mike. We're almost at the 100 lap mark. And we'll be raising the bat very, very shortly. But Twitchy still leads. Let's recap if you're just joining us for this opening round of a brand new season. 6 hours and counting, 2 hours and 20 to go. There is Norm. He's settled into P2 here at the moment, 12.8 off of the lead battle. Jeesh, 4.3 further back behind him. Then My Binger King in car number 19. And we've got to get back to a previous comment from Skyline, of course, who says, she says, whoever keeps calling the Nissan Skylines, they're wrong, because where does it actually say Skyline on the GTRs? Please stop calling them Skylines when they're actually not. And I've just let her know that we've taken that feedback on board, Mike. So if we've got to get out of that habit, I know, but we're more than happy to take feedback on here in the commentary box, aren't we? Especially during the course of the 6 hours. We want to keep our viewers happy right throughout the course of this race, don't we?
And totally ignore it, because it's always been a Skyline up until now. The Godzilla GTR, you know, you want to call it what you want to call it, but they do have a part of the track called Skyline. I mean, I might actually just mention the Nissan going over the top of the track at that particular time, the Godzilla, the GT3. It doesn't actually say Godzilla on the car either, to be fair. I'm just saying, I'm just pointing it out. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong in this namby-pamby world, but I think you're wrong. Anyway, God bless you. And here we are, we're on board with the, I call him the Podium King. It's Binger King. I think it doesn't say podium on the car either, but this driver is an absolute standout. And I think we had a comment there coming on from Wilco earlier on about Binger, who actually plays cricket for the over 40s, and out there doing a solo act. I think that's certainly something we need to mention, although that's not written on the car either. So, you know, there's a lot of things you won't necessarily see on the car, but we can say about the car and certainly about the driver. I think we've got more important things to worry about mispronouncing the name. It's like the Subaru Impreza is called the STI, it's not called the Impreza, or the WRX, I should say. So really it just comes down to semantics, doesn't it? But, you know, Twitchy is doing a cracking job. And you know what, Trev, you're right about the 99 laps, soon to be 100 laps. That is outstanding. And the 726 car there with Guy Barbara or Twitchy, distinct Andrew Lee doing a stonking job in that car. But I can't be angry with you, although being Australian I should be, because Psydog in 6th place, you know, Dog in 6th place. That in itself was a story, and now his next position is the Bijon car, the Cactus One McLaren. He's 33.7 seconds behind the McLaren, and that will be interesting to see in another 10 or 20 or 30 minutes time how that 33, we should write that down, 33.7 seconds, how big that gap is in another 10 or 20 minutes or 30 minutes or whatever, because I bet you bottom dollar, you know, they'll be grinding away at that, won't they?
They certainly will be, and thank you, Skyline. We've taken your feedback on board here, and we've also given some feedback of our own. And thank you for watching. We're all just having fun here, aren't we? It's great stuff, and you can see Ikitosh there in P8 at the moment, P4 in his class overall. But look at the pressure he's going to be under here from Diswood, not just Diswood, but Speedy Tyre. In fact, forget about Ikitosh for the time being. I think Diswood has got something to worry about here as Speedy Tyres pulls out halfway there or thereabouts down Conrod Straight. Oh my goodness me. Just take a breath and let this one play out. Ikitosh there in Diswood in the sandwich between Speedy Tyres and Ikitosh here at the moment. The battle for P8, 9, 10. And guess what? Willstar had the fastest lap. And now that little purple square has been transferred across back to Simon Bishop. So there you have it. Wow. So keep an eye on that 33-second gap there or thereabouts. We just can't keep him off our screens, Simon Bishop. And of course, he is a New Zealander, of course. And well, we've seen Kiwis come to the mountain and conquer the mountain once or twice in the past, haven't we? But 2 hours and 16 remaining. We've brought up the century for this man, Twitchy. You can see 100 laps gone in this race. Possibly 61 to go. We're not quite sure how long this is going to run for. Yes, we do know how long it's going to run for. 2 hours and 16 minutes. What I was trying to say was we're not sure how many extra laps we're going to get in here. But Geesh in 3rd, Binger in 4th, Bijon in 5th now. And a huge crowd out there watching us right across the world. It's great to be with you here once again. And to just see here, Simon Bishop continuing on. Fastest lap of the race now. Blue flags out. There goes Clocade, Ikitosh, Diswood, Speedy Tyres, all together here. And Shawnee Fuller here, Cam, if you don't mind, as we're getting the cameraman there doing his best work. Shawnee Fuller 1.3 seconds further back from this battle. So he's continuing to chase this pack. 3 cars in front of him. I tell you what, unbelievable here at the moment. Just reflecting on this race and what sort of strategies we've seen play out. More importantly, every driver, every team has come in for at least their 3 mandatory pit stops. I'm looking at Shawnee Fuller. We need to be looking at this man, Speedy Tyres, once again, but got to give it full marks to Ikitosh here, Cam. He's holding his nerve here at the moment, approaching the final corner with Diswood and Speedy Tyres right in his mirrors here, but he's holding firm at the moment in P8.
Yeah, he's doing really well in the 37 car for Hoon Corp 1. You know, it's a lot of pressure. You know, it's such a hard one when you want to race and you want to breathe and you don't want to be looking in those mirrors. It's such a hard one when you've got 2 drivers, you know, clawing at the back of you, and you're trying to just keep those eyes forward, but you know that they're going to go for a move if they have that opportunity. You know they're going to go for it. But looks like Speedy Tyres is going to try around the outside here of Diswood. A bit of a sketchier place to try and go around the outside. He thinks better of it. You know, files back in behind, loses a little bit of time. Almost looked like he was about to lose the car. So, you know, kind of towed it a little bit closer into the corner so it didn't scrub out too wide. Ikitosh made a bit of a mistake too. So I got a feeling, Trev, he's feeling the pressure now. He's feeling the heat from those drivers behind. And Shawnee Fuller, likewise, he's been losing a couple of tenths over the last few laps. So I've got a feeling his tyres aren't really feeling the way that they were earlier on, and they might not be too far away from coming in.
And that, I've got to say, that is the voice of last year's QRT Esports car number 38, 24 Hours of Le Mans iRacing champion in the LMP2 class. Just some of the quality that we've got in the commentary box there. And if you're in New Zealand, I'm sure you've heard the voice of the other man alongside me in Mike Howe, of course. Ikitosh continuing on Simon Bishop. I'm continuing to look at this gap, Mike. He's coming up behind some guy, what's his name? Who's that in front of him? Oh, Nismo, there we go. Just kidding. Nismo, of course, a big hit in Hooncorp Esports. The boss, as we call him, Mike. Of course, you're the real boss over there. But Simon coming up behind him now. And 27 seconds now, Mike, that gap. It was 33. We looked away to just have a sip of water, and now it's 27 seconds here. And ahead of him, Jeesh and B-John, both in the pits as Sidorg rounds up Nismo along Skyline here.
Yeah, I actually noticed that myself. Yep. And there's quite a few cars popped into the pits here for a while. We've still got Glasso, and I think John O'Stan popped in there as well. So they're sitting there getting some service done, as we are just over 2 hours away, 2 hours and 12 minutes before we get back in. Yeah, Nismo's, I don't have to show bias because he's my son, but by the same token, he's an absolutely passionate motorsport person. I've got to shout out to him. I've been 4 hours almost without saying a thing about the young fellow, and he's put this together. There's no doubt about the mega esports type of thing, and he's the last one to want his name put over the air and everything, but he does a huge amount of work there for Hooncorp, for the our real-time racing brand, for our small events that we do here in New Zealand, especially around the Auckland area, and part of the NASCAR Lemons brand, which is now Mega Racing. Lemons brand as well. Will be next weekend down at Taupo. So he's there or there. Oh, we just had a car going around in front of the 137 car as well too, to be fair, going up over the crossover. So not quite sure what that was all about. Someone that was untouched, just a little bit of a moment, so didn't pick up on who that was. But yeah, look, he does a huge amount of behind the scenes sort of work, and this definitely today wouldn't be happening without his input, and a lot of and like yourselves as well, including the man we haven't heard a word from, Wilco, who has been hugely instrumental in getting all this together. Cam and Trev, you guys, who people just don't realise doing a huge amount of work, and that's just to have this event going on without you guys, it just wouldn't be a thing. So well done there to you lot. That's your praise. Now we move on and slap each other around the ears. As I see the 100k having a bit of a turnaround moment there as well. Sparky and the Ferrari down Conmod Straight just jumped on board with Shorty Fuller for a quick look in the 555 car. It must have put him off because he just come into the pits. So not quite sure what's going on there, Trev, but we are just over 2 hours to go. I've got a feeling this might be the penultimate time they're in the pits before they go to the checker. This might be this and one more for some of these cars. We know that we were the better part of an hour and a half for some of the cars. They won't go 2 hours on a tank of gas and a set of boots, but certainly an interesting time. And I will say, I know it's commentators' cues, guys, I will say it's been lovely to have a long duration without a safety car. I'll leave it at that.
Yes, well, I'm sure there won't be, fingers crossed, touch wood. And hopefully, you never know though, like we said, anything can happen, it usually does. We have Will Star, we're riding on board. In fact, we've had a request come in for this man to ride on board with this man. He's on fire and he's about to unlap himself. He will be only 3 laps down very, very shortly. And if we get another safety car or two, he'll be right back in the mix here. And we are speaking of Will Star now, riding on board, car number 27. And we might take this opportunity, gentlemen, we might just listen to a lap of this beautiful circuit here, the raw sound coming from this Aston Martin. Let's have a listen to this, and we'll be back with you in just a few moments' time. Don't forget, out there watching, subscribe to us to YouTube, of course, going live out on NZ Sim Racing, Mega Motorsports New Zealand, or Twitch. Follow us, twitch.tv Kid Byers. But we'll leave you with this coverage of a beautiful lap here of Mount Panorama, and be back very, very shortly. Stay with us. Welcome back. Live and exclusive coverage of the first round of Season 3 of the AUSNZ Mega Esports PS5 Endurance Series. And as we rejoin you in the commentary box, we've got a brand new member of the channel in Pre-Vales. Is now following the channel. Big shout out to you. Thank you for following us here. 47 viewers on the stream. And getting back to what's happening on the circuit, Mike, we appear to have a penalty here for Stoned Towel in the PBR team. Car number 8 has fallen foul of the stewards there. Orphan Drop and Stone Towel behind that Credlin Brothers Racing entry. A 132nd penalty next to their name. I wonder what could be going on there. Disaster for them.
Absolutely fantastic race day here today at Mount Panorama. I have seen the weather get really, really horrible. I've seen it get really, really good. It was bright and sunny and the sun is out, but there are some clouds starting to form there, Trev, and I'm a little bit worried. And I'm not trying to put the mockers or the kiss of death or anything on any one of their driving chances here today, because goodness knows the weather has been the least of a lot of these teams' problems. There's been cutouts, there's been people locked out, there's been systems going down, there's been crashes, there's been spin-arounds, there's been penalties, as you've just mentioned. So the weather seems to be the least of it, but let's just hope we can go green flag, no safety cars, no rain, and wouldn't that be a nice way to round out the next 2 hours, 1 minute and 55 seconds.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it, in a perfect world? But this is Bathurst, Mike. Please, let me tell you now that it looks very nice and sunny out there at the moment, doesn't it? 26 degrees track temperature, 23 ambient temperature, optimum track conditions, 2 hours remaining. Let's go Greenie and Fog Doggy, says Prevails, and if I've got that one right, but Gordo...
I have no idea what that means.
I've got no idea what I just said either, but these young ones nowadays, I don't know, Mike, they've got a whole different language, don't they? But Gord's 96 is now following the channel. Prevails is following. Boy, we've had plenty of interaction there in the chat this afternoon, and I think you made mention before there, Mike, if I wasn't mistaken, about we're talking about Simon Bishop for the last hour or so, and now we're going to talk about this man, and there's no arguments from me when it comes to Matt Simmons, that's for sure, but he's got Nick 1.9 seconds behind him there, so we'll keep an interesting eye on that. But what is happening further down the field here as we take a look at Mike Howe? No, that's one of the commentator slots there, Mike.
Don't do that, mate.
No, we don't want to scare anybody too much. But there is Nick on your screen. Jono in the pits. And Glasso, 10, 16, 11 laps down respectively. Flying Kiwi. Thank you for following Gordy there. Great to have you part of the community. Flying Kiwi now at Stone Towel. for Hoon Corp 3 there, Flying Kiwi coming into the pits. And another Hoon Corp car is already there. It's already joined him in Nismo. Then it's EXO, 666, Willstar, Porsche around, and they've made contact with Willstar. Willstar's into the wall. Porsche is back onto the circuit. And, well, Willstar was flying, but he's run into some trouble there because the young man, Cam, has just caused some mischief there on that occasion for Cactus 4. 5 laps adrift they are. And, well, they're continuing on there. It was a very low-speed incident, that one. Just an incident there, wasn't there, between Porsche and Willstar?
Yes, sorry, I kind of caught the end of that. I was just sorting out your next interview. But yeah, I did saw a glance of a car parked sideways and didn't really see too much else from that, so I can't quite comment too much on that one, Trev.
No, and you can see Porsche says you gotta be some of these names, Mike, I swear. No King Porsche there. Thank you, Ricky Bobby, and let me tell you, we have an interview lined up very, very shortly, and we are going to be hearing from Matt Donetti from Car 56, and he's doing some incredible things in the sim racing world. I think in fact, Mike, if you just get up and open the commentary box door to let the young man in, I think we've got him here. And
yeah, come in, mate, come in.
There we go. Come in, sit down. Let me pull up a chair. There we go. We've got got Matt Donetti with us. He's playing along as well, which is even better. Matt, can you hear us?
Certainly can, mate. How you going?
Great stuff. We are just absolutely flying here at the moment. Let me tell you, and we've still got a couple of hours to go, but there is your team on the screen, mate. First of all, welcome. Thanks for joining us. A few crazy people in the commentary box. BCG5, car number 56 there, the beautiful BMW being driven by someone I know very well in Viper, of course. But mate, talk us through your race from your point of view and your team's point of view in the opening 4 hours of this one.
Oh, we've been quick, but we've just had a lot of things not go quite our way and a few things go our way, and it's just been very up and down. So I think Viper had a jam throttle pedal going into turn 2 not too long ago, and that's dropped us right back down again, unfortunately.
And not good, but still 1 hour 57 to go here. As you can see, what are we expecting? First of all, when are you jumping back in that car? And second of all, what are you guys looking to get out of the rest of this race here this afternoon?
It's basically just full send home from here, and I think I'm doing the last hour, so jump in the car and just absolutely rag it and see where we end up.
Absolutely, and well, that's a beautiful way to approach things. 1 hour and 57 to go, and what's been the feeling coming into this weekend? How's the team feeling? Of course, BCG5 racing team. What are your goals, I guess, for the season as a whole, and what are you hoping to get out of this this new AUSNZ Endurance Series?
Well, I was a late call up from Viper, so just hoping to get a few more runs with these guys. The BCG guys are insanely professional. It's crazy. I've never seen anything like it. So just hoping to get a couple more runs with them and see how we go.
And you've been doing some good things as well across. I've had the pleasure of watching you across a couple of different platforms. GT7 as well, I believe, doing some good things across on Gran Turismo as well.
Yeah. I've not long made the switch to this game, so still fairly new, and it's really enjoying it, trying to learn a new game, and it's been really good. The pace has been good, which is promising. It's just sorting out the consistency, I suppose.
Absolutely, and that's what it's all about. As we've got a yellow flag, 666. I think EXO might be in some trouble there, as he's back out onto the circuit. But Mike, do you have any questions for our esteemed guest before we let him go? And we might chuck it to you, Mike, to see if you've got any questions for our special guest here in the commentary box before we let him go.
Well, he has to be special because he's come and talked to us. Matt, are you Aussie or Kiwi, mate?
Aussie, mate.
No, okay. No, well, never mind. All right, thanks for coming. No, hey, how are you feeling after your stints, mate? I mean, it's amazing how we're sitting here watching you guys and we're getting tuckered out. We're old fogies, but you know, you're out there doing it for what you're doing. What 1 hour stints? Are you doing more or less?
We've just we were originally planning to just do 1 hour stints. We've sort of had to rethink it on the fly with a few issues and that. So I think Liam's currently in the middle of a double stint at the moment, and I'll just do a 1 hour on the way home, like I said before. But the car is really good. Like the BCG guys have got it sorted in so well. So yeah, really enjoying it so far.
You're just running the, like you say, you've got a good car, you can rag it. I mean, we're looking at the car. I'm looking at the car at the moment. She's certainly seen a few little bumps and scrapes, but it hasn't put you off. And if you're a relative newcomer to the game, I mean, and this amount of mileage can only be good for you for the future, eh?
100%, mate. Yeah, I'm trying to get in wherever I can and put some kilometres into the game, and hopefully be pointing towards the top one day. So.
Yeah, good on you, mate. Hey, that's fair. Now, just one other thing. We don't want to know all about you, but you had a driver before. He was 15 years of age. How old are you, can I ask?
24, mate.
Oh, a bit older. Yeah, good on you, mate. That's fantastic. Nothing wrong with driving a $450,000 car 280 kilometres down Conrod, is it, mate? Nothing wrong with that at all.
Not much to complain about at all, mate. Not at all.
Hey, good on you, mate. Go well. Hopefully you guys get to finish the race without any problems. We've actually had a couple of DNFs already because people have had cutouts. I've just had Nismo come into the room and their car cut out as well. They lost the game. They've come back on because they don't want to give up like yourself. So hopefully goes real well for you. Look out for you in that last hour, mate, to be setting the track on fire. What do you reckon? Lap record with half an hour to go?
Oh, I'll try my best. It'll either be a lap record or the fence, mate. So.
Win a little binnet, I love it. Oh, good on you, mate. Hey, congratulations for what you've done so far. You certainly have stepped up, and hopefully we see plenty more of you in the future.
Yeah, cheers, fellas. Good luck with the rest of the race, and I'll try and put on a bit of a show.
Good on you, mate. Matt Deneville there in the 56 car, the BCG team, and teamed up with Vaporise there, which is Liam Tane. Fantastic to have the BMW M4 GT3 and on my screen at the moment, in my room right beside me. I know this is an unauthorised interview, but I'm going to grab you while I can very quickly, Nate, because you don't pop in here very often. We've got young Nismo here beside me just very quickly. Mate, you guys have had an absolute nightmare of a race, mate, but you haven't given up. You and Dub Tree, you're still out there doing the business. How are you feeling?
Yeah. It started so good, like the rain. We made a heap of ground, and then had a few lucky VSCs, and it was really going quite all right. And then when Tim put it in the fence, and then once again we got lucky with the VSC that sort of undid that damage. But then it's just gone bad to worse to he's crashed, to I've crashed, to the game crashed. So just one of those ones, unfortunately.
No, it's one of those things, mate. It's what happens if it doesn't kill you. It makes you stronger. You guys are currently in 27th at the moment. You're quite some distance back behind the rest of the field. Then, of course, like you say, the game crashed, and that's no fault of your own. But hey, at least you're out there. You've got to be happy with the way the event's being seen. I mean, you are one of the big, if not the key, person putting this all together. You've got a huge army of people behind you that have been helping out. I mean, these commentators, the guys listening in, Wilco, to name but a few. I mean, racing aside, as far as the event goes, you've got to be pretty happy with the way it's turning out.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty well received. Happy with the way, obviously, all the build-up, and there was all the people getting involved and signing up, and obviously keen to be a part of it, which is awesome. We're doing some Gran Turismo events as well for that crowd, because obviously, both titles do things well and they do things less so, but we try to be inclusive rather than exclusive. And overlooking my own horrid luck here today, but it's definitely building into something pretty special. Yeah,
good on you, mate. All right, I know you want to go back and look over the shoulder of Dub True. He'll be pretty gutted as well, because you don't like making mistakes. He doesn't like making mistakes. We'll wrap this one up, mate. The next hour and 50 minutes, how can you guys go? I know you're not going to get on the podium, but what can you realistically try to gain out of the next hour and 50?
Well, we're actually curious to find out, because the game crashed, so we reloaded in, and it's given us brand new tyres, brand new brakes, brand new everything. So we're actually driving pretty much a mint car, but we're like, what are we, 4, 5, 6 laps down?
Oh, so about 200 laps down.
I don't know that we'll make that time back, but we might actually get a genuine shot at fastest lap. We'll see.
I'll tell you what, mate. I will cook dinner if you go and bolt some new tyres onto it for your last stint, and you do the fastest lap of the race. I'll buy you dinner. How about that? Whatever you want.
Well, because of the timing, we actually do. Like, if Tim does an hour 20 now, that's going to leave us with, half an hour, so we can definitely short fill it, chuck some stickies on, and give it a push.
That's right, you can tell us. No one's listening in, so it's okay. All right, mate. Hey, thanks for popping on. I know you didn't want to. I was grabbing you by the hair to bring you in here. But hey, go well for the next hour and 50. Tell Tim to keep at it, mate. Go for it. We want to see that fastest lap. Otherwise, you'll buy me dinner. No, it's all good. All right, well done.
Yeah, cheers, guys. Doing well.
All right, good stuff. There's a little bit of we've got to grab the moment sometimes here, Trev, and just nice to hear from the guy that doesn't like to say much. And funny enough, sometimes he's a half reasonable commentator as well, but it's just so involved with the car. He's done the event. We're doing our event. We're doing our job. You guys, everyone else is doing their job. Blah blah blah. The electricity is doing their job. But now he's a race car driver. He didn't want to be here. I can tell you that right now. He'll talk about it afterwards. He'll go through the analytics, how many people have watched and all that sort of carry on. But oh dearie me, that's a special moment. I tell you, he doesn't do that very often. All right, so let's get back into this one, shall we not? I'm sick and tired of hearing myself. Let's have a look at Twitchy doing a cracking job in the 726 Mercedes 76 car, the BMW of Norman, the BCG2 car in position number 2. The king of the podiums in his Nissan Skyline in third place there at the moment. The 19 car 7.8 seconds further back to second. Then it's the fourth place car there with Clerk in the second of the Nissan Skylines, and car number 33 in fourth place. And the top 5 rounded out there by the mighty old Mustang and Speedy Tyre, the BCG4 driver, in top 5 there with another 6.6 seconds back. Trev, it's all on for young and old. It's on like Donkey Kong. And we've got well under 2 hours to go now, mate. Just over an hour and 3/4. I'll tell you, the countdown is on here. And, it's nice to hear that even with the doldrum of a race that we're seeing, we're seeing a young Matt there in the BMW, Nismo there in the Aston, and plenty of others that really have got excuses to say, we'll pack it up and let's just, go and do something else. No, mate. They're signed up to a 6 hour. By crikey, they're going to do a 6 hour. And I think that's fantastic, isn't it? That just shows the gumption.
I've got to say that we're here for it as well, aren't we? Stone Towel, 1:30 seconds to his time, and great effort there trying to get the young man in Nismo alongside you there. He's closer to you than he is to me. It take a big effort to get for me to get him on the line, but yes, it's interesting to see the contrast between when he joins me in the commentary box, Mike, and when he's out there racing. It's once they cross that line, it's a whole new ball game. But we've got a brand new prediction in. Thank you to Summer Witt for following us. And we're hearing news that car number 96 has also retired. So 151's gone, 96 as well. Predictions are up. Will we see a safety car in the final hour, before the final hour? Yes or no? 10 minutes on this one before that's closed. Thanks, Riggsy, says Jimbo. Great to have everyone with us here, and great to get an insight as well from Nismo there, who is back in that car. And well, we heard it firsthand from the man himself. It's up to whether you're going to have to buy him dinner, aren't you, Mike? I think he said he's going to short fill there for the last 20 minutes or half an hour, and then try and get the fastest lap of the race. And if so, you'll be heading down to Auckland, and you might not be in Auckland, but you'll be heading out to get this man dinner. That'd be a great effort from them. And albeit 5 laps down, we'll keep an eye on that one. Glasso in the pits. Jono in the pits as well. What happened to BCG3 there, Jono? They might be done for the day there, Mike. 22 laps adrift down there in P30, so they've run into some trouble. As we take a look at Matty Simmons, let's have a look at this. 3.6 now behind Naked Blade in P9. Stone Towel, we had a look at him. Diswood, then Captain Muffin, Speedy Tyres. So the field spread is it's spreading out somewhat. But then again, it only takes one more safety car, and that will throw that cat, which hasn't been thrown a lot, Mike. It'll throw that cat back amongst the pigeons there with an hour 46 to go. But it's still Twitchy leading this race. 115 laps completed in this one. The 6 hours of Bathurst for AUSNZ Mega Esports Round 1. It's been a huge success. We heard from Nath the amount of work that goes in behind the scenes to make this all possible. And just to get everybody together on a Sunday evening, Sunday afternoon, Mike, it really is a fantastic effort, and it shows you the passion that we've all got for sim racing, and such a beautiful community to be a part of here.
Well, it is. You did right, and the really cool thing about it is not just Wilco, not just Nismo and yourself and Cam, but it's a lot of driver input in the last few weeks, in fact the last month or two as well. There's been a huge amount of driver input about what strategy, what ideas, what we should do, how many tyres for qualifying, you know, what we should do for safety cars, should we have virtual, should we have intervention, all that sort of carry on in that. I mean, do we actually have a real safety car go out onto the track, or do we do it with the virtual and the leader becomes the safety car? So, you know, I've been well impressed. I have the Discord on my phone. I'm an old dinosaur, but I sometimes see what they're saying, and you know, there's just pages and pages and pages of communication, and you know, I don't think they've got it perfect, but I think they've got it right, if that makes sense. And I think, you know, we hearkened ourselves off air about a few little improvements we'll make for round number 2, and just things like that. You know, look, there's always wanting to do better, but at the end of the day, this is going particularly well, and you know, I don't see any bad sport driving. I've certainly seen some good and not so good driving. I'm more guilty of that than anyone else, is shocking driving, but we've seen some not good, but boy, we've seen a lot of good. I'm just watching Twitchy getting out of the way of a very twitchy car at the moment up over Skyline, which was actually the part of the track, and I think it's the 137 car having a bit more of a nightmare of a moment, so maybe they're going back to the pits for a cup of tea in the light. No, the car's moving again, but you know, and that's what we want to see, with Twitchy doing the job at the moment. Norm back in second place, 24.9 seconds. But again, it's that car number 1 whose gap moved back to 10th after the last driver change. And now we see Matt Simmons, who's only 0.6 of a second in 10th place, to try and have a pounce on the 9th place car there, which is the Naked Blade, you know, the 407 car. And everyone out there, you know, they just have these gaps they need to try and make up, apart from the race leader. Twitchy hasn't got it all his own way. They're one disconnection away, they're one spin, they're one crash. You know, we saw the one car with not a formidable lead, but with a relatively well-positioned, you know, calculation to be at the lead, undone at Forest Elbow, coming on to Conrod Straight. So, you know, it can all just change in a heartbeat. And, you know, we had a talk there before with Matt Durindi there, and he was saying, you know, they didn't expect this, but this, and it's Bathurst, you know. So, yeah, certainly hoping that for the next hour and 3/4 we can, you know, have somewhat of normal transmission resuming as the one car moves up to position number 9, has made that pass happen, and we have to see whether or not we can, you know, what more stories have we got to report on. But I'll tell you what, we're making news every lap here at the moment, as we have just cracked 117 laps, which means we've got 44 more laps to go. Can we do it in an hour and 42 minutes? And that will make it 161 laps, which is the pure number of Bathurst 1000. And if we don't have any more safety cars, lads, or if it doesn't go wet, I've got a feeling we could just about jolly well do that. One thing I'm going to do very quickly, I know you guys probably going to do some other things, that's fine. Just give me a second though. Let's run through top 10 right through to further down. And the Naked Blade McLaren is in the 10th place at the moment, the 407 car. TTR West in the with Morton Nick in the 369 car in 11th. Huncorp 1 and with Smitty behind the wheel of car number 37 in the top 12. Then we go to F1 Sniper driving the Lost Boys McLaren car 555 in 13th. And then Chipper 10, love that name, in the TTR East Ford Mustang car number 11 in 14th place. In 15th place is the PRT2 St. Sim Ford Mustang car 101. And in 16th place is the OTR Bitsamison. I know what that's all about. And the Mighty Mercedes car number 77. And they're in 16th place. AGT2 CP Greeny driving that car in the Ford Mustang. Car number 232 is in 17th place. Heatstroke team, which is Spawn Racing, in the Mustang car number 669 in 18th place. Then we go to PRT1 with Sparky behind the wheel of the only Ferrari in the field, car number 100 is in 19th place, and the LRR Hainsey driven Mercedes-Benz car 543 is in 20th place. Go to BCG5 with Vaporize. We saw that, we had to talk to Matt before, in the 56 car in 21st place. 22nd is the AGT1 Isaac Fogg. We had to talk to him as well. In the Mustang in 22nd place, car number 2 that is. 23rd place is the Cactus BMW car 999 with Porsche behind the wheel of that one at the moment in the 23rd spot. Then we go to the 24th spot of Cactus 2, which is Gaz behind the wheel of that one in the McLaren car 667. FTSC 1 with Bullstar behind the wheel of car number 27. That's 25th place on the track. 26th place is Cactus 3 and Exorcist behind the wheel. He's trying to exercise some fantastic results in 666 in the 26th place. 27th place is the 137 car with Nismo and Dub True behind the wheel on the Aston Martin. 28th place is the Who Corp 3 car, the 237, and HC Renegade is having a skid in 28th place. HAMR team with Glasso behind the wheel on the Mustang, car number 18 in 29th place. And the last moving car is BCG3 with Jono Stan in the Ford Mustang there, car number 96 in 30th place, leading the rear of the field and currently in the pits as well. So that's our top 10 down to 20 as we go back to the front of the field there, Trev. And I hope you've enjoyed your little cup of tea in the lie down. And we've got car 726 here, Twitchy, still with a decent old lead in front of Norm, but don't think that Matt Simmons, or Matt as he's called, he is only 3.1 seconds behind the next car there, the Stoned Towel, car number 8 there, the mighty Mercedes.
Who's also carrying that penalty as well. Of course, the one plus 130 seconds next to his name, but we've got 90 minutes to go. As we heard you recapping there, Mike, you are completely up to date. That is your order with 90 minutes and then some remaining. 20. We had 21 cars on the lead lap. Now we only have 10. With 4:07, only 5 seconds ahead of the leader. So soon to be 9 cars on the lead lap. Car 18, car 96 have both retired. We lost car 151 as well. And hopefully we haven't lost Cameron Norris there. We haven't gone to you, Cameron, who's just heating up his tenders, chicken tenders in the air fryer. But Cam, I'm going to go to you about some talking points here. Let's just have a discussion now. When can we expect to see final pit stops? We're going to talk strategy. I'm going to throw to you. You're the strategy expert here with us up here in the commentary box. When are we looking at final pit stops here? The moment when these teams will come in, maybe a splash of fuel, some fresh rubber. Every decision now in terms of strategy is crucial, isn't it, in the next 90 minutes?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the closing 2 hours, I talked about that, you know, when I think we had about 4.5 or something to go. I talked about how crucial that final 2 hours is, and, you know, that is really what sets you up for where you're going to be finishing. And, you know, that's, you know, when you crunch the numbers for your strategy, that's really also where you find out whether it's paid off or it hasn't, as you creep closer and closer. If I can spit my words out correctly, Trev. You know, so it just depends. Some of these drivers might have worked out, all right, well, if we pit now, then we might have the opportunity to... Oh, there's a car parked sideways there. Viper looks like he's made a little bit of a mistake as he was coming into Skyline. Thankfully, manages to get away without any other traffic being involved in that one. He'll hopefully continue on his way with not too much damage. But yeah, you know, it's one of those ones where that final 2 hours, you'll crunch your numbers for fuel and see what you can do. And ideal situation would be stretch out that second to last stint. So then that final stint, you got good fresh rubber. You might only have 45-50 minutes, if that, worth of fuel, which will mean you're a lot lighter than most other cars around you. And depending on where you're positioned and the gaps that you have, you might be lucky. It might secure your position, might secure your 2, but you've also got the gamble of the pit lane entry too, don't you? So if you make a mistake going into the pit lane, or even out of the pit lane doing a driver swap, forget to put pit limiter back on, those kinds of things, you can quickly find yourself having some dramas. As we see Viper, looks like he's having some more dramas. Was it Viper that we heard had his throttle stuck earlier, or am I thinking of a different driver?
Well, he's got some issues here. We just saw him go straight on at the chase, and he's coming into the pits. Can he get this thing slowed down to get it into the pit lane here, the 56 BMW entry? Let's wait and see. Oh, he's playing a bit of pinball there, isn't he, as he's coming into the pits now. Let's have a look and see whether this is to retire. I don't think it's to retire the car. Hopefully not for their sake, for BCG5, as he comes into the pits. And Viper, of course, young Liam Tame, the man from New South Wales, who spends a lot of time with me in the commentary box. I feel for him, Mike. but he has been alongside me for many hours in the commentary box. They are coming into the pits. We'll keep an eye on that one. Porsche as well. There he is, but Hainsey and Sparky now. Look at this. Look at these two. P19 and P20, if you don't mind, but it doesn't matter around this Mount Panorama circuit here. 6 hours around here. The tyres are screaming. The drivers are exhausted. And Mike, it's becoming more about, or just as much about survival as what it is for speed now at the moment with these drivers, because they're screaming across the top of the hill. And boy, it's not going to take much here for an accident to happen. But let me tell you, Hainsey right up close to Sparky here. And where can he get an opportunity to pass here, Mike? It's not easy on the top of the mountain.
No, not at all, and that's what it's all about. Get out there, keep going, push hard. You know, don't hit him, but make like you're going to. Make him think you're going to, and make him look in the mirrors, because he won't look forward, miss an apex, and hopefully the gap opens up for you. Great drive though, absolutely awesome drive there from Hainsey and Sparky. Well, he's in the only Ferrari in the field. He's got to represent the Italians and show them that these cars can do good, no problem. As he goes down the Conrod straight, and while you were talking about that, I just jumped into the pits and had a look at the Stone Towel in the Mercedes in car number 8. Actually went and did a service and had to sit there for 130 seconds as well, as come back out in 18th place. So good on them for taking that on the chin. I thought he might have chucked in the orphan drop there, the second driver, but the Stone Towel has stayed in behind the wheel. So that's a great sign for them, and hopefully they move up through the ranks. Now they've got a purified position. They know where they're going to stand after paying a hefty penalty for whatever discretion or indiscretion they did earlier on. But this battle between Hainsey and Sparky, you're right, it's one of the closest, if not the closest battle we've got on the track at the moment, as the field is starting to stretch themselves out with 170, not 170, what am I talking about? A huge amount of laps have been complete. 121, sorry about that. The laps have been, I'll move the screen down and have a look at this battle. It's a cracker, absolutely cracking battle at the moment. These guys are doing a stonking job, and that's exactly what we want to see. So come on, boys, keep it up. Let's keep it clean. Let's keep it fast and furious. And they should make a movie out of those words. As we come out of the turn, get themselves up the hill there. They've got plenty of moving and shaking to do here to try and get themselves into the excitement. Going through Griffins now, through the lining themselves up to the cutting. This is a very, very technical section of the track, and where do you back off the gas? How hard do you get? How close to the wall do you get? Just like that, coming up over through the left-hander, dancing through the very, very fast little section. It's not much of a straight here as they come through what's called Quarry, and down the very short little straight there. Oh goodness me, is that McPhillamy going down towards the dipper now, and then it's the right, then it's the left. Oh, the pass has been done by Hainsey. Trev, you called it, you put it on him, and he's had to come and deliver, and that's exactly what he's done. Now Sparky's got to keep the pace, he's got to keep the momentum, he can't give up. He can't let that Mercedes get away with that. He can't show the Germans that the Italians aren't up to the game. They know how to make mozzarella. They'll set the record straight, I'm very, very sure. So let's hope that battle's not all over, though. It's nice to have a nice close little skid like that, isn't it? And we hope that we can see a few more of them. But as you say, the field is starting to stretch out. I say this with love. Please don't shoot me over this. But a safety car right about now would close the field up. I'm just saying, I don't want one. I'm just saying that one would close the field up. And this is the reason why we've gone virtual. I know I called it. Yeah. I apologise. Yeah,
that's naughty. That's naughty, but we're all thinking about it, weren't we? Secretly deep down. Yeah. I tell you what, for Sparky, though, it was like a horror movie. You could hear the footsteps getting louder and louder behind him, couldn't he? But he's lost that position now. But Hainsey is well and truly on his way. But you know what? Now you've put it out there into the universe, Mike. I think the talk about the safety car, speedy tyres into the pits for BCG4. But oh geez, a safety car now. I'm not going to say it, Mike, but we just have 2 out of 3 of us have anyway. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. But lap 123 of this race, we need to bring this energy for the 90 minutes we have remaining. And everybody out there watching, can you believe it? 46 people still sticking with us on your Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening in New Zealand, Sunday early hours of the morning if you're watching from North Carolina, and the many other parts around the world. But 90 minutes to go in this one. Here is Clocade, all that is on his own here in P4, 9 seconds ahead of Captain Muffin there, as we see Mint Matt now up into P7. for BCG 1, sitting pretty there in P7 for the time being, but we've got a yellow flag out. I think somebody has had an incident there along Conrod Straight. We'll wait and see what is happening there for car number 77. For bits are missing. They've continued on now. Down Conrod Straight we go. And 999, the car Porsche there, is at the worst possible place there. Yellow flag's out for him. So still, the mountain is still claiming its victims here, even though we've travelled 4.5 hours in this one. The opening round of a new season. Always a good opportunity to really lay a marker down early. In terms of the pecking order for a new season, of course, and big year coming up in this particular series. Let me tell you, it's going to be a huge year for us here, and a big calendar coming your way. But it's all about this one, round one, new season for Mega Esports 2025 AUSNZ series. Of course, if you want to get involved, please enter the chat, and we'll get back to you. You can see if you would like to be a part of it, be sure to join our Discord. And then for Mega Esports, future events coming up, get amongst it. Racing on the PS5, GT7, ACC, and we've got some background work happening there, cooking up some events. So please join all of our socials to stay tuned. Smitty and Nemo, have a look at this, less than a second. So this is interesting now, as BCG 4 for Nemo and Smitty, they're about to become pretty close partners here, Mike. Coming down to the final corner, and Hooncorp and BCG, I'm sure they're pretty good friends off the track, but you can see here Nemo is he's under pressure here, and Smitty, where can he get this done? Across the line, across the start-finish straight. This is a battle inside the top 10, these two. And let me tell you, for their respective classes, King's Racing also going well, P3 and P4, and Jason Wilkinson, Constable Wilkinson, as he's better known now, will be very happy with that result. But Smitty here, he's looking to make some moves here, Mike, on his old mate Nemo.
Yeah, well and truly, and I tell you, I'm lucky I'm not a team manager, and let the pros do the job. I'll be saying, don't use the brakes in the final turn, mate. Just push them out of the way. It's all good, no. But I get very horribly competitive. Hey, just a little bit of an update for car number 8 too, the Credlin Brothers Racing, the Stone Towel and Orphan Drop. They're actually running under Stone Towel at the moment. There's been a little bit of a electronic glitch as far as the entry. So they're actually sharing the same name. Same as you've seen Nismo with the 137. It's actually him and Dub True sharing the same identity. Now, the game didn't pick up on that, and I don't quite know what the difference was or what the issues were there. But Stone Towel, they got the 132nd minute penalty, 130-second penalty, because the game thought they hadn't swapped drivers. Of course, the brothers actually was using the same sim rig in the same room of the house, and unfortunately, whatever technical glitch happened, well, not unrightly, because whatever wasn't done, and they've been given the 132nd. Again, they could throw their toys out of the cot, they could have a moment and get all snippy. Obviously, we'll sort that out for the next round, but they're taking it on the chin. They're still going. They're out there with an hour and 26 minutes to go in the car, doing the business. Car number 8, 17th position at the moment, 12 seconds behind the next place car, and a few laps off the pace, and we know with 130 seconds, it's at least one lap they've been penalised because of that. Obviously, it'll be put right for the next round. So well done there to them for being the stayers, and that's regretful, but that's the way it's played out for them. And again, just showing their candour by going, yeah, well, could be better, but hey, here we are doing the business. Good on them. So little things like that. We're not perfect at the moment. We're not perfect ever going to be, but we're not perfect at the moment either. But by crikey, it's certainly great to see people understanding that things like that happen, and we'll learn for the next one. Guys, we are kicking into 1 hour 26 minutes left to go on this one. You heard the words there from the legend himself, Chuck, as Trev likes to call him. Now we start to think about the strategies. We're going to have the last time coming into the pits from, I don't know when, Trev. When is it going to be the last time you could actually come in and put a set of boots on and run some gas? You heard Nismo saying that they've actually been given a pretty much brand new car, if they keep it in good condition for the next driver change, which he reckons was about 30 minutes out from the end of the race, was when Dub True will give up the wheel. He could literally put on some boots and not much petrol and go for fastest lap and get some sort of bragging rights. And, you know, rightly or wrongly, that's a choice they're going to do. They're about 600 laps behind everybody else. But as far as those with a bit of a chance in this one, the guys was 8-9 cars on the lead lap. When is the last time I mean, could you pit now 125 to go and effectively get to the end, or, you know, is the best thing to do it for an hour? So I'm quite interested to see how this one plays out. Not long ago, we did see some cars coming into the pits. I don't think that was necessarily a strategic call, but I stand corrected. We'll have to wait and see when the checkered flag comes out. What's going on here? We're doing a slowdown. We've got safety car.
Yes,
So
we might get those pit stops. We might get those pit stops here,
Someone
Cam.
say safety car.
Yeah, I was gonna say, talking about your strategy conversation there, Mike. Partway through that, we had a safety car called for a car facing backwards at the bottom of Skyline just before the dipper, and a couple of cars had to take avoiding action. So, safety car, this is gonna spice things right up now. So, drivers, if they fuel save, a lot of them can get about 70 to 80 minutes out of a tank of fuel. So we're going to start seeing a lot of teams either going one more lap, or they might just bite the bullet, come into pit lane straight away. They'll have better positioning for when the green flag drops. But look, I got a feeling a lot of these drivers are going to be able to make it to the end on that one tank of fuel. You know, whether their tires are going to want to do it or not, that begs the question. But safety car to spice things up. I better pay out this prediction too. You know, I was rubbing my fingers and, you know, creating fire with sticks before as to whether we'd see a final safety car before that final hour hits. So I'll go and pay that one out, and I'll leave it to you guys.
Great stuff. You do that, Chuck, and he's that type of man, isn't he, who can create a fire by rubbing two sticks together. But we do have another safety car, of course. Talk about a curveball. Oh boy, with 80 minutes or so to go in this one, massive curveball. And talk about a curveball. It's a good way of building the drama for the next 83 minutes, and that's what we're here for. We don't mind that at all. There's our race leader on the screen. All your predictions being paid out. Gamble responsibly. Just think of what you could be gambling with. Well, it's only kid coins, so don't feel too bad about it. Thank you, Christo, for the follow as well. We are continuing to build the community, which is fantastic. Some key talking points here in terms of this. This is going to change everything here. A golden opportunity for some, Mike, a nightmare for others, depending on how you want to play this final safety car. If it is the final safety car, of course.
Well, that's right. What are you saying? Do you know something that we don't? But you're right, and that's going to be a very, very big. I like the way that Cam's voice tone changed, Trev. Did you notice the way his voice tone completely changed?
Yes.
And he just went very sinister. I could almost see him like doing the old, the dastardly villain sort of look about him, the little pencil moustache sort of going on there. So that was awesome. But no, look, it's going to be the cat amongst the pigeons stuff. I suppose by the same token, that there's two things. One, if there's any other safety cars, and two, I like the fact that I think my numbers tell me that we're on track to actually get ourselves into 160 laps or possibly more in 6 hours, which you know what that means. Wouldn't that be absolutely awesome?
It would certainly be, and still going to, I think we're still on for that mark, surely, aren't we? What is there, 121 to go, 126 already gone. Stone Towel was that driver, wasn't he, in the car number 8 there, I think, Cam, who was facing the wrong way and has brought out this safety car. Chuck, a chance for the drivers. We know it's going to cause a bit of chaos in terms of strategy, but I guess for some of these drivers, if you are struggling with driver fatigue, does it give them a little bit of a mental reset here with just over an hour to go?
Yeah, definitely a good mental reset, you know. Like I say, a lot of drivers might opt to come into the pit lane, get their final stop done. You know, obviously that's providing they know they could fuel save enough to make it to the checkered flag. There are other drivers out there that are probably banking on another safety car being created after this one. You know that saying, safety cars breed safety cars. But yeah, it's definitely a good reset. I'm feeling for the drivers that are running it solo, but you know, one driver I do have to give massive props to is Binger. You know, he's not only provisionally leading and winning Pro-Am class, but he's also provisionally P2. So he's been on a hard charge here. I think it might update once we go over the start-finish line for the pit lane travels there. But yeah, it's a good mental refresh. You know, it gives you a chance to cool down, take a bit of a drink. You know, if you've got some snacks next to you, kind of have some of that. And then, yeah, obviously you get ready to go green again. So, yeah, this is going to be crunch time. I'm looking forward to seeing what this final hour and a bit can create.
Crunch time. It's a marathon, that's for sure. 6 hours right now after this virtual safety car comes to an end. It is 6 hours, the marathon, of course, but it could be a 90-minute sprint to the finish. Time to reset and go again. And that is
leader in the pits, mate. Leader in the pits.
I know, that is a very interesting call, isn't it, Mike? Considering where these
Sorry,
cars
mate,
are
absolutely.
out on the circuit,
Yep.
I'm very surprised. I thought that when I saw Norm just go off there into the pit lane. That is a huge risk to take, isn't it, at this point in time? Like we said, does he know that these cars, these lapped cars, will be getting through? But wow, that is a huge gamble, isn't it, Mike? For that BCG2 car to come out right at the back of the pack.
Yep, absolutely right. And one way it compresses the field, so he doesn't really hurt that much. So I can see where he's going. The question is, how long's the safety car for? If there's one more lap where everyone else gets a chance to come in and do the same thing, he will gain, but he'll only gain at 80 kilometres an hour. So it's exactly the same thing. It really will throw the cat amongst the pigeons. Or if everyone else there, you know, stays out and doesn't even take this up and goes another, 30 minutes or something until they do pit, then it means that they're going to have to come in and do it potentially under race conditions, although safety cars breed safety cars, under race conditions, and therefore it changes everything. So very, very big call. Away does the flyby there. Looks like a whole lot of the cars have been given the chance to try and do an unlap of one lap to the field of cars. So I've got a feeling we've got at least one more lap under our sleeves under safety car, although I don't have the word there from them. But heck above, this is certainly the cat amongst the pigeons, no doubt about that at all, guys. They're going to be an interesting interesting strategy call. Cam, I don't know if you can hear me at the moment, mate, but what's your thoughts on this one? What would you be doing if you had, if you're out there now, would you be coming in or staying out?
Yeah, if I knew that I could fuel save enough and, you know, make it the whole way through, the moment the safety car was called, I would have come straight in. Because you know that before this safety car period ends, most other drivers will come in and take the rest of the fuel, new tyres for the remainder of the race. Looks like Binger's had a little bit of a moment there on the back straight after leading the train here. But yeah, look, I definitely would have come in. The moment safety car was called, I would have come straight in. Utilise that opportunity because, you know, the 2 minute 2 lap time that you'd normally be doing under green flag conditions turns into about 3 minutes or even longer. So you're going to gain a lot more time out of pit lane coming in early rather than later. But yeah, the vary depends on a lot of factors. Can you fuel save enough to make it to the checkered flag with, you know, the 75 minutes left? Binger's biting the bullet now. You know, I feel like now for Binger is the perfect time. I feel like he's sat back and gone, all right, we're going one more lap under safety car. I can take the fuel, take the tyres, and I can comfortably make it to the checkered flag now. Other drivers might be waiting this one more lap to see what happens. And likewise, there might be some other teams and drivers out there that are sitting back going, there's probably going to be another safety car. You know, there's always that probability there might be another one. So there's so many questions in the air, but yeah, in short, I definitely would have boxed the moment the safety car came in, and it gambled on saving fuel.
Expert comments there from Cam, of course, who does a well, you are the man, you know what you're doing, you've won championships, you have your finger well and truly on the pulse. It looks like we're still letting cars go past, so no release of the safety car anytime soon. The Stone Towel, we talked about their being penalised earlier on 130 seconds for the excess driving. Of course, that was a technical glitch with things to sort out in the future. It won't change the result, I don't believe, but still getting the chance to be set away. A few other cars coming in there. The Naked Blade and the McLaren came in as well. So too did John and the PRT3 Mercedes car 102 from what was at the time 10th place or better. And now we see the Twitchy and the Mercedes-Benz car 726, the race leader, the Muffin Man, as Trev likes to call him, Captain Muffin, and the BSR1 car number 5 Aston is in second place. And of course, car number 1, Matt Simmons, or Mint Matt as he's on the screen, in the BCG1 team in third place. Look at this, 3.7 seconds back to second place at the moment, the one car, a further 3 seconds back from the 726 Mercedes, so 7 seconds there from the one car, who's been absolutely on fire all day, but hasn't had things go their own way, nor has most of the field. But you do start to wonder, is this going to be the sign where they potentially can come back and really show what they're made of? Oh, goodness me, this is going to be awesome. And also the numbers, we've got 128 laps in the bank. We've got 1 hour and 14 minutes lined up, 74 minutes. If we say 2 minutes a lap, that's 37 laps. That will put us well over 161. It's not to say that's going to be the case though, is it, boys?
I don't want to be the jinxer of anything, but we've got rain in 30 minutes.
Hang on.
This will not be the final stop. If this rain goes more than this light rain, if that light rain stays for more than 10 minutes, people are going to be coming in for wets. So, yeah, this is really shaken up towards the end of this race, guys. I'm looking forward to this.
You couldn't script this, could you?
My hat.
No, not at all.
Hat to you guys. If you guys have scripted this, I'd tip my hat to you and say, well done. I didn't see that coming. I thought I saw rain about an hour and a half ago, but well done to you. It's not like we can change the game once it started. We've got no say in this. We've got no ability to say it's going to be wet or dry or tall or short or fat or skinny. It's all going to happen, and it's all pre-done completely regardless of us. I don't think we're sitting there going, we want to have some more action and drama. But ring your friends, tell your cousin, marry your sister, get her on to watching this on screen. I'll tell you what, because with 1 hour 12 minutes to go, rain going to be here in about 30 minutes. This is not likely to be the last pit stop. So have they made the right decision? We've seen Clerk go in there in the skyline. We saw the king himself, the Binger King, the podium king, now down to 7th place after taking. Was that the right or wrong decision? Or now we see the one car in 3rd place. Trev, this is tick-tock. It's a sign of things to come. And if you think it's all over, if the drama is finished, like you said, Mount Panorama giveth and Mount Panorama, Trev, taketh away.
It certainly is, and there's still plenty to play out here. Still under VSC conditions, putting more beer in the fridge. That's great work, Ricky Bobby. He says we've got a race on for the ages, and it's only round 1 of this brand new season. 7 rounds, of course, across season 3 of the AUSNZ series. The console stuff has been absolutely fantastic. And boy, well, the people agree with us out there. 50 people with us on your Sunday evening out there watching this. There goes Captain Muffin. Now Jeesh into that car, but 30 minutes to go until we might see a few spots of rain, and we might be lining up to have another special guest coming in the commentary box, of course, once we're done with this virtual safety car, of course. But recapping, Twitchy leads, Matthew Simmons in 2nd at the moment, Noodles, Nemo, then Smitty the man on your screen, Binger King. There's so many twists and turns, isn't there? And there might be a few more twists in the tail. Let me tell you, there's going to be plenty of action, plenty of drama. And if you're out there watching, put those cans in the fridge because we're absolutely here for it, that's for sure. And B. John, the rest of them on your screen. Greenie in the pits here as well, along with Hainsey Renegade, Sideways Polka. And we did see for Stone Town, not quite their day today, of course, for PBR, but they are still circulating there, as we see there on your screen now. Stone Town. Now let's have a look at this. Let's just have a look at this virtual safety car here. Chuck Norris, are we expecting to go racing? Do we have any indication from race control? I know we don't, talking about scripting things, we don't have any sort of power like that, Mike. I know we don't. We're not sort of sitting up here pressing the buttons, but any word, Chuck, from race control on whether we are going to get back racing or if we got one more lap to go here under these VSC conditions?
I've been actually gambling on what race control has been thinking, and so far I feel like I've been on the money the whole way through. So look, I feel like there is that possibility like the last one where we could be going green, but as I say that, I'm now seeing cars getting waved through. So I think we're going to see the green flag the next time round. So we might have one more lap under safety car just to get some final waiver rounds out of the way, and then we'll be going green.
So,
but I'll be surprised. We might go green now.
Yep, we think one thing.
Oh, green.
Green. Wow. Okay, boy, we don't even know. We don't even know what's going on, do we?
Look at us go.
So we forget everything that we just said, and we're ready to go racing green this lap. From race control, Twitchy getting ready. So is Matt Simmons, Noodles and Nemo. BCG, 3 BCG cars inside the top 4. They are doing very nicely indeed here this afternoon, but it's going to be 1 hour and 9 minutes to go, and you can see Matt Simmons into the pits as my heart drops there. But anyway, we are green, we are racing. That is a very interesting decision there. I'm not sure what that's all about, Mike, but green flags, we are racing again. The virtual safety car is out, and now it is a 68.5-minute run to the checkered flag here at Mount Panorama in the opening round of this brand new season. 7 rounds across the course of the year. AUSNZ PS5 Endurance Racing coming at you live and exclusive on Twitch and YouTube. We are going live everywhere here this evening across your Sunday night. There's Noodles flashing by. Nemo not too far behind him. Look at them go. My Binger King as well in the Nissan Skyline. We can't say that. We've been caught out before, but what is all that about? It's catching, Mike, let me tell you. A little bit cheeky there myself, but Matt into the pits, BCG1. What on earth is happening there at the worst possible time to come in and make a stop?
You're moving the car down to 13th place, obviously the last car on the lead lap at that particular time, so not making their job any easier. If the rain is about to come, I'm sitting there saying, well done, you lot staying out the front and staying on the track, because wet weather tyres will be potentially required, although is it a guarantee the rain's coming? Who knows? I mean, is it a bit of a game they've been throwing at us just to give us some exciting hyper words? I do not know, but this is really, really cool. I was about to say, look at the quality of the field we've got at the front of the field. Twitchy, Noodles, Nemo, Smitty, and the Podium King in the Nissan Colon as well. Car number 19. Then Clerk there, who's had a quiet race today in the second of the Nissans in the GT3 Godzilla Colon, doing a cracking job there in the top 6. But, you know, it really is all about how you hold the car together for the next hour and 7 minutes. And all you can ask for, well, all you can ask for is for the car to just keep on going and not hit the walls over the top of the mountain, because we really have got an unscripted race here going on at the moment. I'll tell you, we couldn't script this if we tried, and it's outstanding that we had that safety car. It slows everybody down, it cools everybody down. I'm very impressed too with the Podium King, Binger King, and the King 32. To position number 5, 19 car. He's up to 5th place. You remember that he actually came in and has pitted. Now, if he can stay on those tyres, if it's not too heavy on the rain, watch for that car to be right up there as an outright genuine contender. But what has Side Dog got under him? As he said, I'll put the wets on. I don't think that for a second, but you do wonder with these guys if they know, because somehow they do. that these conditions can work for them. And from 13th place, don't think by any stretch of the imagination that those guys are out of contention just yet. So it'll be an interesting thing this the last 66 minutes here at Mount Panorama, and I don't think we've seen anything yet. But guys, we need to hear from a driver's point of view, you know, how they're thinking, what they're thinking. Can we get an insight? Has it been their last pit stop, or when is their last pit stop going to happen? Wouldn't that be a neat thing to find out?
It certainly would be. We're getting that sorted. Speaking of a driver's perspective, I tell you what, if a safety car restart doesn't get the juices going, then the thought of rain in 30 minutes will be an interesting factor to take into consideration. Oh my goodness, there's so much happening here. It's like throwing a match into a fireworks factory, because it's all going to be going off, and that's an extremely old person dad joke as we're waiting for Viper to join us. I think we've got Viper lined up here. In fact, we've got him, a man who's unfortunately he's spent a lot of time in commentary boxes talking to me in recent times. Viper, have we got you there?
I was about to say, if it isn't my favourite co-commentator, Trevor, how's everyone doing?
Oh, mate, we've completely lost the plot. 5 hours down, 1 hour to go, mate. But talk us through how you guys are going, your perspective from the race, from your point of view, and also that of your teammate, as we'll take a look at that right now. Safety car out, of course, a good chance to reset and go again, mate, for a 1 hour sprint to the finish.
Yeah, I think that's pretty well said. Look, it's been a tough day. There's absolutely no other way to say it. We got caught up in a couple incidents early on that were probably avoidable. Left us on the back foot, and then when we finally looked good and punching, we're in the top 10 pretty firmly, following the other BCG cars. And unfortunately, I had a stuck throttle heading into turn 2, had a monster shunt. So yeah, look, we're still chiseling away. Matt Donetti's been a very new pickup to the BCG, and he's driving phenomenally. Honestly, he's hardly put a foot wrong all day. But he's cracker, he's really quick, following Metal Steel at the moment and looking quicker than him, which is not easy. Metal Steel's quite a good operator. But yeah, I think it's just head down, see what we can do for the last hour, have a bit of fun, and I guess lap record or the wall.
Yep, that's Bathurst for you. But and 1 hour to go, mate. What are you expecting? We're having a look at your man here, right up behind. You can see Metal Steel there, as on our screens now. But coming in, how was the preparation? Of course, Matt Donetti. He's done some incredible things, your teammate as well, hasn't he, in the sim racing world, across on not only GT7, but he's fairly new to ACC. We learnt a little bit earlier on when we spoke to him.
Yeah, mate, he's been on fire. I think he really downplays himself. He's such a humble guy. He doesn't really think he's that good at ACC yet, but when you're punching times that are making, you know, your Matt Simmons and your Simon Bishops kind of raise their eyebrows and go, oh, okay, then I feel like he's got the pedigree. I think he only picked up sim racing in literally the last year or two. But no, he's done fantastically. Oh, and actually, I've just seen, I think, the car we're chasing, the number 2 AGT cars, backwards at the dipper, Trev.
Have an incident there, car number 2. Let's have a quick look. It's Isaac, I think, there having a moment. He's back pointing in the right direction here at the moment, so not ideal for him. And given where the field is out on the circuit, that's going to be the worst possible thing to happen for AGT1. But Liam, mate, we won't start talking about the Mitsubishi, the FTO, of course, or anything like that, mate. But what else is happening for you? Of course, just moving on from this race, mate, plenty planned for yourself outside of ACC?
It's a busy world, mate. As you know, there's always something around the corner. Of course, we spoke about the Bathurst 12 hour that I attended not long ago. Valentine's Day just went. I'm sure everybody had a great Valentine's Day, whether it be spent with their pals or with their gals. Of course, Sydney Supercars next weekend for me, so I'll be in attendance. But there's always lots on, Race on Oz and AGC, and of course preparation for the next AUSNZ round. So never ends really. And of course, I'm sure I'll see a couple of familiar faces at the Australian Grand Prix when that comes around shortly.
Absolutely fantastic stuff, mate. You're a busy man, but we do appreciate your time. And I've given him the afternoon off from talking. You still come in and talk to me, which is good, but you don't have to talk to me for any more than a couple of minutes. But thank you, Viper, Liam. Mike, any questions for Liam before we let him go and let him keep an eye on his teammate? Before we let him go, Mike, any questions?
Oh, very quickly, mate. Just you'd like to get inside your head with the last hour and fast approaching. How are you guys placed for strategy as far as getting to the end? I know your results could do better, but you're still competitive drivers. Are you finished for the day, or are you jumping back in?
Oh, well, you know what they say, it's not over till the fat lady sings, so we've got an hour and a minute left on the clock, and we honestly think we can still move up. I mean, obviously Car 2's just had its problems. I think we're actually in shape to jump in the top 20 now within the next couple seconds. 19 is just a short lap ahead of that, 18's a little bit ahead of that, like a little bit of chaos, and honestly we could pinch up top 15, top 15's not far from a top 10 might as well be a top 5, and by then you just put us on the podium. So honestly, anything could happen in motorsports, and it regularly does. So we'll keep fighting. We've got some tyres underneath us still. We'll punch out some times, and I know we've been a bit of an annoying lap car because we're still travelling much the pace of the top 10 cars. So yeah, we'll stick in it. I think we've still got something left. There's a bit of rain coming in about half an hour that I think is going to scare everyone. So yeah, maybe we'll get a bit dicey in that. Who knows?
I was just about to ask you about that. If there is rain coming, how would that work for you? Is that something that you're strong in? Is it something that Matt's strong in? What would happen there? Would you stay behind the wheel, or would he? Would you jump in, or would you leave him out there? What would you be doing that one?
Typically the rain is something that I'm a little bit more confident in. I was pretty decent in that earlier stint in the Beamer in the wet. I overpressured my rear tyre, so I actually lost a couple of positions, unfortunately, but I was really comfortable in the wet. So typically that would be something that I'd hop in the car for, but I think for Matt's sake in particular, I mean, sitting in top 20, yes, we want to be competitive, but we want to learn as well, and that's why we're racing here. So I think he wants to stay in the car through the wet and just make sure that he's just learning what he can do with it, and just kind of starting to understand the tools underneath him. I'd really like to have Matt back for some more rounds this season. I don't think either of us are doing a full-time AUSNZ gig, so yeah, I think just learning this week and yeah, have some fun with it, I guess.
Oh, good on you, mate. Hey, look, good on you for popping up and having a bit of a word. I know you're a regular with Trev, but unfortunately you've fallen into the clutches of a Kiwi, and if that's the way young Matt's going to be, we might have to try and steal him for one of the Hooncourt cars, because they haven't actually done very well today. But no, that's all good, mate. Well, rain's coming in about 28 minutes, they say, and it's heavy rain, so I think you can start working your strategy from that one. In the meantime, good on you, good luck, go well, and hopefully we'll see you at the checkered flag.
No, thanks, mate. I really appreciate it. Just a quick thank you to all you guys as well for putting your time in. And oh god, sorry, it's just a rejoin happening at the chase that I almost wanted to turn away from. I'll let you guys go quickly. Yeah, thank you all for all the work you've done today, and especially to Wilco and Adrelli and all the admins. It's yeah, obviously I get a pretty first-hand scene of what's going on, and I've been pretty pleasured to be a part of that admin team that's put this all together. And yeah, the work is just ridiculous. So thank you everybody, and enjoy the last hour.
Well said, Viper. That Cillian team, absolutely spot on there, mate. He's right. There's so many people behind the scenes that we just do not hear about, see about, that we couldn't do without. And that's exactly what it's all about here with the AUSNZ Mega Series, of course, here at Bathurst. Well, Trev, we are under 1 hour to go. We are kicking into 58 and 57 minutes now, mate. It is all tickety-tock, and it's all going to happen. And now we've got the word that light rain is maybe, I love this, light rain is maybe 15 minutes away, medium rain and 25 plus.
Yes, light rain, rain increasing, possibly light rain, 15 minutes of light rain, then medium rain. We can't be more specific than that, can we, Mike? But it was great chatting to have Liam in the commentary box with us there a moment ago. He couldn't help himself. He kicked into that commentary mode there, and he's more than used to picking out incidents. We heard him there talking about something happening at the chase that I've missed. So great to have Liam with us, and it's fantastic to have Viper in the chat with us. And we do appreciate all of our drivers, of course, coming into the chat and having a word with us as we take a look at Smitty and Nemo, and we're hearing that it's going to be very heavy rain in 30 minutes. There's going to be a final twist in the tail, don't you worry about that. Inside 1 hour, can you believe that, Cameron Norris? We have gone 5 hours, still 1 hour to go, and this is going to be the most exciting hour of them all, as we see Smitty now less than half a second behind Nemo here. And Nemo, the man, the Kiwi and another Kiwi there, you can see third and fourth. I'm assuming Smitty's a Kiwi if someone tells me otherwise, but there we go. He certainly is, of course, isn't he? But down to the final quarter, Smitty and Nemo and Noodles now in P2, but Twitchy at the front here. Mike, I wouldn't quite say he's checked out at the front, but 6 seconds, that is a tremendous effort. And oh my goodness me, I'm off Smitty's Christmas card list because we can confirm he is an Aussie.
Yeah, he's an Aussie.
And
I know, but I'm going to steal him, mate. You guys took Farlap, you took Pavlova. I mean, you're trying to take Shane Van Gisbergen, so no, Smitty's a Kiwi. It's all right.
No, that's okay. We're known for our fast cars, you're known for your fast sheet, but lap 136 here of this race, and we'll leave that one there. Smitty, the very Australian driver in a Kiwi team, of course, for HC1, all over the back of Nemo here, Mike, and Nemo, who is a Kiwi, is going to be under the pump here coming across the top of the mountain for the 136th time today.
Oh, mate, you guys bite like a snapper. He's a Kiwi at the moment because he's in the Kiwi team, all right? We'll give him a Kiwi fruit later on. Don't worry about that. He's on the big prize pool. No, look, he does a fantastic job, does Scott Smith, and of course, Ekatosh, which is Kyle Germain. They've been really, really instrumental there for development with Hooncock, and look, Smitty takes it like real seriously. I heard them in the prelim, the drivers' briefs, and they were the internal team talk, and he like right down to the last, nanosecond of toe in, toe out, wing drag, the whole 9 yards. So just, yeah, look, he's a really cool guy. But he does talk a bit strange, mate. We don't understand half of what he says, but he's still, look, a huge, huge part of Hooncock, and yeah, we want to have him over next year in the real-time racing. We're going to put him behind the wheel of a real car, but don't tell him I said that. That's a little bit of a surprise for him in 2026. Anyway, no, we're kicking things along. He will do a cracking job. He's having a bit of a dive there at the moment on Nemo, but Nemo outbraked himself. I think they both outbraked themselves there. But one thing too, just keep an eye on the one car there. It's Sidog there, who has had that pit stop and has got some distance to go in 13th place at the moment, but for some reason has actually dropped off the pace. I thought a little bit strange. His gap before was quite good, but now it's dropped back to Chipperfin there in the TTRS Ford Mustang. So we'll see how that plays out. But again, last time I'm going to do this, guys, with 54 minutes to go. The podium king is Binger King in that Skyline, that Nissan. Mate, it's a Nissan Skyline. I don't care. It's a Nissan Skyline. You can say otherwise. But he's doing a cracking job, isn't he? He's in 5th place at the moment, and I've got a feeling if the rain comes down, he's going to be absolutely on point as far as a good solid result, because it's where he started to shine earlier on this afternoon when we first started racing here today. So, a solo act, guys, 5 hours and, 5 hours and 7 minutes behind the wheel by himself. Oh, it just beggars belief how he can do that. That's a cracking job.
Yeah, it's very, very impressive. I've personally done a few 12-hour races by myself, and there was one race that I did a 2-man 24 around Road America, and my teammates, like pedals, they broke, so I think I ended up driving about 20 hours of that. Couldn't feel my wrists for about 2 weeks. So I definitely know the impact that 6 hours alone can have on somebody, especially the fatigue and just how sore you end up getting. Sometimes your legs are cramping, you just can't feel your wrists, and you just feel like everything's just going to be breaking. So massive props to all the solo drivers out here today, especially Binger leading up the front. He's been on a hard charge, hasn't he, Mike, the whole way through, but there's still that final push. We've got the light rain just under 10 minutes away now, and maybe a touch over 10 minutes after that, the rain is going to be increasing. So yeah, it's going to be one of those ones. I'm going to be keeping an eye on some strategy calls and see what is going to pay off for some of our drivers, because there's such a fine line. We've got so much rubber on the track, and there's so many marbles on the exits of corners that you definitely don't want to be touching when the rain comes in. So it's going to be a gamble, I think. See how long drivers decide to stay on the dry tyres in the wet, and when is their crossover point to go on to wet tyres going to be? Is it going to be about the same as what we were seeing earlier, where they were hitting about the 204 to 206 lap mark as the crossover earlier? We might end up seeing that same crossover point, but like we saw the start of the race, Mike, tricky conditions to kick us off, and then it went nice and sunny for a good few hours, and we get to end the race with a bit of a spectacle of some showers again. So it's looking good, as we're about to get a ride on board request from Rain of Fire for the 407 car.
Oh, that's the first of the McLarens. And actually, that's a good idea too, to be fair, because those mighty McLarens have been there or thereabouts all day. And as we had the first of the big change-arounds, shall we call it, with a few bumps and scrapes and that from the front leaders, we saw the pit stops go in the way of those McLarens, where they were second and third with about 2.5 hours in. So now with less than an hour to go, they're still in the top 10, both of those two anyway, Bijan and Shawnee Fuller, in the 407 and 555 car respectively. So yeah, absolutely a ride long for them. Look at them, they're absolutely fantastic. Good looking cars, and I'm sure they're fantastic looking drivers as well. But a third of the McLarens we've got on the track at the moment is the Cactus 2 car with Gaz behind the wheel, which is the 667 car back in 24th place there, who's also had his share of ups and downs. So yeah, big effort, and good to have those requests coming in. We'll do as many requests obviously within reason as we possibly can. And if you're not sure why the drivers are getting the blue flag, not sure about circuit racing or whatever the case may be, the blue flag obviously for the slower car, advising that a faster car is coming through. So now that the field is so scattered, or the field is so fatted, either way you're seeing that as faster cars are catching the slower cars, and the blue flags are being displayed at fairly regular intervals. And the drivers themselves will actually get a blue light come up on their dash in a lot of instances. And they're such a tough bunch of drivers, sometimes they don't even lift the seat. That's how tough they are when they don't play games. They do a cracking job, these guys, and they just get the job done. But they've got to focus on so many things around the track. They've got to focus on that, they've got to focus on the blue flag, realise where the cars are, or if you're passing the car that's slower, that's actually a very easy thing to say, but very hard to do, because these cars, just because they're a little bit lap or two down, doesn't mean it's a slow car necessarily. And I say that watching the car one of Cy Bishop, where Sidog has actually moved this, the 30-second gap back to Chipperton there in the Mustang, down to 7.8 seconds now. So it's a lot of work required there from car number one. But remember that we still have another round of pit stops going, we believe, because we have a fairly good idea there is some heavy rain coming. How far away? We reckon it's within the next 5 or 10 minutes now the light rain is going to start. So that will set the cat, Trevor, amongst the pigeons. We'll look forward to seeing how the drivers can handle this one. And I think it's going to be a time to shine for the podium king, Binga King, in the 19 car in 5th place at the moment.
Absolutely. Thank you, Rain of Fire, for sending in your requests. 50 plus on the stream here. We've got a yellow flag out. Looks like the car 102 or 101, I should say, having a moment there. And it could be TT, and is TT. Flying Kiwi going up the back of that car as well. Spawn Racing there amongst these two also. But let me tell you, it's... I tell you what, we've kept that cat busy. We've kept the pigeons busy as well, Mike, but we've got 48 minutes to go in this race, and that rain is getting closer. And you can see at the top of your screen, ladies and gentlemen out there watching, if you cast your eyes to the top of the screen, you'll see the world's smallest weather icon there. You can see currently the conditions are cloudy, and then in 10 minutes we've got rain, and then in 30 minutes we've got more rain coming. But TT in all sorts of trouble here, and I had to duck off for my final stop of the afternoon. A quick splash and dash. Someone thought they'd left the sprinkler on out in the front yard. Didn't even lift the seat, Mike. I'm not playing games here with less than an hour to go in this race, that's for sure. They saw a flash of me, and that's all they saw. But TT coming into the pits here, and we can see Stone Tower still carrying that penalty that we spoke about, not recognising the driver change, I believe, for that one. There's Isaac Fogg at the back of this pack, and there is... Guess who's between them? Simon Bishop there. Let's go back to the front and just have a bit of a recap now. We've got Twitchy on lap 140. We're going to reach that magical milestone, I think, Mike, aren't we? We're all going to celebrate that one in 21 laps time. What do we got? 21 laps, 47 minutes and counting. So we should get to that magical 1,000 kilometre mark. Then it's Noodles in P2. Nemo in P3, and my Binga King, car number 19. What a fantastic performance for Kings Racing 2. We're not going to talk about drivers of the day just yet, Chuck Norris, but surely if this man, he's on for it, could potentially be on for the overall podium, but he's leading his class at the moment, all going solo. He might need a few hard solos after this one here this evening, but that is a fantastic effort from him in the Nissan.
It is a very impressive effort. You know, it's not every day you wake up and go, you know what, I'm gonna do 6 hours all alone and see how I go. But you know, definitely one thing's for sure, he's been putting his best foot forward the whole way through. He was insane in the wet at the start of the race, and you know, likewise, he's been putting together his strategy, his tyre temps the whole way through, and he's been holding himself firm at the front, which has been excellent to see. He was provisionally leading before the last safety car period. But yeah, like Mike expressed a little bit ago, I got a feeling Binger is going to shine when that rain comes back out. That man, he's ready. He's ready for the rain. He's ready to send this race off with an excellent finish.
Well, all the drivers, they're looking at the sky, hoping for answers. And it's a matter of how much risk they're willing to take here with 45 minutes to go. As we know, Mike, some drivers, they thrive in the wet. I think Binger's looking forward to it. Other drivers, though, well, they dread it, don't they? And they're not. They're hoping that rain doesn't stick around for too long. And it's already very tense. Let me tell you, this is not over by any stretch of the imagination here. 45 minutes to go until the end of this one. And boy, after that late pit stop under the virtual safety car there, as we got back under green racing, Mike, Simon Bishop is in some traffic. And guess what, Mike? Are those some raindrops we see on our screens here at the moment? Oh my goodness, it's pissing down. I'm not sure whether I'm allowed to say that on the stream, Mike, but I just did.
Yeah, it is hosing down, mate. It's absolutely bucketing. Twitchy's got his wipers on, the race leader at the moment. How long will he go before he comes in for tyres? I thought there was an opportunity for Twitchy to master it right there. Go straight in, chuck the tyres on. He was literally approaching the pit entry. And I've got a bit of a sight now. I think everyone else is following through thinking, oh, we've got heat in the tyres, residual heat on slick tyres. That's so real, this game, that the track will become treacherous very quickly. Look how heavy that rain is. And I can't believe how many cars are actually staying out there. I thought every man and his dog and his cousin would be coming in there for wet weather tyres right this minute. But it's anything but that. And I'm looking at the screen, waiting for the light to show up, showing the P. And the only one so far is Geesh in the Aston in the 5 car.
Unbelievable. So we're only seeing Geesh in the pits here at the moment. I was expecting a few drops, Mike, but it's literally just started bucketing down here at Mount Panorama. 43 minutes to go. Simon Bishop has a big moment through the chase, Mike. And you know, when a driver of that caliber is struggling, surely he's got to come in. No, he's not. He stays out. Unbelievable. Maybe we might see another couple of laps on these dry tyres before they shift across. When is the changeover point? You can see there the track status has gone to greasy. And it looks more than greasy though, Mike, what I'm seeing here at the moment in front of my eyes. We're seeing some pit stop action now. And the guys further down the field, Mike, they've really got nothing to lose, do they? They might as well come in and make a go of it and just, well, really try something in the last 42 minutes as the rain gets even heavier now.
It's a real smart roll of the dice there from these drivers, and I can't believe that the lead cars didn't pick up on that straight away. The forecast says it's going to be hosing down for at least 30 minutes plus. And I mean, anyone, you know, any of these drivers of this caliber, I thought would just pop straight in. Anyway, here we are commentating, shouldn't be criticising, because at the end of the day, they're doing a cracking job to be where they are with 42 minutes to go. Twitchy at the end of the chase just touches the grass for a moment. It's just about assured that car's going to come in. In fact, he does come into the pits now for a new set of boots with tread, and of course, whatever fuel he requires for that extra little run to the end. But Cam, I don't know what's going on here with these drivers, mate. I mean, I know that they're very learned people. They have spotters. They have all sorts of communications going on. Can you tell me, as a non-really good race car driver, why these guys didn't come in straight away?
Yeah, so with the dry tyres, they'll still hold heat for a certain amount of time before it drops off too much that it's not viable. So if you come in and go onto your wet tyres too early, no matter what pressure you set them to, they will overheat. They'll go red. you'll overshoot your braking markers, you'll have zero rotation, very similar to just stone cold tires, but almost amplified a little bit worse. So some of these drivers, because it's only greasy, it's just flicked over to damp track conditions too. A lot of drivers, if they haven't come in yet, they'll be coming in maybe at the end of this lap. If they're really wanting to, they'll go one more, but yeah, it's going to start raining sideways in 10 minutes. I saw the medium rain flick over to the 10-minute timer, maybe give or take a minute ago, but I got a feeling if that plus icon for medium rain on the 30-minute marker actually hits, yeah, we're going to see tsunami conditions for the race finish here.
Unbelievable. And I got to tell you, look at this, yellow flags are out as well, but I think that might have been for Nismo, who's back in the pits now, taking a look at Shawnee Fuller. My goodness me. Oh, it's nerve-wracking at the best of times for us here, Mike, in the commentary box, but seeing these guys struggle across the top when they're on the wrong tyres, it's even worse, isn't it? But you can see no umbrellas in the crowd, so those static-looking 2D spectator cardboard cutouts, which Cam, he knows how much I love them in the crowd there. But 40 minutes remaining. It's not about that. It's about what's happening out on the circuit. We're expecting, Mike, 20 minutes left until the VSC is no longer. And 10 minutes, in fact. 2:07 the times we're looking at, Mike, for the crossover point. But have a look at this. Track conditions now damp. And that is a masterpiece of understatement, Mike.
Yeah, that's a little bit understated, but that's the way it is. And unfortunately, it looks like Dub True's had a bit of a problem in the 137 car in the conditions, caught out a little bit there. Looks like a few others still struggling around the track in 2:07s. Look, I think, we may be kissing 1,000 Ks goodbye. We're at 143 laps. We've got 39 minutes. 2 minutes a lap is... another 17 laps required. Times 2 is 34 minutes. So we're gonna be close. We'll be very, very close. But for this rain, no doubt about that. We'll see how that all plays out. But Clerk in the Nissan in the Skyline, the race leader now, the 33 car. In fact, just come into the pits. I'm really keen to see Bigger King in the 19 car. I'm wondering if that car's coming in for tyres or if it actually stayed out and had put wets on before knowing that they were coming. I'm sure that probably wasn't the case, because I don't think these wets would last too well with you roaring around on the dry track at that time. As Cam was saying before, that even if the track's not fully wet and you've got wets on, it can still heat up and burn those very, very soft compound tyres. But still watching 19, and I'm seeing the king, the podium king, actually stay out on the track, not pitting. How on earth can do that, I have no idea, but my goodness me, that's a scary, hairy time there for the 19 car. And just watching them up over the top of the hill at the moment, going across the mountain, and he's going there. No problem at all, son. As he's going past all the right, he's making all the right looks and all the right moves, but you start to wonder as he starts going down. He's out of McPhillum, he's going down through the dipper. And the king, the podium king, he's got a 15-second lead to the 726 car there of Distinct Andrew in the mighty Mercedes. I've got to worry that he might still be on the slicks, but this is fortune favouring the brave as he takes the long way around Forest Elbow, coming down onto the main straight of Conrod. And I don't know if he's going to last much longer like that, boys, but what a sight to behold anyway. It's a champion drive no matter where he ends up. I'm not trying to commit that he's not going to do well. I think he's going to do stonkingly well, but he's got 11 seconds behind Andrew back to Norm, and then of course Speedy Tyre further 20 seconds back, and we start seeing some distances there between the drivers, just looking for close gaps. It's interesting too, the Geesh and the BSR1 team there in the Aston, he's in 5th place, 0.4 of a second behind the Mustang there of Speedy Tyre, the 36 car, but the king is still trying to race
going again.
the slick tires. He's just,
No way.
I think Binger's trying to extend this as much as he can. I thought, the way that he went through turn 2, Griffin's Bend, it looked like he was really struggling for grip. He went out onto the marbles, and I was holding my breath the whole time we were watching him over that lap. I was worried that it was just one lap too long and then we saw him skip pit lane. He almost drove off Murray's, almost missed Hell's corner. So, look, Bingett, he's stretching this too much, but I think Man's just been driving for too long, and he's like, you know what, slick tyres, let's just go for it.
He's, yeah, I think everything else, he shut everything else out now, Mike, hasn't he? That's for sure. You can see, oh my goodness, it's hard to watch, isn't it? It's like me on the dance floor. I think I look good, but everyone else, it's a different story watching me. But 36 minutes to go. Binger, flying Kiwi. Oh, boy. And flying Kiwi has lived up to his name there on that occasion. He's disappeared. I always... it just sends a chill down my spine when we go to the camera shots, Chuck, across the top of the mountain and we can't see anybody and they're hiding on us. You just don't know what's happened. It's just scary, isn't it? But Glasso, Jono, they're in the pits. Of course they are. They've been in the pits for 40 and 50 laps respectively. Update on John, Woody, Jish and Muffin, please. Thank you, Tombo. You can see there. And, well, he might have left, should have pitted with Clocaid. The comments coming in there for Binger, but here comes Binger surely on this lap. I'm just not sure what he's got to gain by sticking with this, but 35 minutes, like we said, we've been here for 6 hours almost, 5.5, a little bit over 5.5 if you don't mind. And Mike, we start to say some funny things and make some interesting decisions ourselves. Let's have a look. Is he going to come in this lap? Let's wait and see. No, he's staying out. No. Wow.
He's staying out. No way.
The funny thing was he was no worse at Forest Elbow that time as he was the lap before, and it's absolutely hosing down. So, guys, I think he's got a grip on this. I'm not saying he's going to win it, but I think he's got a grip of the car. And, I mean, the weather forecast says another 30 minutes it's still going to be bucketing down, but I think he's just happy. Is it a tired decision? Is it a good decision? I mean, tell us what you think. I mean, I agree. I think he should have come in for tyres too, but we're talking about a guy who's leading the race, who a guy behind him on wet tyres binned it, going up over the top of the mountain, so he's on slicks. So, you know, call it as you will. I don't think we can throw any stones at the guy because he's sort of kind of leading the blooming race, and hats off to him on that one. I don't have access to get the times, I'm sorry guys. I don't know if you could actually tell me what was his time last lap through, and distinct to Andrew, what was his time? What's the shutdown? Because I'm seeing Andrew 2 seconds behind now, but putting that into perspective, you know, if he's got we've got 34 minutes left, we're not going to have 17 laps the way we're going with these speeds, but you know, timing it, just deciding that by the amount of time we've got here, how many cars are going to pass him fairly. Here comes Andrew now in the OP car, the race leaders, of course, having to, well, he hasn't got any fight. He just goes completely wide over the top as he goes through McPhillamy, and unfortunately it's going down and towards the dipper in the worst possible way. But, you know, I admire this guy so much. I just can't, and I shouldn't, and we won't criticize. Oh, in fact, behind him, I think we've seen someone kiss. Was it Kiwi again in the Aston? But you know, it's just the way. Unfortunately, you can. Yeah, it was Kiwi. He's bounced twice on the top of the mountain there, and hopefully that car's made of stern stuff. But I think Binger has lost the lead. Hopefully that's going to give him a little bit of an incentive to go, you know what, boys, I might come in for some sticky grip and maybe a cup of tea. But regardless of however this all plays out for him, you know, 5 hours and 30 minutes plus, and to be the podium king for as long as he has been, there's definitely nothing wrong, and no lack of respect given to the 19 driver.
I've got to say, one thing, you see there, speedy tyres there, not too far behind Jish, and if you look at the gaps behind him, Binger there with a 2-minute 15 lap, and you wonder the gaps, Cam. I'm thinking, can he get it to, can he stay on the podium, or is he going to go down to 4th there? I'm looking at the gaps behind him. Can he eke it out and make it last for another half an hour? Having said that, there's heavier rain on the way here shortly.
Yeah, no, definitely not. But if you give me a moment, I'm just gonna tap into Binger's radio.
Binger, just letting you know, buddy, there's too much moisture. We need you to box.
Sorry, I wanted to bring out the...
We've been trying to keep him off that voice filter for a year or so, Mike. But,
yeah, you can't keep me off it.
Thank you for that. And that was... Well, great work. We're doing some of our best work. This is what happens 5.5 hours into a 6-hour race. And yeah, if he comes in and stops, he could get down to about P15. Ricky Bobby like that one. Exciting finish coming up. Thank you, Nemo. And let me tell you that being a king, so he's sticking with it. Anyway, there's more than just being a king in this race. We better not hyper-focus on him. But half an hour to go. Then it's Jeesh down there in P4 now. Speedy tyres, you can see the puddles forming as we climb the mountain once again. Look at the standing water, Mike, as we're getting our special effects out here, if you don't mind, with the team radio calls. But that rain, you can see the standing water. That's going to become an issue very, very shortly here as it's getting heavier across the top of the mountain, and the track conditions wet. No surprises there, but as you can see on your screen, the track evolution, Mike, it's getting very, very wet out there indeed.
Oh, it's lack of evolution, mate. It's a backward step at the moment with this heavy rain, but being a king, he's doing everything he possibly can. Let's run through very quickly the top 10. Distinct Andrew in the Mercedes in the 726, the race leader. Second place is Being a King in the Nissan in car number 19. Third place, BCG2's Norm in the BMW. Fourth place, BSR1's Jeesh in the Aston in car number 5. Fifth place is the BCG4 Speedy Tyre 36 car there in the mighty old Ford Mustang. And sixth place, the first of the Fords, it has to be said. Sixth place is the King's One driver there with Cloakade in the second of the Nissans there in car number 33, Scotland. Seventh place is the Ford Mustang of TTR West there with the Morton Nick and behind the wheel of car 369. Eighth place is the PRT3 team of Jono driving the mighty old Mercedes. Ninth place is the Lost Boys there, Shawnee Fuller driving 555 the McLaren. And 10th place, the top 10 is the Cactus 1 Bijon car 407, the second of the McLarens out there on the track. That's our top 10, guys. And I don't know if that's going to stay the same, because it's only going to come down to one little mistake, Cam. One little mistake, and that could completely go, you know what, about you know what. But watching Sidog in the BMW at the moment, still in 11th place. He's not having an easy time of it in that BMW, and I was hoping for, well, not hoping for them, because I know they've been beaten and pummeled and had a few things go against them as well, that we're going to see a storming drive. But he's still 8.5 seconds behind the McLaren. We'll see how this one plays out for him. Cam, what do you reckon he's going to do, though? Has he got enough in the tank to sort of come back and have a bit of a storm in the towards the top 5 or podium?
Oh, look, I reckon, depending on how things go, because I've been watching the weather, and the rain does want to increase. It does want to go to heavy rain. Just a matter of whether we see that happen over the course of this final 30 minutes, you know. But at the same time, you make one small error of judgment and commitment, and that could be you done. You know, it could be you having to come into pit lane because you can't steer the car anymore. Whether that's you just kind of grab the marbles or dip the tires into a bit of grass at the wrong spot, you know, that could spell disaster for you and your team. So yeah, I don't know. I think the one driver I'm more worried about is Binger. I just want him to come into the pit lane. But yeah, look, Simon and Matt in the one car, you know, they had a stellar start to their race, and they've fought hard to get back to where they are. So no discount to them in any regard. And you know, I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do. Simon is bloody quick in the wet too. So you never know. One small mistake and Simon might just chew a couple of seconds out of lap. But yeah, it's been a while since they were in the wet. That was first, say, half hour, 45 minutes of the race. It was wet. So it's just got to kind of tap back into that rhythm again, and I'm sure we'll see him claw up a few spots.
Mate, I don't think we've seen the last of those guys. We have seen second place change though, and Bigger King has moved back to third at the moment. Flying Kiwi right behind him, but of course not on the same lap, and won't be messing around with the results at the moment. Hats off to Norm and the BMW up to second place there. Distinct Andrew still the race leader, 149 laps completed, 27 minutes to go. The question, will we get to the magic 1,000 kilometres here at the AUSNZ Mega Esports Bathurst 6 out Mount Panorama? But we'll have to wait and see, because by crikey, the times have certainly slowed down. The faster than my wit by a long stretch of the imagination. And Trev, I know that we are counting this one down. I still can't believe we're over 5.5 hours into this race, and it has just been literally a mega start to this season. I don't even want to worry about other race weeks right about now because we've got so much to concentrate on this one, but by crikey, what a way to start the season.
Absolutely, it's been a mega start to the season. I see exactly what you did there, Mike. Beautiful work indeed. And you can see we are going to hit that 161 lap mark, the magical mark. And boys, no safety cars from now on, as we saw Norm take second place off of Binger King. We've got a new prediction which has just started, indicated by the large purple square banner at the top of our chat. You can win some channel points if you make the correct predictions. Flying Kiwi there, you can see the difference. Binger's best lap of a 2:02, a 2:16 last time around. Thank you, Mac, for requesting the ride on board there with Binger. I've got to say, grip is optional at the moment for these drivers. Commitment is still mandatory, though, however, in the final half an hour of this race. It doesn't get much better than this. It's more than a drift competition at the moment. It's like driving a bar of soap around there in these conditions. I tell you what. Is he going to be, let's have a look at those times. Geesh, 7.8 now, just 7.8 now behind Binger. And the chat is absolutely buzzing. Who do you think? Do you think Binger is going to stay on the podium? That wasn't the question you asked, of course, though. Will Binger get to wets or stay on the dry tyres? Yes or no? You've got 5 minutes remaining. And is he going to play it safe or bring it home? Let's wait and see. Still plenty of battles happening right throughout the order here, Mike, as well as we go through the timing sheets. Cloakade, 1.1 seconds behind Speedy Tyres. And let's take a look at the drivers lower down the order. Here's a battle as well. Mustang v Mustang, 2 versus 101. With Water Arrow and Saint Sim now going at it in these tricky conditions. Down Conrod Straight we go.
It's absolutely awesome that we've still got a couple of actual scraps going on there. And I mean, you know, Mustang versus Mustang, we'll take that on any given day. I mean, we like the old V8 supercars, don't we? And of course, in GT3 trim, they actually look pretty decent. Although away he goes, disappearing as the Saint Sim. He's no saint at the moment. He's going to be absolutely demonised by his team. But hey, we're all out to make mistakes, and of course, Water Arrow just moves himself through, so that moves up to 20th place. Saint Sim will jump back to 21st, and let's hope those guys can keep that scrap going. Good pick up on the close little battle there between them, mate, because that's what we like to see, don't we? You know, we're 5 hours. 35 minutes into the race, we've just had the, is that Janistan car, I think, the Jonostan, sorry, has just come back out onto the track, which is fantastic. He's been in there for an awful long time, and he said, you know what, I think it's time I just pop back out here and say g'day. So good to see Jonostan say, yeah, I might be 57 laps down, but by crikey, I'm going to see that checkered flag. He's probably got really good tyres on as well, I would say. Hopefully they're wet weather, unless he wants to be Mr. Spectacular and sideways as well. But getting back to the front of the field on this one, guys, here, look, Binger, he is just stonking it. He's well and truly exceeding anyone's expectations on how long that thing is staying out there on its slick tyres. But he's having a dickens of a time. There's no doubt about it. Not too far behind him is Geesh. Now, from Geesh's point of view in the Aston, this gives them a chance to get up to the podium. So they'll certainly grab this with both hands. So too, Speedy Tyre will go through to 4th place. And Cloakade there in the Skyline on the wet weather tyres there, the 33 car, they'll be looking to make a gain too. So it's everyone's starting to get in single file and say, yes, please, me, please, I want to be next. But at the end of the day, Binger, you just got to take your hat off to him how well he's driving that car. He's been not the fastest car on the track, but he's not bouncing off the walls, guys. And in this track, in the dry conditions with grip, is a hard mistress and a hard thing to tame. So he really is driving with a 5 hour and 40-minute brain. He's tired, and he's still doing a stonking job. And considering the conditions at the moment, you know, he could be driving a lot worse. Did he make the right decision? Well, it's not us to make the judgment call on that one, is it, Trev? Because at the end of the day, it's his choice. He knows darn well what he's done. He's running the numbers, and he's probably saying, I might drop back to wherever in the things, but I'm going to drop back anyway by bolting on those wet weather tyres. And he's still making it jolly hard for Geesh to make a pass even over here.
And that's the question. I think we did mention that, didn't we? It's, I mean, what is better for him? Is he happy with, you know, if he's happy to stay inside that top 4, top 5 position at the end of the day? He's winning his own class, of course, in the Pro. We've got Pro-Am and Am class here this afternoon. That rain is getting heavier, isn't it? It's not worrying this man, though. Simon Bishop We've talked about him a lot here today. Binger looking for the top 5, says Beaky. And there's a lot of support in the chat for Beaky. There could be as well, but for Binger, I should say. Getting my Bingers and Beakies mixed up. Cam, that can happen 5.5 hours in. We've got a tick over 20 minutes remaining. It's getting wetter out there. Simon Bishop now on the cusp. Cameron Norris of that top 10 as he's made his way past B-John there inside the top 10 now.
Yeah, it's steadily going now. He's managed to make his way through, and he's already looking at Shawnee Fuller a little bit down the road now. So Simon is switching on. He knows he's got 21 minutes, and whatever lap ends up ending after that one, depending on the timing. Yeah, he's just going for it all out. Just, you know, he's not leaving anything on the table at all. He's just wanting it. But yeah, one thing I did notice is Geesh only just got past Binger the last time round. So Binger on dry tyres held out a good fight and held him off for a while, and Speedy tyre under a second, not too far away. So I got a feeling Binger's just going to send it for this 20 minutes on slicks, because he probably sits back and, like Mike said before, he's sitting back going, if I come into the pit lane, I'm going to lose X amount of positions, I'm going to lose my podium, and I'm just going to send it and hope for the best. So, yeah, fingers crossed he makes it to the finish in a position that he's happy with.
It's quite possibly, hello everyone, it's quite possibly the worst strategy call I've ever seen in my life. So Binger's not going to get his payment from me this weekend, because he's just throwing his good result away to drive this Skyline in the wet on slicks, and like he literally was this far behind Clocade 20 minutes ago. I don't know. It's interesting decision, but they'll have protection as usual.
I don't remember seeing that on the rundown, Mike. But thank you, Jason, for just popping in.
I think Wilco just wants to be the bad guy with 20 minutes to go, because he's just gotten the guy who's probably the most popular guy on the track at the moment, and he's just called the car. And he's just called the car that he's driving a Skyline, which someone thinks we shouldn't do. So good on you for that one. But look, at the end of the day, I totally agree. He doesn't deserve a bonus payment. He deserves an absolute hug. This man, Binger he's the podium king. I don't care where he ends up, because for most of the race up until a questionable call on staying on slicks, you know, remember though, guys, on that previous safety car, he'd just come in for fresh tyres. He'd just come in for gas, so he knows he's okay for gas. And then he made a strategy call, a right or a wrong one, I don't know, I can't tell you, but he's there by himself, he's got no one in his ear.
No, he does, he's got Clocade and Jimbo, so the sister King's car.
They should be fired, mate, they should lose their bonus. And
oh no, they've been telling him to pit.
You know,
they've been telling him to pit for the last 20 minutes, and he goes, nah, I'm staying out, I'm having fun. So, you know, I've done many races with Binger, we've won a few races together over the last couple of seasons. And yeah, I just like stirring him up, saying this will happen when I'm not out there with him, because this will be my bread and butter. I wouldn't be driving around on slicks though, in these conditions, but you know, the man has spent 5 hours and nearly 50 minutes driving around, and he's just finally hit the wall there. He's pretty cooked. I don't think he knows what day of the week it is, but it's been a good race so far.
Well, I think we need to make a cardboard statue of Binger and bring it to the next round, boys, because he really has driven a superb race. And yeah, if he wants to have fun for the last half hour because it's a bit of rain, I say go out there, young fella, and you just, young fella, that was his moment of praise there. Go out there and you just drive the wheels off the thing. And what's it like for you, Wilco? They're watching instead of being out there behind the wheel, mate?
To be honest, when it's raining, I want to just hook up the rig and kick Binger out of the car and start driving, because I love driving in the rain, as everyone knows. But it's been a different day. Andrelli and myself have just been patiently sitting in the old safety car chat as Binger stops the wall again, so he can pay for the damage on this Skyline. But yeah, it's been different sitting in that safety car chat all day and handing out some drive-throughs and organising a few safety cars. It's been different, but it's been good. Everyone's been pretty well behaved.
I was just going to say, just tell us, because obviously you've just popped up there and people haven't heard you as Binger just goes past one of the cactus cars here and puts himself into the wall, going to the chase. But people don't actually know what you've been doing there for you to just pop up on the Discord and wonder who you are and what you're doing. Just tell us a little bit about Wilco.
Tell us about myself. Well,
You've got 30 seconds, hurry up.
We've got 16 minutes left, so we might have to do another 6-hour race. And
shouldn't be too difficult for him.
No, it's I've been running leagues for since 2018. I think it's when first Trevor and I come together, and we've met a few good guys over the years. And yeah, this is third season, so been fortunate to help out, have Nate help me out. Help me out, I should say. I can't even English, I haven't really been doing anything all day. And yeah, we've put on a good show, 31 cars for round 1, and we've had a pretty good race. Looks like we're going to have 726 take the flag. But yeah, very, very good race today. And yeah, as everyone might know, I've been with Andrelli, so Andrelli does all these graphics. Of course, he does a really good job himself. We've been just in the safety car chat with all the drivers, calling out safety cars when there's been incidents. So every time you've seen a safety car pop up, we've been behind the scenes yelling out what cars to get unlapped, what speeds everyone to hold, and yeah, and then also giving out a few drive-through penalties to some naughty boys. But yeah, it's been good. It's been good, and really appreciate all you guys doing the commentary today and all the viewers. I think we've got 62 viewers at the moment, so that's I think that's a world record for Little Kid Byers channel. It's good. Thank you.
Fantastic stuff, mate. You're doing a great job, and now you can go back into your hole, and we'll talk to you in a few weeks' time. But 15 minutes to go. Thanks, Wilco. Thanks for doing the calls that you've made. Anything against Toon Corp, you should be fired. Anything against everybody else, we'll give you a couple of kid coins. But no, that's great stuff. All right, we're going to wrap it up there very, very soon, because unfortunately, yeah, there should be 62, there should be 70, there should be 100. There should be hundreds of people watching the end of this 6-hour race here at Mount Panorama's Bathurst, because with less than 15 minutes to go and the rain has just increased. It's just got heavier. The track is absolutely awash with it. And where is the podium king, Binger? He's down to 9th place in the Nissan. He's trying to hold on tight as much as he can. He wanted top 5. It hasn't worked for him. Clerk has done the business in the 33 car at the moment in 5th place. But boy, there's a long way to go. I was just watching Distinct Andrew there in the Mercedes in the 726 car, the leader there, Trev. And I'll tell you what, he's not having an easy time of it. It is so wet out there. Even on wet weather tyres, he's skating around.
You can see the conditions. It's going to get worse before it gets better for these guys. We'll go to Cloquet. As you can see, 14 minutes to go, and what a 14 minutes we've got in store. 62 people watching out of 8.5 billion. That's 0.0007.75% of the population of the world who are tuning in. And boy, Mike, there's been a run on the sound effects as well in the chat as we see Cloquet and Speedy Tyres. Look how close it is between these two coming over the top of the hill. Unbelievable. 5 hours, 47 minutes, and Mike, we're still not done here at the moment. Busy, you can see it all comes down to this. Forget about the first 5.5 hours. This is where it really matters in tricky conditions. 155 laps completed. And you can see we're going to get to that mythical 161 mark, Mike. And boy, we're going to be very happy when that comes about. What other battles have we got, though, Mike? Happening down the order there. Kilroy, very close to Greenie as well here.
They're all over the place at the moment. We actually got smaller gaps. We've got, what have we got there? 8th to 7th is 1.3 seconds, 9th to 8th, 2 seconds. So there's not a huge margin there between these guys. And I know the safety cars, I know the rain certainly equalises the field, but this is a cracking little scrap there between the McLaren and of course Cloquet there in the Nissan. So they're doing a great job and out there having some fun. Speedy Tyre though, he's hanging on for everything. Sorry, that's Bijon there. He's hanging on for everything he possibly can. And Binger, sorry, go back to Binger. He's a little bit further down the field there. He's still on the slick tyres, holding off the McLaren. Can you believe it? And that's a scrap for outright position at the moment, 10th and 11th place. The McLaren wants to move up to the top 10. You can't blame them, but the little Nissan Skyline on slick tyres is the car that can, and the car that's trying. I'm not sure if it's going to be the car that could, but we'll see as we've got 12 minutes. Can he defend for that long? Because now we're starting to see there's a bit more interest, although that's not a car. That's Matt Denadale there. He's not in position to have a crack. He's a little bit further back in 19th place in the BMW. But, you know, it does start to make you just feel a little bit sad to see the Skyline fall back like that. The Godzilla GTR GT3, he's really driven that thing with some passion all day, and he certainly deserves a great result. But you know, we've got a couple of other smaller gaps here, Rob, a couple of seconds here and there, but Binger and Bijan, that is the closely fought contest. It looks like that one's all over there. Well, let's run through the field though, shall we, Jace? Because Trev, because at the end of the day, we've got 11 minutes. It's our last time running through the field. How about you tell us how these cars are going, where they are at the moment, and let's hope they can hold themselves together with just over 11 minutes to go.
Well, 11 minutes to go. It's going to be the most exciting 11 minutes of your life. Let me tell you about that. Distinct Andrew leads. I've got to tell you, some of these cars are looking like shopping trolleys on a wet supermarket floor at the moment. That's how much of a difficult time they're having trying to keep these things pointing in the right direction. I'll try and keep talking for another 10 minutes for everyone out there. 62 people watching the stream. Oh boy, it's we are going global at the moment. Round 1 of the new season, AUSNZ Mega Esports. If this round is anything to go by, Mike, just imagine what the next 6 rounds have got in store for us as we crisscross the globe through in 2025 for this championship. Speedy tyres there with Clocade. We've checked out this battle recently. They're still going strong. And then it's Nick. Where's Nick? Let's wait for the Mr. Race Director here, or the camera director, I should say, to give us a shot of Nick. And there he is. And Simon Bishop is 4.8 seconds further back, and then it's John for PRT3. Inside your top 10, we've got Shawnee Fuller, then B. John. There he comes, now down Conrod Straight we go, still using every bit of the track available to him, but look at this. We've got Matt, Binger, Greeny and Kilroy, and Binger is now, as much as it pains me to say, outside of the top 10. He's outside, he's off the black stuff as well, Chuck. He is having an absolute, well, he wanted to have fun. I'm not sure whether he's having fun at the moment, but he could still be on here for Pete. He's coming in. He's coming into the pits, Chuck Norris. Well, something that I dare say could have been done half an hour ago, but he's now in the pits nonetheless.
Oh dear, well, good things take time, so they say there, Trev, and he's certainly yielded, and he wants to obviously have a couple of fast laps. Maybe if he can do that well on the slick tyres, he's going to show these youngsters what he can do with tread under him and keep the tyre at the wheel. He won't be swapping drivers, unfortunately, because he's a solo act, but I won't say too little too late. I'll say good on him, and let's hope that the last 9 minutes work well for him, and he can at least be satisfied that he's done this as a solo act on the same lap as everybody else, guys, too. And I think it's as silly as that sounds, whereas just before we could see him well and truly in the podium, I think it's a hats off moment there for the king, the Binger king, the podium king, even though he's not going to finish on the podium. He's done an outstanding job. Just have a look at Cy Bishop there, starting to mow down the difference between himself and the next car, which is Morton Nick, and Metal Steel just getting out of the way, coming on to onto the Conrod Straight now with Sidod getting himself up there, but 3.8 seconds there for position for Sidog, so he may move up one more spot with 8 minutes to go. But it's been certainly a race of tails. There's been some tall ones, some not so tall ones, but as we start the final countdown there, Trev, I'll tell you what, it's certainly been a battle of the gutsy and determined, and I'm very, very impressed with every single driver, solo or duo. But haven't they put in a storming effort here today? We've got cars, we've got John O'Stan gone out there, 59 laps down, and they've got the car back out there on the track for whatever reason known to them. He's gone back out and said, mate, I want to see a checkered flag. At least I get a checkered flag and I won't be last, and that's cool too. So right through the field, everyone's got tales of woe. But if it's going to work in the way of the race leader, if it's going to be for the boys in the BMW, Distinct Andrew and Norm, I say hats off to them. It's what it's all about, because Norm in second place there in the BMW's been looking good. The Mercedes for Distinct Andrew just absolutely on fire. And the first of the Astons there with Geesh in the BSR1 car there, Trev, in car number 5. That's a pretty handy looking podium. But we've got to remember that we had such a huge amount of Mustangs, and I'm not being nasty on anyone here, 10 Mustangs 6 Astons, 5 BMWs, 5 Mercs, 3 McLarens, 2 Nissans and 1 Ferrari. And we have a Mercedes win it, potentially, with 7 minutes to go. Don't think I'm putting the curse on them. BMW in second and an Aston in third. I mean, and we go back to Nissan in fourth and a Mustang in fifth. So, you know, it's all over there for the manufacturers.
Well, I'll tell you what, we started this journey, 31 cars, 60 drivers from 7 manufacturers, and we're hearing that Bingham may have quit this race, which is terrible news. We were all going for him, weren't we? We wanted him to do well. 5 hours and 50 something minutes into this race, and he's ended up quitting, unfortunately for him. Shawnee Fuller is all over the back of John for PRT3 here. McLaren versus Mercedes, 62 people out there watching. I'm that excited. I'm just kicked the chair out now and I'm standing up. That's how excited I am. 6 minutes to go. And imagine sitting there behind your rig or your console or your controller, whatever you're driving with, and after 5 hours and 54 minutes, you're still doing battles out there, having look at this for a tussle. John now, Shawnee Fuller, is he going to send it? He signs, seals, delivers it and sends it, but he's gone too deep and he goes straight off at the chase, and that's going to give John a chance here, Mike, to get back in front.
Yeah, he's certainly going to take every opportunity given to him, isn't he? And well done there for having a go, but unfortunately, that's the way it happens. And like you said, Trev, 5 minutes to go now. How hard have you been trying for how long? And Shawnee Fuller at least still doing the business. And the first of the McLarens, let's not forget about that too, representing the brand. So, and we've got the Kiwi insignia there, has to be said as well, to the phone. No kangaroos out there. But lovely job there from those drivers all concerned. Distinct Andrew, though, just starting to wind this one down. 5 minutes to go. 159 laps completed. You know what we want to do in a couple of laps? We want to see the magic 161 or more. If we could do the Bathurst 1000 literally here at AUSNZ Mega Esports Bathurst race at Mount Panorama, wouldn't that be just amazing? I honestly wouldn't have thought in a month of Thursdays in 6 hours we'd get there. But it looks like we are on track to do that. We've had everything thrown at us there, from all sorts of silly crashes and bumps and scrapes, and 2 hits of rain so early in the first part of the race, and of course right towards the end here where we thought we were going to set sail and have 160 plus easily. Now it looks like, as we just see Distinct Andrew go across the line there and does get 160 laps completed in the mighty old Mercedes-Benz with 4 minutes to go. It looks like we're going to exceed our target, Trev, and I'll tell you what, that's a bragging right in itself, isn't it, mate?
How fitting would it be? I don't think we're going to end up, we might get more than 161 here, as we can see in the comments. Mustangs on the comeback in 5th and 6th. Thank you, Isaac. Thank you for chatting with us earlier on in the race today. Good stuff, says Beaky. Thank you, Nemo. 23rd to 5th after being a lap down. Not bad at all for the BCG forecast. Here comes Simon Bishop, still looking at P6. He's not too far behind Nick here at the moment. Nothing doing there at the chase. Let's try Murray's corner for size, says Simon Bishop. Will he go right? Will he go left? Nick is going to be the last one to find out. Thank you, Isaac Fogg, as well, for now following the channel. 62 people watching. 160 laps completed. Here comes Simon Bishop down into Hell's Corner. He was just flirting on that occasion. He couldn't quite get through there. You can see some traffic further up ahead, but let's have a look at this man. Yellow flags out now. Car number 8 is stationary at the top of the hill. Let's have a look and see who that is. Stoned Towel is facing the wrong way. Can you believe it? No safety cars at this stage, Chuck Norris. With 3 minutes to go, he is slowly and nervously winding his way back down the mountain, facing the wrong way as well in reverse.
Well, yeah, it looks like there was also a problem with the 669 car there too. Heatstroke Kilroy, unfortunately, he had a problem in the Mustang, but he's fired up and got going. But the 8 car still sitting there. What's going on with the old Mercedes-Benz? That's not ideal. In fact, he's backing the Stone Towel car back. Now, we talked about this crew before. The brothers sharing the same rig. They've had 2 infringements there. In fact, he's got it all the way down to Forest Elbow. where he's going to go and try and rejoin, get onto Conrad. But we know the steering lock of that car as vehicles come down towards him under yellow. Let's hope they use the common sense. He's got a little bit of room there, Stone Tail. If you can guess that thing to the right, there's a few more cars. Now he's got a freight train of vehicles coming towards him. Trev, we are in the final 2 minutes or just over of the race here today at Bathurst. And I'll tell you what, mate, this has gone 161 laps already. Thanks to Distinct Andrew, thanks to the Mercedes and the team. They have done an outstanding job. At the moment, as it stands, with just under 2 minutes to go, he's got a 28-second lead ahead of the second place BCG2 of Norman, the BMW, and a further distance back of 4 seconds to Geesh and the Aston. I didn't see this coming, but then it's Mickey Mouse Surprise Day. We never know what's going to come next in Bathurst, and it's lived up to our expectations of having no idea what's going to happen. And thank goodness all of these wonderful drivers has provided us a fantastic script to talk about. It's never been a dull moment, mate. It's never been a dull moment.
No, I tell you what, never a dull moment, especially when it comes to this circuit here at Mount Panorama. We are setting all sorts of records here at the moment. Isaac, Sim Sport, and you can see Poke here. I tell you what, we won't go with these names at the moment. And there we go. But thank you to everybody for watching, everybody behind the scenes as well. But this man, Distinct Andrew, is only 1 lap away from victory here and conquering the mountain. We said it a little bit earlier on. Does anybody really conquer Mount Panorama, or do they just survive it? Well, most of the drivers have so far this afternoon and into this evening. And this man, he's a Distinct Esports member, of course. 3-time champion with Race on Oz Div 1. OCE Manufacturers Series champion, multi-time OCE champion. And he's done just about everything there is to do in the world of sim racing, Mike, as we come across the line for the final time. And how fitting, Mike. We're not going to just get 161 laps in here. We're going to get 162 plus 1. How good does it feel?
We're going to get 1,006.6 kilometres under our belt, mate. And honestly, I'm so proud of the crew for this one. All the teams deserve a big pat on the back, because I don't know how many cars we've got on the same lap, but it looks like we've got a good, what have we got there? 8, 9, 10, 11, maybe more cars on the same lap, thanks to the safety car and thanks to the rain. But by crikey, this is going to be something special. Trev, I think it's only fitting, mate, if we quickly run through the top 5. I'll let you finish this one off and bring it to the checkered flag. Cam, been an absolutely outstanding time with you as well, and of course a little bit of a snippet there, a cameo if you will, from Wilco. But mate, as we go up over the top of the mountain, tell us all about it. Bring us home in the 726 car. It's right and proper in these conditions that we finish strongly. We watch the leader. We always watch the whole field during these races as much as we possibly can. But mate, bring it home and just tell us how wonderful these guys are doing, because this has been a truly dynamic day here at Mount Panorama.
You can see there, it had truly, I mean, where do we begin to unpack this? 6 hours of racing action. We've seen it all. We've seen incidents, safety cars, games crashing, cars crashing, all trying to get a hold on this famous racing circuit here. And here we go for the final time here this afternoon in the AUSNZ Mega Esports opening round of a new season, of course, Season 3. And it's going to be OP racing and this man, Distinct Andrew, car number 726, around the chase for the final time. Matty McEwen, Distinct Andrew behind the wheel of this car, but so much effort going in behind the scenes, twitchy as well, as we come down to Murray's Corner for the final time. Onto the start-finish straight. They are going to win this race and take victory in round 1 of this championship. A fantastic performance from them, and yes, the champagne music for Norm as well. BCG2 Racing, what a great result for this squad as well as we approach the final corner. For the final time here this afternoon, 6 hours of this racing circuit. It's been difficult for the drivers, difficult for the teams, not at least of which difficult for us as well. He comes across the line, a solid second place. Then Geesh as well. Clocade now in the Pro-Am class. A terrific performance from him, Mike, as he comes up to the final quarter to take the checkered flag. Great performance, and Kings One Racing are going to get the win in their class as well.
Yeah, what a drive. Absolutely amazing drive there. And you can see that the team, is the drivers that have gone across the line, it's just, I want to do some donuts. We want to just have some fun and let out what left of the steam they have got. But, it's just a magnificent sight to see, with Distinct Andrew in the 726 car and the Mercedes being the winner. Norm in the BCG2 BMW in second place. Geesh in the BSR1, car number 5 Aston will come through for third. Nice and simple as you like. Then we go Clocade in the Nissan will come through for fourth place in the 33 car. BCG4 Speedy Tyre in the Mustang, in the Ford will come through for top 5. Then it's a Morton Nick in the 369 car. Second of the Mustangs will come through for sixth place. BCG1 with Psydog Simon Bishop will come through and get seventh place. What was a storming drive towards the end of that one. The last boys of Shawnee Fuller in 555 will come through for the 8th place. PRT3 John in the Mercedes will come through for 9th place in the 102 car. Then the top 10 finished off by B John in the Cactus 1 McLaren car 407 is done an outstanding job. A real crying shame we lost our man, the podium king, in the 19 car. But I'll tell you what, Trev, that has been absolutely fantastic. There's more results to come, of course, and I don't want to count anybody out there, but Aaron Thomas in the Mustang, Smitty in the Aston Martin there in the 37 car, Hainsey in the 543 Mercedes, CP Greeny in the third of the Mustangs there, the 232 car, and Heatstroke Kilroy in the 669 Mustang as well. Then we had Metal Steel in the 16th place in the 100 car in the Ferrari, the only Ferrari in the field. Excuse me. The QTR marked Mercedes-Benz in car 77 and 17th place. Then we go back to the 18th place car there, which is Matt Danidi, of course, in the 56 car there, the BMW, with Bill Starr in the Aston Martin in 27, car number 27 and 19th place. And the top 20 was rounded out by one of the Mustangs there, Water Arrow, in car number 2. Mate, what a day we've had today.
Unbelievable. And if we could sum it up in one word, well, we'll get back to you on that one, but don't go anywhere as the rain's just getting heavier and heavier. We can't see what's going on there out on the track. Thank goodness, Mike, they're finished for the afternoon. We ended up getting 163 laps. So it was the Bathurst, 1,012 point something. Yep, and you can see there, what a terrific performance there. Very close in the end between Norm and Geesh. Your 1, 2, and 3 there, Andrew, Norm, and Geesh. And great work there from yourself, Mike, as we're waiting for our drivers to jump in post-race. And I tell you what we might do. We might start straight away with our overall race winner, Distinct Andrew, mate. Have you got us there loud and clear?
Yeah, I got you, Trev. Sorry, I was muted.
No,
that wouldn't work.
That's fine, mate. But congratulations are in order, first of all. How do you sum that up? We're trying to sum it up in one word, mate, but give us the race, the full 6 hours from your own perspective and from your team.
That could not be summed up in one word. I'm telling you right now. that was very, very long. That was, obviously 6 hours, 160 odd laps. The start was really good. We ended up rounding up Simon, and we were in the lead there for a while, but obviously then safety car for whatever the cause was, I forget off the top of my head, but we weren't sure whether taking a punt for slicks was worthwhile, particularly considering how the track looked at that time. But then, literally, as soon as we made that call, every single car behind us peeled in and was like, "Yeah, we haven't done this right." So it definitely didn't go exactly to plan. We had to improvise, particularly early on. After that, we decided to put Twitchy in the car and let him run to try and get us back into a decent spot, which he was able to do very well. And then there was, I think, another safety car. I can't remember what any of them were for, but I know they happened. Then we put myself back in the car for a double stint, which started off decently till I made a absolute mess of the top of the mountain where I dropped it and ricocheted off the wall just before Skyline, and I ended up with like 20 odd seconds of damage, which ordinarily you don't tend to pay attention to just bodywork damage, but it was actually costing us a decent chunk of lap speed. So we were trying to work out whether we fix it or whether we don't, and if we did, when do we do it? But thankfully, another safety car came out, and obviously everybody gets bunched up, and we just decided to take the punt and fix it, because ultimately the field gets compressed, everyone's back together, and well, I mean, we lose maybe 5-6 spots to have a car that's performing at 100% again. So seemed like a little bit of a no-brainer. Sorry, but definitely turned out to be the right call, as the second stint was much nicer. The car was feeling a lot nicer, and I was able to drive up to the front, got past Noodles in the end, and built a little bit of a margin. Then obviously the car goes back to Twitchy for a double stint. Safety car sort of throws a bit of a spanner in the works to the original plan, and then the rain. Well, I think the rain threw a spanner in the works in everybody's plans at the end. But yeah, that's as short as I can describe it. Honestly, that's probably taken 5 minutes, and I apologise, but that was really good fun. But at a lot of different points during the race, there were a lot of different sort of thought processes and a lot of ideas as to where we were going to be. I think at one stage we sort of thought we were, you can't say guaranteed a podium, but we thought we were more than likely going to finish top 3, because we were in a little bit of a predicament with the fuel situation, but that final safety car helped with that, and obviously then with the rain, everyone had to come in anyway, so that sort of threw any leverage that anybody had or was on the other end of. Basically just threw all that out the window. So yeah, it was a long one, 6 and a bit hours, 163 laps exactly, but happy at the end of that. I think everything that we did, I think we did well. Obviously, as I said, we did make one strategy blunder, but the car was really fast. Twitchy was very quick as well. We were both basically as fast as each other, so it was just about keeping the car as straight as possible, which for the majority of the race we did, and yeah, ultimately things fell our way, and we walk away with the win from round 1.
Well done, mate. Well done, Andrew. That was an absolutely brilliant finish when the conditions changed. We'll just grab a quick word with your co-teammate, because as you said, he was a big part of this one as well. But congratulations on keeping it together in the wet. Twitchy, I don't know if you're there, mate, if you can hear us. But
yeah.
Yeah, hey, look, well done, mate. I mean, from the outset, you guys were, part of the cream of the crop, and just got faster and faster. How did it work out for you watching Andrew do what he did towards the end?
Yeah, thanks, mate. And firstly, congrats to P2 and P3. That was pretty close at the end, depending on who got on P2 at the time. But congrats to the other guys on the podium and everyone else racing as well. Throughout the whole race, it was pretty on edge. I had a bit of a thing where I didn't really feel great myself in terms of my pace. I was a bit kind of lacking in the confidence, but then as I did my stint, I kind of got up more. And then throughout our second last stint, it was more of like a qualifying stint just because of our fuel situation. As for what Andrew said, we had to split it into 45-minute stints because we wouldn't make it anyway. So we thought we'd just do 2 qualifying stints and try and gain the time. I think after the last safety car, I did well with that. Pulled about 8, 9 or 10 seconds on Norm and those boys, so that was pretty good for that. That was probably when I got my confidence back entirely, only after 4 hours. But no, it was good. Watching Andrew do his racing, it's definitely always a heart in the mouth kind of moment every time he goes down the S's, because he does nothing but absolutely send it every time. So it's a very high risk, high reward kind of style, but today it paid off, except for one mistake where I thought our race was actually over. don't know how he saved it. Honestly, went side on into the barrier at Skyline at about 150 k's, and yeah, I think we accumulated about 29 seconds of damage and gone to the pits. You know, in these races, you make one big mistake like that and you lose 23 seconds, and it's very tough to come back from it, considering the speed of the front 10 or 20 or so.
Yeah, you sure do, mate. Look, I've got to wrap it up there. Unfortunately, we've got to talk to the other guys on the podium. But well done to you, mate. I mean, you guys showed us that you know, the mighty old Mercedes has got what it takes, and hopefully we see you both back for round 2.
Yeah, for sure. I'm keen for it. Congrats everyone else, and thanks for hosting it. I appreciate you guys.
Good on you, mate. Hey, congratulations. And that is the team, Distinct and Twitchy. I mean, those two were just setting the cream of the crop all day. Now, we've got Noodles here from the 76 car there in the second place BMW. Noodles, can you hear us there, mate?
Yep, got you guys.
Hey, well done to you guys. I mean, you were there or thereabouts all day, and Trev was trying to, you know, give you guys heaps and pick on you. But I was supporting you all day, mate. I was hoping you're going to do particularly well. How'd that go for you guys?
Yeah, we had a pretty good race. Just wanted to give a quick shout out to Andrew, Twitchy on their victory, and also Jeesh and Muffin. They drove tremendously. They almost got us in the end, so no, good effort from them. But yeah, our race went pretty well. Obviously, pelted down at the start of the race, and we just had to be, you know, careful and all that. But got really nothing to say really. We, you know, didn't make much mistakes and just kept it off the walls, and yeah, the car felt pretty good.
Yeah, well done. Hey, Paul Candelonian, or Noodles as he is known, and of course driving there with Norm Cam Fleming. But congratulations on second place. You were second place by 0.4 of a second, mate. So plenty of room in that one. And good luck for round number 2, and we will hopefully see you back and storming down the field.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Good on you, mate. Congratulations. And we'll go to the final part of the podium there. We'll talk to Jeesh. Jeesh, are you there, mate? Can you hear us from the land of Aston Martin?
Yep, I can.
How was that for you, mate? I mean, 0.4 of a second, just under 0.5, and you could have been second on the podium, but you'd take third any day of the week, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah. Considering we started P16, I think, I mean, I would have taken top 5 or even like top 8. Yeah. So being that close to P2, of course it hurts, but I mean, it's, yeah, I think it's a very good result.
You did particularly well there, mate. I mean, the woulda, coulda, shouldas, and all that sort of carry on. But at the end of the day, you know, you got across the strip, and that's what it's all about. And you know, I mean, obviously Josh is your real name, so we can call you that. But Captain Muffin, Aiden. Now, Trev was calling him the Muffin Man. I don't know if he heard that through the commentary. Was he getting upset about that? Because I mean,
no, he doesn't mind.
The Muffin Man. But who wants to be called the Muffin Man? I mean, for crying out loud. Talk about insensitivity, but he did a good job too, didn't he? And for quite a lot of it, we were commenting on how well you guys were going, and you were just such a safe set of hands for him as well. So did the way you guys had the day set out, did it go the way you planned?
Well, it went better actually, considering I hadn't actually done any practice before this morning.
Wow.
My pace was awful initially. Like I'd done a lot of racing on PC. ACC before this, and it felt a bit different going into it, so I started off doing 205s in the dry. So yeah, went a lot better than expected, and Muffin was very good, very reliable, and very quick as well, so that helped.
Wow. Mate, you did a stonking job, and so too did the Muffin Man. And when I think Trev should be banned from ever calling them that again. But congratulations on your podium. You guys deserved it well and truly.
Yeah.
And 0.4 of a second back to never ever worry about that, mate. And you were 22 seconds ahead of the 4th place Nissan there, so that's another big massive thing there. So congratulations on you there, mate. I'll hand over to Trev. I think he's got a couple of words he wants to say to you, mate, and the last of the podium. And then what a way to wrap up a fantastic day, Trev. What do you got to say to Jeesh? Sorry.
Well, I think everything's been said. We'll move on from the Muffin Man remarks, but mate, looking ahead, I think next month we head to Indianapolis. What's the goal overall for this season in season 3 of the AUSNZ Endurance Series?
I hadn't thought that far ahead. Probably, I mean, if we can get top 3 in the championship, I think that would be amazing. I think that's a good goal to have. I mean, obviously we want to win it, but I think top 3 is a good goal.
Great work, mate, and no doubt the way you're travelling after today's result, that's very much on the cards, mate. Congratulations. It's been an incredible race, very tricky conditions, mate, but we do appreciate you taking the time out to join us post-race. We'll see you next time for round 2.
Yep, thank you.
Great work. Great work there. Thank you, Josh, as he's more commonly known. But Cam, I think, who else have we got here with us? We've got Aussie racer, do we, to have a chat with? The AM winner for TTR East, of course we do. Aussie racer, have you got us there, mate, on the line?
Yeah, mate, loud and clear.
Great stuff, mate. Give us a bit of a rundown from things from your perspective. TTR East coming into this race. What were you expecting, of course, coming into the 6 hours in this opening round, mate? But first of all, give us the race from a driver's perspective. We love hearing things from the driver's perspective, mate. Give us a brief rundown of how you saw things out there.
Yeah, look, expectation-wise, I suppose we were kind of aiming for top 15, being in AM class, qualified 17th. We would have been pretty happy with being in that top 15 run. Getting up to 11, winning AM class is absolutely unreal. Really, really stoked with how myself and Chipper went today. A couple little minor incidences. I don't think anyone gets through 6 hours around the mountain without hitting the wall at least 10 times. That's just what the mountain does to you. But for the most part, we just kept it clean lap after lap. We definitely weren't the fastest car out there. Looking at the cars we finished ahead of, outright lap pace, we're definitely way punching above our weight, but just kept it clean, kept it consistent, just kept cutting laps, kept circulating. And it pays off in the end with a 11th and class win.
Great work, mate. Beautifully summed up. Beautiful performance tonight. We do appreciate your time, as all the drivers have given us their time post-race and during the race. Congratulations, mate. All the best for the rest of the season. We'll catch you for round 2.
Yeah, thanks, mate. We'll be back fighting as ever. See how the Mustang gets popped for the next one. See if it's as heavy as it is in the next race. But no, it was good. Thanks to all the team, to Wilco, Andrelli, yourself, sorting all the events out for everyone. It's been an absolutely unreal event. Can't wait for round 2. And a quick shout out to TTR Westside as well. Finished 6th from 11th as well. They had their dramas, had a drive through and all the above, and still managed to pull out a 6th. So unreal drive from the boys, Nick and James.
Great work. Well summed up. Some nice shout outs there too. And we've heard from our winners, our podium getters here. And wow, 31 cars, 60 drivers, 7 manufacturers, 6 hours of racing, Mike Howe. And it's all, we are done and dusted. That is a wrap of round 1. And if anything, if that's anything to go by, we're in for a terrific rest of the season, aren't we, this time around for season 3?
Oh, mate, I don't know if I want to go to Indianapolis now that we've had such a great mount. How could you beat what we've had today? We've had it all. It's been an action-packed, drama-filled race, but, the camaraderie of all the drivers out there. I've seen, like we said before, we've seen all sorts of bumps and scrapes and accidents and penalties and redress, but by crikey, it has been a huge amount of good driving out there, way more than I saw any bad. So I'm just so proud and so pleased to be part of 1,018.6 kilometres of high horsepower action here at Bathurst, the home of Australian motorsport. Surely Mount Panorama has delivered yet another one. And mate, I've got to say a big shout out to the broadcasting team, to you guys making all this system work. Easy for me, I just sit down and talk, but you guys, they're all behind the scenes. The amount of stuff people don't see what you guys are doing, and Cam and Wilco and Andrelli and Nismo and guys like that doing behind the scenes. It's just really blown my mind. This level of racing now has just gone up the next level, and I hope everyone who's been listening during the course of the broadcast has thoroughly enjoyed what you guys have brought for them and what we've been able to be part of. So from last year, which was really good and cool, and I enjoyed it, but I feel like we've been doing this for 20 minutes and I want to go again. It's how cool it's been. So thank you so much for including me, an old fogey in New Zealand. Really enjoy it and hope to see you guys again in a not too distant future.
Going to be fantastic. Only old as you feel, Mike. It's just a number. But let's take a look at the calendar. Our attention shifts across to round 2 of this AUSNZ PS5 Endurance Series, of course, for Mega Esports. 28th and 30th. 28th until the 30th of March at the Indianapolis Road Course. That will be a 4-hour race. Of course, 7 rounds for this season. As you can see the calendar up on your screen now. If you do want to get involved, please follow the links to Discord in the chat that are there right now. and a big shout out to yourself, Mike. Everyone behind the scenes, we like to spend a little bit of time saying thank you to everybody. Obviously, Nathan Howe as well, Nismo, all the admin team, the stewards, the live racing stewards that we had this afternoon. Jason, of course, we heard from him. And you too, Cameron Norris, not forgetting about you, mate. Thank you for joining us and being with us and doing everything behind the scenes in terms of the chat, the predictions. You had it all going on, mate. We do appreciate your time as well on this Sunday afternoon.
It's always a pleasure, and today stacked ourselves up for an insane calendar this year. I'm looking forward to it, just everything Mount Panorama brought to us today. Looking forward to seeing what we have for the rest of the season. So likewise, share the same sentiments that you guys have shared in the thanks to everybody, and I look forward to seeing everybody back here on the 28th to 30th of March for Indianapolis.
It's going to be fantastic. All the dates are there on your screen. If you want to get involved, hit us up on all of our social media channels. Big thank you to everyone for watching, just being a part of this incredible race here this afternoon. And it's been an absolute pleasure to bring it all to you. We are signing off. Thank you, Mike, Cam, myself. Don't forget to follow the channel if you haven't already. It'd be great to have you as part of this community and on this journey that we are going to be going on in season 2025. Be kind to one another. That's all we've got time for, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you next time, but for now, it's goodbye.